Chapter 998. In the depths of the Divine Sky Academy, a majestic palace stood amidst the turbulence of time and space. Just as a large amount of spiritual energy was arguing, another even larger spiritual energy descended from the sky, crushing them and causing a large amount of spiritual energy to explode. Silence. Finally silence. The palace temporarily quieted down as the exploded spiritual energy recovered. The terrifying spiritual energy just now surpassed the limit of a heaven-rank immortal king. Supreme Elder, I believe that junior brother Lin Fei is the pride of our Divine Sky Academy and should be promoted to the position of vice principal. He is completely qualified. The previous spiritual energy spoke again after a moment of silence. Bullshit, Lin Fei is born to be a troublemaker. What did he do in such a short time? Killing countless people, using cruel methods, recruiting enemies everywhere. If this continues, the entire academy will be implicated. The academy might even become the public enemy one day. We must restrict Lin Fei in advance. Voices of opposition came one after another. Obviously, the two sides had different thoughts. One side wanted to nurture while the other side wanted to restrict the other. Due to the previous argument, they were clearly restrained and weren't as intense as before. Alright, stop arguing. The largest spiritual energy was like the leader of the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone quieted down with a single word. Lin Fei is the pride of our Divine Sky Academy. This cannot be erased. He has brought glory to our academy. The Supreme Elder's spiritual energy fluctuated. He must be rewarded for his contributions. This cannot be denied. However, this matter is of great importance and has brought pressure to the academy. The merits and demerits will be offset. Are you satisfied now? Even the Supreme Elder had to resolve this matter. His words were completely reasonable. Demerits will be offset, no reward, no punishment. The Divine Sky Academy was not as glorious as before. This matter was of great importance and had to be carefully considered. Supreme Elder's words are reasonable. Since this is the case, we must take back the Great Emperor's key. The opposing opinion was unrelenting. Lin Fei's strength is abnormal, but it doesn't mean that he can block the sneak attack of others. The Great Emperor's key must be in our hands. Otherwise there won't be any accidents. What a joke, it's simply the biggest joke in the world. Although our Divine Heaven Academy isn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, it was still set up by the old ancestor's sacred heaven. Do you think anyone can sneak in? The Sovereign's key is junior brother Lin Fei's fortuitous encounter. Don't forget that he's one of the successors of the Eternal Emperor. That mysterious war sky killed the subordinate of the Sky Devil Emperor in an instant. What do you think they'll do if they find out? The battle in the central sacred ruins had highlighted one person, Zhan Tian, one of the Eternal Emperor's successors. His strength was unfathomable, and some people suspected that he was an emperor-level expert. Although Qin Wenyan had suspicions, since he was able to kill heaven-ranked immortal kings so easily, his future would definitely be limitless. By taking away junior brother Lin Fei's emperor's key, they had clearly offended a potential expert. Once the other party advanced to the emperor realm, the Holy Heaven Academy's doomsday would come. The spiritual fluctuations stopped. It was obvious that they were afraid. We don't dare to offend that mysterious expert Zhan Tian, but Lin Fei has a total of 8 quotas. It's necessary to hand over 7 of them. Since they couldn't hand over the sovereign's key, they had to settle for the next best thing. Shameless, you're really shameless. Junior brother Lin Fei is a student of our academy. What's the difference between this and snatching? Shameless? Wrong, this is to protect Lin Fei. At this age, possessing a precious treasure is a crime. We're just protecting him, it's not shameless. The spiritual group in the palace was the true upper echelon of the Holy Heaven Academy. Every spiritual group had an extremely high authority. Apart from cultivating in seclusion, they basically wouldn't be noticed by the public. Who said that Lin Fei can't protect the sovereign's key? Ordinary heaven stage immortal kings wouldn't be a match for him. In our academy, is there any peerless genius that can compare to Lin Fei? Killing a heaven stage immortal king at this age was practically impossible. Killing a heaven stage immortal king is just because they don't get along. As long as he goes all out, a peerless genius can also achieve that. It can't be considered a display of strength. The spiritual group retorted, if Lin Fei wants to control the remaining sovereign's key, he must show enough strength, otherwise he doesn't deserve it. Lin Fei's strength is tyrannical. Since that's the case, he'll have to display strength that will convince us. What we see is false. How about this? Didn't Lin Fei make a bet with the Phoenix Academy? Let him personally make a trip to the Phoenix Academy. If he can return unhurriedly, that would be his strength. No, absolutely not. The Phoenix Academy also has the old antiques. If Lin Fei goes there, it's the same as entering the dragon's pool and tiger's den. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape. This will only harm Lin Fei. A disdainful voice came, "Of course, we won't let Lin Fei be trapped in the Phoenix Academy. At that time, the experts of our elder group will personally protect him in secret. It's nothing more than testing whether he has the strength or not." No. Very quickly, the quarrel started again. This kind of test was indeed too dangerous. At their age, they didn't dare to go to the Phoenix Academy. In the past 100 years, the influence of the Phoenix Academy had been expanding. Their strength had also been increasing, and they had the momentum of catching up. Within the Phoenix Academy, there were experts overseeing it. Now was different from the past. With Lin Fei possessing a treasure, it was no different than a sheep entering the tiger's den. The elder who nurtured Lin Fei didn't wish for this kind of test to happen. All right, everyone quiet down. The Grand Supreme Elder's spirit ball glowed brightly and stopped them from continuing. The Sovereign's Key was one of the treasures of the great metropolis world. It would be a lie if the Holy Heaven Academy didn't feel any pressure. How to deal with this problem had instead become a difficult problem. Let's follow the old rules and vote. The Elder Group was the upper echelon of the Holy Heaven Academy. There were a total of 18 people. Including the Supreme Elder, there were 19 people. Usually they would decide through voting. Let's vote then, who's afraid of who. The result was soon out. There were only 6 people who didn't want Lin Fei to go. There were 10 people who wanted Lin Fei to go for more people. As for the rest, they all gave up. Among the 18 elders there was a small power. They were all very cautious in this kind of matter. If Lin Fei is able to display his true strength in the Phoenix Academy, then we will allow him to have 5 of the remaining quotas, the Supreme Elder said. The result is out, everyone stop quarreling. Arrange someone to inform Lin Fei and let him be mentally prepared. At that time, a few of you will protect him in secret. Make sure nothing happens to Lin Fei. Chapter 999. Breaking through the limit of God power is extremely difficult. On the invincible mountain peak, Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder. God power runes flew up and down. Each God power runes could cut through the void and kill an immortal king. After refining the victorious fighting Buddha's relic and the treasures he got from the peerless genius, Lin Fei raised his God power to 990 million dragons. After reaching this limit, no matter how many God power pills he refined, he could not break through the limit. Lin Fei's deep gaze looked into the endless void. Perhaps, my opportunity will be in the dragon world. After reaching the limit, Lin Fei knew that it was impossible to break through the limit in a short time. He could not rush it. Come out. A huge seal appeared above Lin Fei's head. It was the Fantion seal. After the seal flew out, the heaven suppression bell flew out. A huge volcano appeared. It was the heaven and earth smelt. Finally, the heaven-shaking godly axe flew out. Refine. The Fantion seal flew into the volcano. The heaven suppression bell flew in as well. The raging fire kept burning. Lin Fei formed seals like stars. It was the multitude stars technique. An hour later, the Fantion seal flew out again. It was covered in runes and let out a buzzing sound. It tore through the void on the spot. I finally fused the Fantion seal. The Fantion seal's grade has increased by quite a bit. Lin Fei played with it for a while. He put away the Fantion seal. After a round of refining, it surpassed the supreme grade saint artifact. If he continued to smelt some treasures, it would evolve into a pseudo-immortal artifact. You go in too. Lin Fei threw the heaven-shaking godly axe into the heaven and earth smelt. He took out the judgment staff and threw it into the smelt. Another hour later, an aura that surpassed that of a supreme-grade sacred artifact erupted from the heaven and earth furnace. Another pseudo-immortal artifact that was similar to the Fantion seal appeared. Lin Fei reached out his hand and grabbed it. Cold light shot out in all directions. The divine axe that was as heavy as 1,000 caddies spun in his hand without the slightest pause. The Fantion seal is the main attacker, and the sky-shaking divine axe is also the main attacker. Coupled with the divine power talisman, my combat power will increase by a large margin. Lin Fei had benefited immensely from his battle with Agutai. After the system was reactivated, it could deduce the powerful attacks of divine power talismans. This was the true use of divine power, not just brute force. It was thanks to the system's guidance that Lin Fei was able to kill the Nether Palace's experts that day. The attack power of the talisman formed from divine power was an important factor in determining the strength of the enemy. The heaven-shaking divine axe also played a huge role. Today, Lin Fei had refined the two sacred artifacts again, and they were almost pseudo-immortal artifacts. Their power had increased by a lot, and if he used them again, it would be much easier to kill immortal kings. After putting away the heaven-shaking divine axe and the heaven and earth furnace, Blood Shadow walked up from behind. "Master, the Vice Dean Qing Mu came to look for you." Lin Fei's gaze was calm. "Go invite him here." "All right." Lin Fei looked at the scenery outside the invincible peak and sighed. "The peaceful days are over. I hope you guys don't go overboard." Not long later, the Vice Dean Qing Mu arrived. "Congratulations, junior brother Lin. Your strength has increased again. Dean, you're really perceptive. You even noticed this." Lin Fei stood up and smiled. "Dean, please take a seat." Even though his divine power had increased by a few million dragon god force and reached the limit, it didn't mean that Dean Qing Mu couldn't see it. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a table appeared in front of him. There were melons and fruits on it, and they were of very high quality. For people at their level, celestial fruits were just for tasting. They weren't really useful. Vice Principal Qing Mu felt uncomfortable to be treated so courteously. He sighed softly and said, "Junior brother Lin Fei, this senior brother of mine has failed you." Lin Fei said, "Dean, you don't have to blame yourself. I've killed countless people outside and offended many enemies. It's normal for me to end up like this." Ever since he came back, Lin Fei knew this. In any sect, if there was a disciple who easily caused trouble, they would definitely be punished. Lin Fan returned with the Great Emperor's key and killed a Heaven Immortal King. It would be a lie if the Divine Heaven Academy didn't feel any pressure. Dean Qing Mu thought that Lin Fei would be angry. When he heard the result, he was furious. He couldn't be as calm as Lin Fei. "I'm getting old." Dean Qing Mu sighed again. "Originally, we were going to recommend you to be the Vice Dean. Unfortunately, someone interfered. In the end, we didn't know what to do. I hope junior brother can forgive us." Lin Fei shook his head. "It's fine. I'm a good person. Tell me, is there any punishment from the higher-ups?" Dean Qing Mu hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no punishment, but there's no corresponding reward. The higher-ups have given you a test regarding the ownership of the remaining Great Emperor's key placings." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "I wonder what the test is." "The high-level elders said that if you can go to the Phoenix Academy and complete the bet from last time, and come out unscathed, it would be equivalent to you having the ability to establish yourself." Vice Dean Qing Mu also had a belly full of anger when he mentioned this. Phoenix Academy wasn't a small academy. They also had experts. Lin Fan was clearly sending himself to death. "So, I have to make a trip to the Phoenix Academy?" Lin Fei said indifferently. "Only I have the right to the remaining Great Emperor's key placings?" "Yes. If you can come out, you'll have the right to 5 placings." Dean Qing Mu snuck a glance and saw that Lin Fei wasn't angry. He let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the higher-ups' request, he definitely wouldn't have done such a shameful thing. Their appetite isn't small. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. Dean Qing Mu sensed a wave of killing intent. This junior apprentice brother Lin Fei was finally angry. After seeing that scene that day, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Even though Dean Qing Mu was quite dissatisfied with the higher-ups' decision, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only say, "I think the higher-ups are doing this for your own good." After all, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Dean Qing Mu didn't stay for too long. No matter how thick his skin was, he couldn't sit still in this sort of situation. After telling the higher-ups what had happened and comforting Lin Fei, he found an excuse to leave. He simply didn't dare to face that gaze. "Master, the higher-ups' elders are all trash," Blood Shadow said fiercely. "Should we kill them all?" Sky Dragon, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. This Blood Shadow had a bad temper, wanting to kill people for no reason. After Blood Shadow returned, Sky Dragon was reduced to a lackey. Furball was stronger than him, and Blood Shadow was cruel enough to kill him with one hand. Lin Fei shook his head. "It doesn't matter. They are elders of the upper echelons. Every one of them is powerful. The current me is indeed no match for them. Once I break through the limit of divine power, I want to see if they will still dare to say such words. I want this academy to be mine." Lin Fei was very dissatisfied with the higher-ups' elders' decision. He was very disappointed. "Master, as long as I continue to devour, once I become a pseudo-emperor, they won't dare to punish Master even if they were given 100 guts." Blood Shadow's gaze was fierce. He wanted to beat up all the higher-ups' elders who had offended his master. "No rush. That day won't be too far away. Hairball saw that her master was in a bad mood. Then, are we still going to Phoenix Academy? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Of course, the Phoenix Academy is a good place. This time, when I go to the Phoenix Academy, I must turn that place upside down. Not to mention, my flipping sky seal and sky-shaking divine axe need to be constantly merged with treasures in order to advance to immortal tools. I believe the Phoenix Academy will not disappoint me. If it weren't for the fact that the flipping sky seal and the sky-shaking divine axe had not yet reached the level of a fairy weapon, Lin Fei would have integrated the golden scissors, a fairy weapon, into them instead of worrying about not being able to integrate them properly. Junior brother Lin Fei, aren't you going to come out and welcome us personally? A group of young men appeared outside the invincible peak, gathering outside the restriction. Rumbling sounds echoed in the invincible peak, and it was filled with an unbridled aura. Lin Fei looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It seems like some of the elders don't like me. Great, I'm in a bad mood today. You guys are out of luck to come knocking on my door. Outside the restriction. The 8 young men had arrogant looks on their faces. They had the symbol of a religious sun on their left chests. They were the religious sons with the highest status in the academy. Even the elders had to give them face. It was rare for 8 religious sons to arrive at the same time. I wonder what kind of luck Lin Fei has. He got 2 emperor's keys consecutively, and he's the successor of the eternal emperor. He's now a celebrity in our world. He's the successor of the eternal emperor. I heard that Vice Principal Qing Mu wants him to be the vice principal. He has quite a temper. 8 of our senior brothers are here, but he doesn't come out first. Instead, he wants us to wait for him. He's indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. The restriction on the invincible peak opened, and a black figure came out. My master is angry. Hand over all your treasures and scram as far as you can. Hairball came up with her hands on her waist and scolded them. Hairball had learned how to behave like a bandit after this trip. She knew that they were in the Elysium Academy and they couldn't eat people. But robbing people was not a problem. Aha, you're just a little brat. What a boastful tone you have. Like person, like servant. One of the religious sons laughed, ignoring Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm the North Dark Saint. Aren't you going to greet me? We're your senior brothers, high-ranking religious sons. We heard that you've gotten many opportunities recently, so we're here. Aren't you going to invite us to your peak? You have to know that this is your honor. How many personal disciples and true disciples can't even wait for this day? Another holy son said. Lin Fei crossed his arms and smiled. Senior brothers. Chapter 1000. A few saints had come to the invincible peak personally. This scene was noticed by the surrounding disciples, and they were all envious of Lin Fan. A saint was the most prestigious existence in the school. Perhaps, one of the saints could become a dean in the future. Of course, he could even become a great emperor-level expert. Even if the chances were slim, it was not an opportunity that everyone could have. Ever since the news of the sacred ruins spread across the entire great metropolis, the disciples of the Holy Heaven Academy had worshipped Lin Fei countless times. But when they heard Lin Fan's words, they were slightly surprised, but they did not show much of a reaction. It was as if what Lin Fan said was right and there was nothing to doubt. I'm dying of laughter. Junior brother Lin Fei, do you know who you're talking to? The North Underworld Saint laughed. I'm the Saint of Tianqi. We came to see Junior brother out of goodwill, but who would have thought that Junior brother would be so arrogant? Another saint, the Saint of Tianqi, said with a sullen face. The 8 of them were the saints of the school, and not the kind of saints who were inexperienced. They had a certain status and reputation and could do whatever they wanted in the school. But now, a junior brother who had not been confirmed as a saint dared to talk to them so arrogantly? He even wanted to rob them of their treasures. Not many people in the school would dare to say something like that. The 8 saints were all proud. Lin Fei's words had achieved their goal. As for robbing them of their treasures? Was that even possible? It was completely impossible. Junior brother Lin Fei, we are very angry now. We heard that you have obtained quite a lot of treasures. If you can't satisfy us, you will have nowhere to stay in the school in the future. Lin Fei made a chest-puffing gesture and said calmly. Since you won't listen to me, I'll do it myself. Fantian seal. Lin Fei waved his hand and flung out his Fantian seal. A large seal pressed down on them on the spot. 8 large plates of holy light were brought out in an attempt to block Lin Fei's Fantian seal. The Fantian seal pressed down, and the buzzing sound waves were like threads that swept across their bodies. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly, and cracks appeared on their holy armor, which continued to expand. With a crash, they completely shattered and their fleshly bodies split open. With a rumble, the 8 holy children were crushed into the ground by the Fanteon seal. From the moment Lin Fei attacked to suppressing them, it was all done in one go. On my body. Damn Lin Fei. The grade of the Fanteon seal had increased. Although it was not an immortal artifact, its power was extraordinary. It was not something that they could withstand. This Fanteon seal caused their fleshly bodies to explode on the spot. It was equivalent to being killed in an instant, which was why they hated Lin Fei so much. This was equivalent to making them lose a certain part of their talent. After putting away the Fanteon seal, the 8 holy children attacked angrily. The Fanteon seal pressed down again, smashing their fleshly bodies into pieces again. All sorts of angry voices came from below again. Lin Fei said calmly, "Hand over everything and you will be spared the pain." Bullsh*T. Dream on. This matter is not over yet. They had come under orders and of course they wanted to extract some treasures from Lin Fei. Who would have thought that the moment he took out his treasure, he would completely suppress them? Then continue to enjoy it. Lin Fei would not be polite to them. The Fanteon seal smashed down again, and even a heaven-stage celestial king would have a headache, let alone a human-stage celestial king like them. Boom, boom, boom. The onlookers felt a chill down their spines. They finally understood why no one dared to make a move against the people from the Invincible Peak. Senior brother Lin Fei was too violent. The 8 holy children's bodies were smashed into pieces, and they were completely ignored. Junior brother Lin Fei, we were wrong. We are willing to hand over our things. Reviving again and again had consumed a lot of their energy and it affected their bodies greatly. Their faces were pale, and there was not a single trace of blood in them. Lin Fei was a monster. It wasn't that they didn't take out their divine artifacts. Divine artifacts that usually possessed extraordinary power were smashed to pieces in the face of the flipping sky seal, which was a divine artifact. The 8 holy children were completely terrified. They had suffered heavy losses, and if this went on, they would need to recuperate for at least a few hundred years. It was a huge loss. The Fanteon seal stopped above their heads, covering the sky. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to suffer? Lin Fei said seriously. Hand over your storage rings. Hairball had already flown up to the Dark North Holy Child and slapped him. The fragile Dark North Holy Child's body exploded on the spot, leaving behind a storage ring. How dare you call me a brat? You must be tired of living. The remaining 7 saints sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat, who looked down on them, had shattered the Dark North Saint's body with a single slap. He was another monster. When Hairball looked over, they were shocked. Don't kill us, we will give you our storage rings. After Harry Ball's little demonstration, the 7 saints did not dare to resist. They directly handed over their storage rings, not daring to hold anything back. The sky-flipping seal above their heads was incomparably domineering. It was a true colossus and they were completely no match for it. Junior brother Lin Fei, can we go now? Lin Fei kept the Fanteon seal. Scram. The 8 holy children felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not fight anymore. The Fanteon seal had suppressed them. How could they fight? After sending the 8 holy children away, Lin Fei returned to his Invincible Peak. However, the news spread like wildfire in the school. The 8 holy children were no match for Lin Fei. The 8 holy children were too ashamed to face anyone. They announced that they were going into seclusion, but in fact they were recovering. They're all poor bastards. There were not many things in the storage rings that the 8 holy sons had obtained that caught his eye. Lin Fei gave them to his servants as a reward and kept the time defy the sky. Seeing the defying space, Lin Fei could not help but think of the Chaos Beast. Now that my divine force has reached the greater success stage, I have reached the limit. I don't know how to break through. Maybe, that Chaos Beast will have a way. Lin Fei's heart shook. When I went into seclusion in the defying space, I met that Chaos Beast. That's why I improved so quickly. I really have to go and see him. Even now, Lin Fei did not think that he would be able to contend against that ferocious beast of chaos, even if his divine power had reached the great accomplishment stage. He could even kill a divine dragon with a wave of his hand. From the looks of it, the divine dragon was at least at the immortal king level, but it was killed. One could imagine how powerful that Chaos Beast was. Alright, let's go and see that Chaos Beast. The defying space of the 8 holy children was turned over by Lin Fei. Chapter 1001. P.S. Thanks to ordinary stranger Yongbin 69, for the tip. You're saying that junior brother Lin Fei beat up the Dark Saint and the other 7 saints and stole all their treasures? On a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, Vice Dean Qingmu was shocked when he heard the news. This was completely within his expectations. Yes, it spread throughout the entire academy. Vice Dean Qingmu sent them away. I told you that Lin Fei is young and impetuous. It's inevitable that he would find someone to vent his anger on. The North Dark Saint and the others are really bold. They deserve to be punished. Before Vice Dean Qingmu left, he was still worried that the actions of the higher-ups would arouse Lin Fei's disgust. If a person could not vent their anger, that would be terrifying. He had been worried that Lin Fei would go overboard, but the moment he turned around and left, Lin Fei would make a move. There's a Vice Dean behind the North Dark Saint and the others. This matter must be dealt with. Vice Dean Qingmu thought for a moment, tore open the void and walked out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye he arrived at another mountain. Dean, you must avenge us. The North Dark Saint was crying. That Lin Fei is too arrogant. We originally went to congratulate junior brother Lin Fei, but we never expected him to be so vicious. Not only did he attack us, but he also stole our treasures, causing us to suffer a great loss. The enlightening Holy Sun had an aggrieved expression. The 8 saints each complained to a middle-aged man in front of them. Aggrieved, really too aggrieved. Before going into seclusion, they couldn't help but complain about Lin Fei's evil deeds. Otherwise, how could they survive in the academy in the future? No matter where they went, there would always be people pointing fingers at them. Vice Dean Qingmu, what brings you here? The middle-aged man stood up and looked at the sky. The North Dark Saint and the others were shocked when they saw Vice Dean Qingmu, and they hurriedly greeted him. Vice Dean of Mount June, you don't come without a reason. Vice Principal Qingmu nodded to them. In truth, I came here for junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. I heard that he did something extraordinary just now, so I came to find out more about it. The expressions of the North Dark Saint's son and the others instantly changed. They had just been humiliated by Lin Fei, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. In the blink of an eye, Vice Dean Qingmu had come. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Although Vice Dean Qingmu did not blame them, the North Sea Saint and the others knew that they were here for them. The status of Mount June's Vice Dean was the same as that of Qingmu's Vice Dean. Divine Heaven Academy had a total of 6 deans, 1 principal and 5 vice deans. Vice Headmaster Qingmu's words made the Junshan Vice Headmaster unhappy. The 8 saints were all injured and their vitality was greatly damaged. All their treasures had been taken away, which had a great impact on their strength. He had to punish Lin Fei. Vice Dean Greenwood, could it be that you think that Lin Fei is not responsible for attacking the North Dark Holy Sun and the others? The North Dark Holy Sun and the others are all the saints of the academy. They are important targets for training, but look at what Lin Fei has done. Vice Dean Qingmu did not need to look to know. He sneered. Junshan, you and I are both deans. We should know the decision of the higher-ups. What do you think will happen if the higher-ups find out that the North Dark Holy Sun and the others are here? Vice Dean Qingmu had access to news from the higher-ups. When he heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched. He had overlooked one thing from the beginning. Before this matter came to a conclusion, no one dared to do anything to Lin Fei. That Lin Fei can't use this to run amok. Vice Dean Qingmu said. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill so that you don't get caught up in it. As for whether you listen or not, that's your business. Goodbye. Before leaving, his gaze swept over the North Dark Holy Sun and the others, sending a chill down their backs. You've gone too far. Vice Dean Qingmu snorted angrily. You bastards, why didn't you go earlier or later? You're just looking for trouble. The North Dark Holy Sun and the others did not understand what was going on. They looked at him with grievance. You guys better recuperate. Put Lin Fei's matter aside for now. Vice Dean Qingmu also knew about that matter. As for Lin Fei as the Vice Dean, I will naturally stand up for you guys. On the other side, Lin Fei did not know that the North Dark Holy Sun and the others had complained. After leaving Invincible Peak, he arrived at a valley in a few breaths' time. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're here. The last time he came, Lin Fei was still in the Shen Immortal realm. But this time around he was already a perfected Golden Immortal with monstrous battle prowess. The 2 perfected Golden Immortal monarchs that were stationed there personally came up to him and were extremely courteous. Lin Fei nodded and walked into the valley. When he saw the palace, someone was already there to welcome him. Junior brother Lin Fei. The person who came to welcome him was Attendant Zhang. When he received the news outside, he was shocked on the spot. Everyone in the school knew what the name Lin Fei represented. He was a peerless monster who could kill a heaven-stage immortal king. Attendant Zhang, I want to go to the heaven-defying space. Please open it for me. Lin Fei took out the token. It's no trouble at all. Administrator Zhang still remembered what happened last time like it was yesterday. After not seeing Lin Fei for 3 days, he had a whole new level of respect for him. Lin Fei's growth was too terrifying. By the way, Attendant Zhang, have there been any changes in the heaven-defying space recently? Changes? No. Attendant Zhang did not understand but still answered. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about this heaven-defying space. What secrets were hidden in it? The array was opened and Lin Fei entered the heaven-defying space once again. Just like before, Lin Fei appeared on a platform. Chaotic chi lingered around him, and it did not decrease in the slightest. Okay, I couldn't get out last time. Now that I've cultivated the invincible golden body and the heavenly demon divine body, my defense has improved again. I can investigate this place now. The heavenly demon divine body that he got from the heavenly wolf immortal king, despite the other party's dirty tricks, was easily recovered by the powerful system. Open. Lin Fei used his palm as a knife and slashed out. The chaotic chi that he could not pass through before was split into 2, creating a passage. What a strong pressure. Lin Fei walked out of the platform and a terrifying pressure followed. It was the divine power of millions of dragons. So that's what happened, no wonder you had to open a platform. He continued to fly forward and the pressure of the space kept increasing. From the original millions of dragons, it reached 20 to 30 million in the blink of an eye. If one's physical body was weak, even 100 lives would be useless. It was still a white blur in front of him, filled with large amounts of chaotic chi. It was endless and he could not see the end. Lin Fei kept using his divine power to slash the chaotic chi, or else he would not be able to move an inch. Wave after wave of space pressure kept increasing, and it was really going to crush him. What is this place? It's so scary. He could not fly in the chaotic chi and he could only walk step by step. Fortunately, he had enough time this time and he was not afraid of wasting time. A month later, Lin Fei walked 5 million miles. Half a year later, Lin Fei walked 5 million miles. Under normal circumstances, a distance of 50 million miles was nothing to him. Walking 5 million miles in half a year might be a huge achievement in the eyes of others, but it was nothing to Lin Fei. Compared to the Chaos Beast, it was a far cry. The Chaos Beast came and went like the wind. It was 1,000,000 feet tall, and it withstood the pressure of space. With its large size, it was even more difficult to move. 90 million dragon divine power. Lin Fei carefully took a step forward. The pressure from the surrounding space seemed like it was going to crush him. In half a year, he went from a few million dragon divine power to the current 90 million dragon divine power. Even a heaven-ranked immortal king would have to surrender in the face of such power. Open for this, daddy. Lin Fei held the heaven-shaking godly axe in his hand, and an axe light slashed out. Amidst the boundless chaotic chi, a passageway was rapidly torn open. Go, 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 invincible golden body was pushed to the limits. The heaven-shaking godly axe continuously slashed open the surrounding space pressure, and loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Poo, piu, piuk. When the space pressure reached 100 million dragon divine power, Lin Fei started to vomit blood, and cracks started to appear on his invincible golden body. Go, go, go. Lin Fei was not willing to stop here. He wanted to know where his limit was. This place was mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Fei coughed blood as he walked, and his invincible golden body started to be damaged. Dense cracks appeared and his body seemed like it would explode at any time. After cultivating the heavenly Fei divine body, my defense can withstand 130 million dragon divine power. At this level, Lin Fei's divine body was in a state of collapse. If he continued forward, it would definitely collapse. Lin Fei knew that in half a year, the distance he walked was only the distance of a flute. In this heaven-defying space, he was still limited to a certain place. He was very depressed. There are indeed places in the boundless world that I cannot see through. Just this heaven-defying space is enough to give me a headache. Lin Fei shook his head and was about to give up and continue forward. Someone is absorbing the chaotic chi? In the chaotic chi there was a slight movement, and Lin Fei immediately noticed it. After observing for a while, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. To his left, someone was absorbing the chaotic chi. Could it be someone from my academy? The immense pressure of the space made Lin Fei want to rest for a while, and he walked in the direction of the movement. One day later, Lin Fei walked to the place where the movement was coming from. It was also a platform. On the platform, a young man was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the chaotic chi. The movement was far less than what Lin Fei had done in the past, but it still created a whirlpool in front of him. It's not someone from the academy. In the chaotic chi, a pair of eyes landed on that young man, but did not see the Academy emblem hanging on his chest. Could it be that this heaven-defying space is not just someone from the Academy? There are other people cultivating inside? For some reason, such a thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Ha ha, I have finally broken through to the Earth-rank Immortal King realm. Boom boom boom. On the platform that young man stood up and like a giant he threw his head back and laughed. The surrounding chaotic chi exploded, and a terrifying aura crushed the chaotic chi. A peerless expert with combat strength comparable to a heaven-rank Immortal King? Chapter 1002. The Against the Heaven space was extremely mysterious. Originally he wanted to look for chaotic beasts, but he encountered another heavenly platform. This made him realize that there might be a big secret in the Against the Heaven space. Should I capture him and interrogate him? No matter who the heavenly platform belonged to, Lin Fei thought that he had torn open a layer of mysterious veil in the Against the Heaven space. Perhaps the secret would continue to be revealed to him. Open. Lin Fei split open the chaotic energy and strode towards the heavenly platform. The chaotic energy created a path and the heavenly platform gradually appeared in front of him. The guy who had just advanced to the Earth stage was shocked when he saw an immortal walking towards him. Obviously he couldn't digest the news, but when he saw the opponent's realm, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How is this possible? A perfected golden immortal can walk outside? Outside the heavenly platform, there was a terrifying existence. Even they didn't dare to go out casually. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Fei didn't say anything. He slashed at the heavenly platform with his palm. The blade light landed on the heavenly platform's restriction, causing the heavenly platform to shake and ripple. Bang bang bang, the palm blade kept landing on the restriction, creating ripples. After swinging his saber countless times, Lin Fei blasted open the other party's restriction with one saber strike and charged in. You're courting death. Yaden was a genius disciple of a big sect. When he saw the intruder, he immediately made a hand seal. It was his seal of life and death. Inside the Against the Heaven space, Yaden's celestial king cultivated as usual. He didn't show any mercy. Bang! The seal of life and death descended from the sky. The word, die, struck the opponent's body and sank into his body. Haha, no matter who you are, you'll die today after being hit by my seal of life and death. No one understood his seal of life and death better than him. No matter how this person came here, he had to pay the price for barging in. Are you talking about this? Yaden looked at the black-clothed man. His body shook and the void exploded. The word, die, flew out, shattering in front of him. A blade light slashed down from the opponent's hand. How is this possible? This is my seal of life and death and you actually forced it out. Yaden was shocked. Seeing the saber slash down, he once again used the seal of life and death to meet it. The left side had the word life, and the right side had the word death. The two merged together and their power increased greatly. He did not believe that the other party could block his seal of life and death. Bang! The saber slashed down on the seal of life and death, and the terrifying power kept vibrating. Yaden coughed up blood. The seal of life and death shattered in front of him. Following that, another blade light slashed down, causing the void to collapse. The blade slashed his body, sending him flying. His body cracked and looked like it was going to shatter in the next second. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly and throw my life away for nothing. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Yaden was on guard. He did not know where this person in front of him came from, but he was terrifyingly powerful. He had broken his seal of life and death with a single saber strike. This saber strike did not contain any laws, it only contained the absolute power to break through heaven and earth. Whoosh! Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed down. No matter how Yaden was on guard, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He could smell the scent of death. What do I ask? Answer or else die. Yaden's limbs were numb, and his chi and blood were surging. His body felt like it was going to explode. A terrifying power flowed in his body, and even the power of laws couldn't suppress it. The other party could kill him with a single thought. Which sect are you from? Even though the other party's strength had reached the level of a heaven stage immortal king, Lin Fei's divine force had reached the limit. When he used the divine force runes to attack, he had reached the point of perfection. How could the other party block him? I'm from the Origin Returning sect. Yaden didn't dare to fight head-on. He hoped that the other party would be frightened by the sect. Unfortunately, the other party didn't show any changes. Yaden's heart sank. As for teleporting back, he didn't dare to have this thought. Origin Returning sect? Lin Fei remembered that there was such a sect. In the great metropolis realm, it could be ranked as a first-rate sect. The sect master was even a pseudo-heavenly emperor. Lin Fei asked questions one by one. Only then did he learn that this heaven-defying space had existed for a long time. As for how it had appeared, they didn't know either. They only knew that the heaven-defying space had been created by their sect's ancestor. After asking for a while, Lin Fei didn't get any useful information. However, he knew that there were many disciples of the origin returning sect cultivating nearby. Another important piece of information was that many sects had heavenly platforms in the heaven-defying space. So this heaven-defying space is for public use. Lin Fei seemed to understand. In other words, if the experts of the origin returning sect could be here, then other experts could also be here. Do you know the location of the Netherworld Palace? Yaden's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He lowered his head and looked very sullen. I don't know, I really don't know. After a long time, Yaden didn't see anyone. He carefully raised his head and saw that the young man in black had disappeared. He was sitting paralyzed on the ground. What a terrifying guy. It's not that I haven't seen a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven, but a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven can break my seal of life and death. Who is this guy? At this time Lin Fei left the heavenly platform. After learning some information and his own guesses, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the heaven-defying space. Lin Fei had an idea. His main purpose was to find the primordial chaos beast. In the meantime he could make a move on the geniuses of the Netherworld Palace. Sooner or later he would make a move. Since he met him, why not collect some interest? The heaven-defying space was very big. Lin Fei didn't know where the Netherworld Palace was, but it didn't matter. With the help of the system, he searched for people nearby and found his way to the Netherworld Palace. The geniuses in the heaven-defying space were very strong. Unfortunately, they were on a heavenly platform and were in a restricted state. They were no match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't kill them. He just robbed them of their belongings. One heavenly platform after another was taken by Lin Fei. Unfortunately, they didn't know the specific location of the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei wasn't discouraged. He had plenty of time. A month here was 10 years outside. It was only a matter of time before he found the Netherworld Palace. Boom. On another heavenly platform in the heaven-defying space. Surging divine power shot out and crashed into the heavenly platform's restriction. A black-clothed man raised his blade and slashed down. Rays of blade light containing terrifying divine power slashed on a middle-aged man, causing him to vomit blood. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Stop fighting. The middle-aged man had a shield in front of him. It was covered in cracks like a spider web. His eyes were filled with pain. He didn't know how this person appeared. This person's combat strength was terrifying. Plus, he was restricted on the heavenly platform. Hand over your treasures. Lin Fei was used to it. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't hand it over. He obtained another storage ring with many treasures inside. Do you know where the Netherworld Palace is? The middle-aged man was covered in cold sweat. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes. You're an enemy of the Netherworld Palace? Why are you looking for them? Chapter 1003. I finally found it. My 1 month of hard work wasn't in vain. A month later, a black-clothed man walked out from the vast expanse of chaotic chi. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on a rooftop in the depths of the void. This black-clothed man was of course Lin Fei. Ever since a month ago he had barely gotten a direction from an immortal king. It took him a whole month to find the cultivation area of the Nether Palace. Within the primal chaos chi, numerous vortexes of primal chaos chi turned into huge black holes that continuously absorbed the primal chaos chi. There were at least 100 of these vortexes. From this, it could be seen that their cultivation aptitude was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, they would be able to create such vortexes. The Nether Palace is indeed one of the top 10 forces. The geniuses cultivating in the heaven-defying space are far better than the other sections. The chaotic chi whirlpools they produced are 10 times more than the others. Only a few people can compete with them. After spending more than a month searching for the whereabouts of the Nether Palace, Lin Fei was in a good state of mind. Even if he encountered the attacks of the chaotic beast, he would still be safe. Nether Palace, I'll make you vomit blood this time. Lin Fei's eyes emitted a cold light as he walked toward the nearest platform. The chaotic chi constantly flowed around him and finally rushed into the chaotic chi whirlpool. Who's spying on me? A middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on the rooftop suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he looked at the chaotic chi. It must be the chaotic beast. Once I have the power to resist the pressure of the space, I'll kill them all. As the middle-aged man closed his eyes and continued to absorb the chaotic chi, the formation on the rooftop exploded. The chaotic chi also exploded and a black-clothed man rushed in. Fantion seal. A huge seal smashed down from the sky, turning into a boundless mountain that covered the entire rooftop, not leaving a single corner open. Who's sneak attacking me? The middle-aged man's eyes emitted a cold light that collided with the seal. The seal didn't stop and smashed into the middle-aged man, causing the entire platform to shake. Who's sneak attacking me? With a rumble, the Fantion seal fell through the air and crashed down again. Bang bang bang, the Fantion seal had become a terrifying existence. Every time it smashed down, it shook the huge rooftop as if it was going to collapse at any moment. After more than 10 attacks, the arrogant and domineering voice gradually weakened until it completely stopped breathing. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away the storage ring. Then, with a wave of heavenly flame, he burned the corpse cleanly, leaving no trace behind. This is the first one. Licking the corner of his lips, he charged toward the second genius from the Nether Palace. The area of the rooftop was too small. Lin Fei's first move was the Fantion seal, which reduced the area infinitely. He didn't even need to do much to kill his opponent. After killing 5 geniuses from the Netherworld Palace, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. The 6th genius from the Netherworld Palace was a heaven-rank immortal king. When Lin Fei took out the Fantion seal, he sensed it and blasted a strike towards the location where Lin Fei appeared. Who are you? How can you come here? This genius was a heaven-rank immortal king. He was shocked by the person who appeared out of nowhere. Then he was attacked by a vast sea of divine power, wave after wave, as if he was going to be drowned in it. Lin Fei relied on the invincible golden body and the Fantion seal to fight head-on. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he killed the heaven-rank immortal king. A heaven-rank immortal king is a good training target. Killing 10 or 20 heaven-rank immortal kings should be enough to make your hearts ache, right? After a bloody battle, Lin Fei killed the heaven-rank immortal king and went to the next genius from the Netherworld Palace. Almost all the geniuses who could cultivate in the heaven-defying space were heaven-rank immortal kings. At the very least, they were earth-rank Great Circle immortal kings. Their battle prowess was comparable to a heaven-rank immortal king. At this time, in a boundless mountain range, a gigantic black palace towered over the mountain range like a colossus, suppressing the entire mountain range. Heaven-defying treasure palace, these 4 words were written in flamboyant calligraphy, expressing its boundless charm. Have you heard? Our people were defeated by a kid from the Holy Heaven Academy. I heard about this too. Elder Mod personally led a team, but all of them died outside. Our Netherworld Palace was mocked because of this. Inside the heaven-defying treasure palace, 2 middle-aged men were discussing in low voices. I know, our Netherworld Palace is one of the top 10 forces, but we couldn't even take down a brat. Instead we failed miserably. Fortunately he died. Otherwise, let's see how he would survive in the future. These 2 middle-aged men were heaven-rank immortal kings, responsible for guarding the heaven-defying treasure palace. Usually when they had nothing to do they liked to chat. The most humiliating thing that happened to the Netherworld Palace recently was that they were defeated in the Central Sanctuary. In private, many elders would talk about it. Elder Mod led 3 heaven-rank immortal kings and a group of earth-rank immortal kings, but all of them died in the Central Sanctuary. Not only that, but it also boosted Lin Fei's reputation. At the mention of Lin Fei they were angry. If they were allowed to make a move, they would not let a puny Lin Fei escape. Elder Song, Elder Gao, something bad has happened. Just as the 2 elders were exchanging words, an earth-ranked immortal king disciple ran up to them in a panic. Little Mu, you are an earth-rank immortal king, 1 step away from becoming a heaven-rank immortal king. What is making you so flustered? Elder Song scolded. Elder Song, something happened in the heaven-defying treasure palace. The disciples who went to cultivate in seclusion died one after another. So far we have lost contact with 32 senior brothers. Elder Song and Elder Gao's expressions changed. They exchanged a glance and disappeared in front of them. In the heaven-defying treasure palace, there were hundreds of black columns. Most of them had lost their color and were deathly white. The black columns were very eye-catching. Oh no, it's senior brother Tian Fei's. There were many disciples in the vicinity of the main hall. When one of the black pillars turned ashen white, they immediately screamed, their eyes filled with fear. The heaven-defying treasure palace was nurturing the Netherworld Palace. Whenever someone entered the heaven-defying treasure palace, one of the black columns would light up. If no one was there, the black column would turn grayish-white. The disciples of the Netherworld Palace gasped again when one of the black columns turned grayish-white. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they had lost 2 senior brothers. Heavens, another senior brother has fallen. Who can tell me what happened in there? Why is this happening? This situation had never happened before. It was completely beyond their imagination. The qualification to enter the heaven-defying space was a very strict matter in the Netherworld Palace. Those who weren't truly capable didn't even need to consider it. Those who could cultivate in the heaven-defying space were, without exception, powerful senior brothers with true strength and reputation. The elders are here. Elder Song and Elder Gao appeared at the same time. Hearing that the heaven-defying treasure palace had changed, the 2 of them scanned it with their divine sense and broke out in a cold sweat. The black columns had turned grayish-white. It was not normal for a black column to turn grayish-white without any warning. How can this be? The 2 of them saw that one of the black columns had turned grayish-white. Isn't this junior brother Tian Li's platform? He is a peak early-stage heaven-ranked immortal king. How can he die? When the 2 elders saw this scene, their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. For example, the disciple in front of them was someone they recognized. He was the personal disciple of an elder, and his strength was extremely powerful, almost on par with them. But he disappeared just like that? The loss of a genius in the heaven-defying treasure palace had a great impact on the Netherworld Palace. Now, more than 30 geniuses had been lost in front of them. Whoosh, the 2 elders did not dare to stay any longer. They each entered an empty rooftop to check the situation inside. Not long after, the 2 of them came out with even worse expressions. Something happened. I couldn't see anyone on the rooftop I was at just now. There were traces of a battle inside. Could it be a chaos beast that broke the restrictions? After understanding the situation, the 2 of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They saw more than 10 black columns had turned grayish-white. Quick, inform the elders. There was nothing they could do in such a situation. As the elders of the Netherworld Palace, they had some understanding of the heaven-defying treasure palace. It was a terrifying place full of dangers. In just half a day they had lost almost 50 genius disciples. They could not accept such a huge price. Not long after, 3 elders with powerful auras walked out of the void. They were imposing without being angry. Everyone felt suffocated. Who did this? The 3 powerful elders' faces changed when they saw the changes in the black columns. They looked at Elder Gao and Elder Song with sharp eyes. The 2 elders trembled in fear when they heard the cold snort. As heaven-ranked immortal kings, Elder Gao and Elder Song were nothing. They could be killed with a flick of their fingers. Elder, we suspect that it was a powerful chaotic demonic beast that broke through the formation and attacked our people. This was the only explanation they could come up with. A powerful chaos beast? That's impossible. All the powerful chaos beasts near the heaven-defying treasure palace have been killed. How could there be a chaos beast? The 2 powerful elders clearly understood the situation. They exchanged looks and entered the grayish-white columns. They heaved a sigh of relief when the 3 terrifying auras left. The core elders are indeed terrifying. They suppressed us with just their auras. Elder Gao wiped the sweat off his forehead. With the core elders taking action, we don't have to worry anymore. In the heaven-defying treasure palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 core elders appeared. They each came out from a rooftop and gathered together. The pressure from the space was blocked by them. It's an expert who specializes in divine power. Take action. A red-browed immortal king said. Chapter 1004. Boom, boom, boom. On a platform in the depths of the chaotic chi, a handsome young man spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. In front of him was another young man with a fist as heavy as Mount Tai, causing ripples to form on the sturdy restriction array. I'm from the Netherworld Palace, you can't kill me. The handsome young man let out a cry of despair as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing his entire body to explode into pieces. The platform became completely silent. This heaven-stage celestial king is really not easy to deal with. Fortunately, I'm limited to this platform. If I were in another place, it would be really difficult to kill him if he wanted to escape. Lin Fei panted heavily. This was a heaven-stage celestial king who could reach the mid-level. Whether it was in terms of physique or strength, he had a huge advantage. Whooshed in a breath's time, the wounds on his body began to heal. The invincible golden body divine body possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Even though Lin Fei's divine body was in tatters, he still managed to kill the other party. Good heavens, a top-grade sacred artifact. After checking, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. So far, out of all the heaven-ranked immortal kings he had killed, this was the one with the most wealth. In order to upgrade the Pantheon Seal and the sky-shaking divine axe to celestial artifact, he had to continuously integrate a top-grade sacred artifact. A top-grade sacred artifact had extraordinary power, so it was naturally a good thing in Lin Fei's eyes. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei calmed down. Two beams of cold light shot out from the chaotic chi and slashed at his body, leaving behind 2 wounds. His powerful invincible golden body was injured by 2 powerful saber lights condensed from the power of the law. So, it's you, Lin Fei, who killed our elder Mod. Boom. A core elder walked out from the left. His anger soared to the heavens, and the primal chaos energy in the surrounding area exploded. Lin Fei's heart moved and his injuries recovered to normal. He was surprisingly calm and laughed. You're knowledgeable. I am Lin Fei. How is it? Are you very angry? Your Netherworld Palace's Bulsh *T genius disciple was still killed by me. Boom. Boom. Another 2 core elders walked out. A powerful aura locked onto Lin Fei. The moment they saw Lin Fei, the 3 core elders were shocked. They thought that it was a chaos beast, the strong kind. Who would have thought that it was Lin Fei? In the fight for the Great Emperor's Key, the Netherworld Palace lost 4 heaven-rank immortal kings and became a joke. The elders of the Nether Palace gnashed their teeth in anger at Lin Fei. A fellow that no one took seriously, who possessed great luck and precious treasures, was so young and had such monstrous talent. He had killed 4 heaven-stage immortal kings of the Netherworld Palace with just the cultivation of a perfected golden immortal. Not only that, but now they were attacking the Nether Palace's heaven-defying space. This was a slap to the face. Their only question now was, how did Lin Fei get here? Elder Ming, suppress him first. Although the 3 core elders had no idea how Lin Fei had appeared, just the fact that he had killed the genius disciples in the heaven-defying space was enough for them to capture him. Nether Ghost Claw. The first core elder to come out was Elder Ming. His hand that was as thin as a stick made a grabbing motion, and a sinister wind blew, tearing apart the chaotic energy. A ghostly claw stretched out from the sky. The appearance of the 3 core elders made Lin Fei feel the pressure. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Open. Lin Fei raised the sky-shaking divine axe in his hand and sent out a light shadow to meet the Nether Ghost Claw. The sky-flipping seal flew out and smashed towards one of the core elders. He used the sacred dragon step and appeared in front of one of the core elders. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared and he attacked the core elder. As they fought, Lin Fei learned how to seize opportunities. The 3 core elders were filled with cold killing intent. They had never seen a weak existence dare to attack them at the same time. Bang! The Nether Ghost Claw was shattered by the axe and reformed. Elder Ming's expression changed slightly. He was shocked. Monster, this guy is a monster. How can he block this old man's claw? No matter how much the outside world talked about Lin Fei, the core elders didn't believe it. It was nothing more than an exaggeration. With a single strike, Elder Ming's expression changed from disdain to trepidation, as well as unconcealable killing intent. Lin Fei truly had such strength. Careful. The Pantheon Seal was a peak-grade saint artifact. It could be said to have surpassed this level. That core elder, Elder Sky, felt a dangerous aura. 4 holy light plates flew out and collided with the Pantheon Seal. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and the primal chaos chi was shattered. It didn't shatter? The 4 holy light plates were enough to show how strong the opponent was. But now, a saint artifact was able to block the attack. Open for this old man. Swish swish swish, the 4 holy light plates shook and transformed into 4 incarnations. They were actually 4 heaven-ranked immortal kings. The power of laws blasted onto the Pantheon Seal. The Pantheon Seal that was suppressing thousands of things started to tremble as the gravity around it started to collapse. Little bastard, this saint artifact of yours isn't bad. Sadly, it can't suppress this old man. Lin Fei had never tried to use the Pantheon Seal to suppress a mid-stage heaven-ranked immortal king. Moreover, it was a core elder who had refined 4 types of laws. He was merely trying to block his opponent. Lin Fei, you are truly a demon-level genius. If you were alone today, you might have been able to escape. Sadly, 3 of us core elders are here. You are destined to find it hard to escape even if you grow wings. The other core elder, Elder Yun, who was in the midst of the torrential attacks, also had 4 holy light plates in front of him. They were unceasingly dissipating the power of Lin Fei's attacks as a nonchalant smile appeared on his face. Eternal Instant. The wind from his fist changed as the Eternal Instant was blasted out from Lin Fei's hands. An eternal holy energy instantly enveloped the core elder. The strength of this core elder was simply too strong. Even though this was the ultimate art of an eternal emperor, Lin Fei's cultivation base was too low. He had no way to fully utilize it. Aha, it's useless. The eternal holy energy enveloped him. Elder Yun laughed loudly. This kind of enveloping energy was too weak. It was basically unable to truly confine him. At most, it would only slow him down. That might not be the case. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, forming a smile. Body burst art. A holy and pure aura, like a sheet of silver light, was released from Lin Fei's right hand. Elder Yun sensed a wave of danger. He saw Lin Fei's fist directly breaking through the heavens. Bang bang bang, the 4 holy light plates couldn't block Lin Fei's fist and were sent flying one after another. The terrifying fist pierced through the air and landed on Elder Yun's body, piercing through his entire chest. His flesh was badly mangled, and the terrifying energy exploded from within. A core elder had fallen just like that. Lin Fei turned back, his eyes cold. He had finally gotten rid of one of the core elders, alleviating the huge pressure on him. Today all of you will die. After getting rid of a core elder, Lin Fei rushed towards Elder Ming. With the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, he chopped down towards Elder Ming. The primal chaos aura exploded into dust. Split the heavens. Chapter 1005. Elder Yun was suddenly killed by Lin Fei, and the 2 core elders could not react in time. They were completely enraged. From the beginning, when they discovered that Lin Fei had brutally killed the genius disciple of the Netherworld Palace, they had the same idea: to suppress him first and capture him on the spot, which was equivalent to making a great contribution. There was not much meaning in killing him. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would display such extraordinary strength, especially the last punch, which sent the holy light plate flying and blasted Elder Yun into pieces. Elder Ming and Elder Tian could not believe this scene. A small mistake had cost them a core elder. Bang bang bang, Fantian's seal was finally blasted away by Elder Tian's attack. He regained his freedom and strode into the Grand Lotus. Elder Ming, control the Heaven Mirror Lotus well. I will go and take down Lin Fei. This brat is too despicable. Even Elder Yun was killed by him. The Heaven Mirror Lotus was one of Elder Ming's supreme-grade sacred tools. In order to refine this sacred tool, he had spent a total of 3,000 years. It was the strongest treasure in his possession. Wah wah wah, wah wah wah. Inside the lotus, the black torrent rushed out. Under the scouring of the torrent, Lin Fei's invincible golden body was covered with densely packed marks. It was a ghastly sight. This is the Netherworld holy water. It is specially used to corrode the human body. Anyone who comes in here will definitely turn into a pile of bones. Being in the black torrent, Lin Fei immediately recognized it. This was not an ordinary thing. It was the sinister and vicious Netherworld holy water. In such a huge space, the black torrent was like a ferocious tiger constantly rushing over. Even with Lin Fei's powerful invincible golden body, he could still feel the danger it brought. Fortunately, I killed an expert. I didn't expect them to detect it so quickly and send out 3 heaven stage intermediate immortal kings. Otherwise, if I was delayed, it would be big trouble. Shio shio shio, black saber lights flew out from the black torrent. They were thousands of feet long. Thousands of saber lights slashed down at Lin Fei. Lin Fei held the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, and with his body as the center, he unceasingly shattered the blade light. The blade light formed from the Netherworld holy water was exceptionally terrifying, and every time it smashed down, the power reached tens of millions of dragon god power. Once it was destroyed, it gathered again unceasingly. This was to completely exhaust Lin Fei inside. Immortal binding rope. A core elder walked out from the torrent. It was Elder Tian. He took out a saint tool and turned into a jingguang, charging towards Lin Fei. This is a divine tool for binding people. Xiaoqun walked the path of strength. He did not need to care about other holy tools. However, ropes and other holy tools would bring with them immense pressure. Once he was trapped, his strength would be limited. Xiao xiao xiong, with the divine saber in hand, Lin Fei slashed at the rope. The jingguang formed from the immortal binding rope was extremely agile, dodging the saber lights. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was trapped. Expand. The invincible golden body contained several body-refining techniques. Lin Fei's body shook and he turned into a giant. The immortal binding rope was also terrifying. As it expanded, he was unable to break free. Elder Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei, you don't need to struggle. This is one of my treasures called the immortal binding rope. Once you are trapped, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can forget about breaking free. An inconspicuous Lin Fei killed one of their core elders. Even though they had tied up Lin Fei, Elder Tian still had a stomach full of anger. Very quickly, Elder Tian sensed that something was wrong. Why did Lin Fei stop struggling? Gotcha. A dangerous aura came and Elder Tian dodged. Even so, he lost an arm. Fresh blood flowed and his face was full of shock. How did my arm break? At their realm, their physical bodies were incomparably strong. Ordinary opponents would not be able to break through their defense. But just now he fell into the opponent's trap and lost an arm. Gotcha, another dangerous aura came from the void. Elder Tian was a mid-level heaven stage immortal king. He took out 4 big plates of holy light and turned them into 4 incarnations, forming a formation to protect himself. Gotcha. A Jingguang arrived in front of him and one of the incarnations was split into 2. Elder Tian vomited blood and was completely moved. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at the torrent of void. Clang 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 sounds came from the void. Elder Tian retreated more than 10 steps, and with each step he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the long spear in his hand, it was full of holes and was severely damaged. How is it? Does it feel good? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei broke free. Ah, my celestial binding rope. Elder Tian felt pain again. The celestial binding rope was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. The long spear shook, and the spear light was like stars. In the sky above the torrent, densely packed stars could not be distinguished. He was furious. Gotcha. As soon as Elder Tian attacked, another incarnation met with misfortune, and its vitality was greatly injured. Swish, swish, swished with the heaven-shaking divine axe in his hand, Lin Fei turned into a tall giant. The heaven-shaking divine axe expanded, and with a swing of the axe, divine power turned into a torrent, and swept away the stars in the sky. Bang bang bang, Elder Tian's strength was more terrifying than Lin Fei's. The stars shone brightly and he crushed all the way. However, Lin Fei's divine power torrent was not just for show. It was continuous and it rushed forward. The first wave was crushed and the second wave immediately followed. Even though Elder Tian's spear art was amazing, he could not do anything to Lin Fei. Even if his attacks landed on the kid, most of the force was removed, and it could not be considered as damage. Sigh, you people from the Netherworld Palace only have the ability to bully children. There were countless wounds on Lin Fei's body. None of them were fatal and it was not particularly strenuous. But Elder Tian was different. As a dignified mid-level heaven stage immortal king, every spear attack that could kill the opponent could not do anything to him. Gotcha, the other 2 incarnations were heavily injured, and Elder Tian could not detect the opponent's traces. He had no choice but to withdraw the incarnation formed by the holy light plate. If this continued, even the laws would be affected. With this withdrawal, a terrifying and dangerous aura descended from the sky again, and the long spear in his hand broke into 2 pieces. Spatial distortion. A large area of space collapsed, and Elder Tian's powerful physical body also felt great pressure. Like a meteor, Lin Fei appeared in front of Elder Tian. Elder Tian's eyebrows twitched, but he was unable to stop Lin Fei in time. Lin Fei's punch, which was imbued with silver light, landed on his chest. Celestial artifact, you actually have a celestial artifact. Elder Tian watched helplessly as his body was penetrated. After that, he saw another pair of golden scissors landing on Lin Fei's body, aiming at him. Beams of light and shadows appeared, cutting him into pieces. The black torrent gushed over, turning him into white bones. Huff, Lin Fei panted heavily. In order to deal with this core elder, he had consumed a large amount of divine power. Fortunately, I had the death incarnation to sneak attack, and I had a low-grade celestial artifact in hand so I could kill him. A mid-level heaven stage immortal king was still under great pressure. The first core elder completely relied on his celestial artifact right hand to break through everything violently to kill his opponent. There's only one left. The black netherworld holy water turned into a torrent, and kept washing his divine body. Lin Fei did not dare to stay for too long. Explode. The demon god punched deep into the torrent, and a silver light sprinkled down. The netherworld holy water exploded, but it was still much weaker in front of the celestial artifact. Elder Tian should be able to suppress that brat Lin Fei, right? In the heaven-defying space, Elder Ming activated the Heaven Mirror Lotus, and used the netherworld holy water. Once an ordinary immortal king was in the celestial artifact, he would definitely turn into a pile of white bones. There had never been any accidents. Elder Ming used the celestial artifact to make Lin Fei suffer. Elder Ming's eyes changed and the huge black lotus began to shake. What's going on? Just as he was about to check, a divine hand broke out of the lotus, and then a young man rushed out, and a large amount of netherworld holy water washed out. Fanteon seal. The Fanteon seal which was sent flying was full of cracks, but it was not too serious. It turned into a huge mountain and pressed down. Elder Ming's eyes widened, and a large plate of holy light behind him turned into a scimitar. He slashed the mountain and instantly the sky fell and the earth cracked. He did not expect that Lin Fei could come out from inside. How could you come out? Where is Elder Tian? Lin Fei turned into a rainbow light and rushed out. He laughed loudly. You are really an idiot. I have come out, so of course I killed the Elder Tian you mentioned. Ah. Impossible. Elder Ming shouted. The three of them were core elders and they had celestial artifacts and treasures. How could they be killed? Lin Fei rushed up, and his godly right hand turned into a silver light that was filled with a holy aura. His fingers were like a mountain and he grabbed at Elder Ming. The flowing chaotic aura stopped. Celestial artifact. This is the aura of a celestial artifact. Elder Ming's reaction was even faster. Under the silver light that was a celestial artifact and it had a different aura. How could he have a celestial artifact? Such a huge question mark, and he did not have time to think about it. Crack. At this moment, another Jingguang flash appeared, and Elder Ming's mind was shaken. Half of his body was cut off, and he did not have time to be vigilant of his surroundings. Half of his body was gone and blood gushed out. In Elder Ming's position, treasures like celestial artifacts were still priceless, and even he could not get his hands on them. But this brat Lin Fei actually had celestial artifacts on him? 3,000 celestial arts, great sacrifice art. Elder Ming shouted, and in the end he went completely crazy. His aura suddenly rose and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose and mouth. In the blink of an eye he was bathed in a bloody light. Shioed 4 wheels of holy light turned into a heaven-stage celestial king, and 4 types of nomological powers attacked Lin Fei from 4 directions. Bang bang bang, 4 types of nomological powers bombarded Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his heads, 3 of his arms, and half of his body were blasted apart. It was a tragic sight to behold. After the sacrifice, Elder Ming's strength rose to a limit, and he was bathed in a bloody light. Lin Fei, you are indeed a person with great luck. For you, this old man used the great sacrifice art. It was all worth it. Elder Ming walked out from the bloody light, and with a slap of his hand, the death incarnation fell out from the chaotic aura. Its entire body was tattered and it was on the verge of collapse. The power of this palm was too strong. After the sacrifice, Elder Ming's strength rose sharply, and he blasted out the death incarnation with a palm. Chapter 1006. Sure enough, another celestial artifact. Elder Ming could not imagine how a brat could have 2 celestial artifacts. Even for an expert of his level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to have a celestial artifact. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. I want both of your celestial artifacts. Elder Ming smashed his palm into the void and shook out the death incarnation. As for why the other party had a complete death incarnation, there was no need to think about it. He could imagine that once he got his hands on 2 celestial artifacts, his strength would skyrocket, and it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak of heaven stage immortal king. These were 2 celestial artifacts. Boom! Elder Ming used the great sacrifice technique and his strength skyrocketed. He smashed his palm down on Lin Fei, and it suddenly turned into a palm of a mountain, tearing the void and shattering the chaotic aura. Bang bang bang, Lin Fei took out the Fanteon seal to block, and with the sky-shaking divine axe in his hand, he instantly chopped out hundreds of light shadows, and his whole body retreated. It's useless, you are destined to be suppressed by me. Hua hua hua. The strength of Elder Ming's palm surpassed 100 million dragon divine power, and reached the level of 300 million dragon divine power. It could be said to be truly destructive, sweeping away everything in the world. Hundreds of light shadows instantly disintegrated, and a dangerous aura shrouded Lin Fei. The invincible golden body could not withstand this terrifying power, and his body suddenly exploded. With one blow, Lin Fei's divine body collapsed. This guy used the great sacrifice technique and his strength skyrocketed. His strength has reached at least 300 million dragon divine power, and it is truly destructive. Lin Fei's invincible golden body could withstand 150 million dragon divine power, and it was at its limit. Under the opponent's palm, under the attack of the 4 incarnations, his body was already on the verge of collapse, and it was not strange for it to collapse under one palm. Admit defeat. Elder Ming smashed Lin Fei with one palm, and strode over, showing the attitude of a victor. He smashed down again and the wind and clouds changed color. He had completely defeated Lin Fei. Bullshit. Deadly golden scissors, Fiend God's right hand. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and activated the two immortal artifacts, which shone with a dazzling light. The silver light and the Jingguang, one at the front and the other at the back, brought with them a terrifying power. With a flick of Elder Ming's finger, a terrifying power turned into a stream of light and struck the golden scissors. It was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away and collided with a large mass of primal chaos chi. Eternal Ksana, 10 times attack. The demon god's right hand turned into a ray of silver light, and a divine and majestic power covered this region. It was one of the Eternal Emperor's most famous techniques. With the eternal energy supporting his body, Elder Ming's body trembled as he regained his freedom. Your realm is too low and you are unable to unleash your true might. Any of your attacks in front of me are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. It's like a joke. He raised his palm and slapped out. A flood of divine might surged forth like a god descending. You are the one who can't even withstand a single blow. Exploding out with 10 times the attack, Lin Fei's chi and blood were rapidly consumed, and his body was covered with cracks. This move originally required the body as the foundation, but his body had been destroyed by someone before, and he was in an injured state, so it affected his body when he used it. The divine power that was originally close to 100 million dragons suddenly erupted, and it was almost 1 billion dragons' divine power. The demon god's right hand jabbed forward, and surging divine power stabbed into Elder Ming's palm. The divine power that was almost 1 billion dragons' divine power, and the majestic divine power completely crushed his opponent's power. Bang! The huge palm was pierced on the spot, and the majestic divine power radiated out, and it completely exploded with a bang. Go to hell. 10 times the attack, majestic divine power, a true ultimate move. Impossible, this palm of mine is the power after I sacrificed it. The total power is at least 500 million dragons' divine power, and it can destroy any existence. Elder Ming was clear about the terror of this palm, but it was blown up by Lin Fei's finger. The whole world seemed to have turned upside down, and it was completely beyond his imagination. The power that he sacrificed was inferior to a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Netherworld Indestructible Fist. A black sacred armor suddenly appeared on Elder Ming's body, and it was a top-grade Netherworld Divine Armor. The sacred armor was densely covered with runes and it was wrapped tightly. A gigantic black creature descended from the sky. It was none other than the Nether Indestructible Fist that Elder Ming had unleashed. It was a nether hell beast that was 100,000 zhang in size. It opened its mouth and bit towards Lin Fei. The power of the sacrifice forced Elder Ming to attack with all his strength, and he was even more afraid of Lin Fei. Bang! Lin Fei also jabbed with his finger and it was earth-shattering. It stabbed into the body of the netherworld hell beast, and 1 billion dragons' divine power crushed it on the spot, and the huge creature shattered inch by inch. How can his power be so strong? Elder Ming was completely crazy. The power of this punch compared to the previous palm was enough to increase to 700 million dragons' divine power. This moment of hesitation allowed Lin Fei's finger to jab over. The 4 incarnations returned to the holy light plate, and the power of laws gathered to form layers of law walls. Bang 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 bang, Elder Ming still underestimated the power of this finger. The 4 holy light plates shattered one after another, and they couldn't hold on for even a second longer. The terrifying finger stabbed into the Netherworld Divine Armor. Bang! The Netherworld Divine Armor released boundless rays of light. The multicolored light was resplendent. A Netherworld Divine Dragon rushed out and exploded on the spot. The Netherworld Divine Armor immediately lost its splendor. Elder Ming was filled with unwillingness as he watched his broken body being crushed into pieces on the spot. The might of this finger was too strong, to the extent that after Elder Ming was killed, it swept through 1,000,000 miles and destroyed 20 to 30 rooftops. The geniuses who were cultivating in seclusion lost their lives and died in an extremely sullen manner. Cough cough cough, Lin Fei's body was bleeding, and the golden invincible divine body was densely covered with cracks, and it could collapse at any time. 10 times the power and my body almost couldn't take it. Fortunately, I didn't use my ultimate power. Don't mention killing people, I would be dead for sure. Ever since his divine power reached the limit, this was the first time Lin Fei had an explosive attack. Keep. At the place where Elder Ming died, only a black holy armor was left, and it lost its color. Lin Fei kept it, and looking at this holy armor he couldn't help but pale. What a strong holy armor to be able to block my finger and not be destroyed. Fortunately, he used the great sacrifice art and his body was in the same state as mine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Lin Fei's guess was indeed correct. The Netherworld Divine Armor on Elder Ming's body was a top-grade holy armor, and it could block the attack of a billion-dragon divine force. Even if a heaven-stage celestial king at the Perfection Realm attacked, it would be difficult to kill him in one move. Unfortunately, Elder Ming used the great sacrifice art, and his body wasn't like usual. Man proposes, God disposes. After killing this powerful core elder, Lin Fei realized that the Netherworld Palace was more terrifying than he had imagined. A heaven-stage celestial king using the great sacrifice art was enough to make him go all out, not to mention the others. My body is still not enough. 10 times the power almost took Lin Fei's life. Chapter 1007. Elder Gao and Elder Song were relieved when the 3 core elders entered the heaven-defying space to look for the culprit. With their strength they could easily deal with any danger. It's been a day. Why haven't the 3 core elders come out yet? Elder Gao frowned. He started to worry for some reason. They had been in the heaven-defying space for a long time. Elder Gao, the 3 core elders are powerful. It's impossible for anything to happen to them. They might come out soon. Elder Song wasn't worried at all. They knew the strength of the Nether Palace's core elders very well. Elder Gao said casually, I hope so. It was rare for geniuses to die in the heaven-defying space. It wasn't normal for geniuses to die one after another. This was a heaven-defying space that belonged to the Nether Palace. Just the name of the Nether Palace was enough to scare people away, not to mention killing people. No one would dare to do that even if they had 100 guts. Oh no, all the geniuses cultivating in seclusion have died. A disciple who was on guard barged in from outside, his face pale with fright. The 2 of them thought that the matter was over. Hearing this, they went to the heaven-defying treasure palace without hesitation. As soon as they appeared, a chill filled the heaven-defying treasure palace. They're all gone. The 2 of them exuded a chilling aura. In the heaven-defying treasure book, the black pillar had turned gray. In other words, all the young geniuses cultivating in seclusion had died. The 2 elders were furious and spat out a mouthful of blood. Something big has happened. The biggest thing in the history of the Nether Palace had happened. The 2 of them didn't dare to make a decision. They immediately reported to the higher-ups. They wouldn't have a good time in the future because of one bad guard. They couldn't figure out why the 3 core elders had gone. Could something have happened to them? They didn't dare to think about it. If the 3 core elders had died, who could have done such a thing? After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. A terrifying aura descended from the sky and enveloped the entire heaven-defying treasure palace. The oppressive aura made it hard for people to breathe. Elder Mu. Elder Gao and Elder Song's foreheads were covered in cold sweat. This person's status was too high. He was the punishment elder of the upper echelons of the Netherworld Palace. In the Netherworld Palace, he truly had the power to decide the life and death of anyone. If they made a grave mistake, he could take them down with a single word. What's going on? Muyun Chenya's eyes were sharp, and his aura was cold. He was expressionless, especially after seeing the grayish-white pillar. We don't know what happened either. The 2 elders could speak ill of the core elders behind their backs, but in front of the higher-level elders, they didn't dare to say anything. The other party's aura scared them to the point that they didn't dare to move. 3 core elders, Elder Yun, Elder Tian, and Elder Ming, they've been inside for a day. Right at this moment, Muyun Chenya's face darkened. Say no more. 3 core elders have fallen. In the next second, Muyun Chenya and the others arrived at the against the natural space. Hua hua hua. Wave after wave of spatial pressure flowed away from both sides as if they had encountered a boulder. A terrifying godly awareness emerged from his body and enveloped the area. His facial expression grew more and more unsightly. All the people of Tiantai were gone, even the 3 core elders were nowhere to be seen. Muyun Chenya took a step forwards, ignoring the spatial pressure. He reappeared millions of miles away and looked at the mountain. The killer is Lin Fei. Lin Fei, how dare you kill the geniuses of our academy as well as 3 core elders and leave your name behind? Boom 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 boom. With every word Muyun Chenya uttered, the towering mountain in front of him exploded. All the chaotic aura within a radius of 10 million miles around him exploded and turned into dust. The core elders behind him lowered their heads, they were furious. Lin Fei. The Lin Fei who had humiliated the Netherworld Palace. Elder Mu, he's just a Daluo golden celestial. How could he travel such a long distance to find us? Asked a core elder. They didn't know how big the against the natural space was. The 10 influential groups had established their own territories in the against the natural space and raised their own geniuses. They never interfered with each other's businesses. The elders had been planning to attack Lin Fei, but something had happened in the against the natural space. How dare he leave a message for them? That was like rubbing salt on the wound. He didn't care about the Netherworld Palace at all. Someone must have told him. No matter who he is, I will find him, said Muyun Qinya coldly. He was the punishment elder and wanted to kill him. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise you'll be punished severely. Let's seal the news. The core elders knew that the punishment elder was angry. Once Muyun was angry, it would be terrifying. Celestial eye. Muyun Qinya drew a line between his eyebrows and a vertical eye appeared. A beam of cold light shot out and a screen appeared in the sky. It was a powerful spell. I wonder what their expressions will be like when they see the words I left behind. In the depths of the chaotic chi, Lin Fei carefully moved forward. After killing all the geniuses, he paid a big price and gained a lot. Before he left, he thought about it again and left that line of words to provoke the people of the Netherworld Palace. Even though killing so many geniuses wouldn't hurt them, it was inevitable that they would suffer a great loss of vitality. Suddenly Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. He looked at the sky and a force enveloped him. An angry vertical eye appeared in the chaotic sky. It was 10,000 zhang wide and eventually turned into a middle-aged man. Fantian Seal. Lin Fei immediately felt his hair stand on end after being stared at like this. Fantian Seal smashed toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes shot 2 beams of cold light at Fantian Seal. Fantian Seal, which he had always been proud of, was instantly penetrated by the 2 beams of cold light. This person is too strong. He must be one of the higher-ups of the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei put away the Fantian Seal. His heart ached. He used the sacred dragon step and evanescent shadow to leave. Little bastard, how dare you kill people of the Netherworld Palace? There will be no place for you in heaven or hell. Muyun Qinya pointed 2 fingers at the void where Lin Fei left. Lin Fei sensed danger. He activated the invincible golden body and half of his body was gone. He couldn't even take a breath. Kid, run. This guy is formed by a celestial king in the perfected heaven realm. The opponent's casual attack had a crushing power that alarmed the black demons in the Senfu. Damn, a celestial king in the perfected heaven realm? Lin Fei didn't expect that he would attract a celestial king in the perfected heaven realm after he killed the opponent's expert. As he spoke, another cold light flashed and an icy voice said, "You can kill 3 core elders, so you have some ability. But in front of me, you're nothing more than a stronger ant." Fight. The opponent was formed by a celestial king, but his strength was terrifying. He destroyed his invincible golden body in one move. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate him. The Godfiend's right hand shone brightly as he met the attack with his palm. Boom. The terrifying force sent Lin Fei flying thousands of miles away. His body was already heavily injured. The cold light flashed and bathed him in a bloody light. So it's a low-grade celestial artifact. I wonder how many times you can block me with your body. Muyun Qinya's eyes were like torches. He could tell that the palm was actually a celestial artifact. It was indeed shocking to refine the palm of his right hand into a celestial artifact. But to him it was just an accident. Damn it, the guy formed by a divine sense has a strength that surpasses 1 billion dragon divine force. As soon as the Godfiend's right hand came into contact with the power, Lin Fei's chi and blood surged. His body collapsed again. The invincible golden body collapsed again. In a short period of time, the invincible golden body crumbled unceasingly. This was the first time since the creation of this body, this was the first time he had suffered such a heavy blow. The strength of this elder from the Netherworld Palace was simply too terrifying, able to kill a heaven-ranked immortal king with a casual strike. The 3 core elders from the Netherworld Palace were nothing compared to him. Swish, swish, swish. Muyun Qinya took a step forward and casually pointed. Cold light shot out in all directions like continuous raindrops. There was great terror in the coldness. Stop struggling, you ant. Every cold light had more than 1 billion dragon divine force. The distance of thousands of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei smelled the scent of death. His eyebrows twitched violently. He had never felt such terror before. Looks like I have to use my strongest divine force to turn the situation around. At worst, I'll die together with him. This high-level elder was too terrifying. Struggle, ant. Any attack is weak in my eyes. Muyun Qinya was the punishment elder. Even though he was formed by a divine ability, he was still incomparably powerful. In Muyun Chenya's eyes, Lin Fei was just a strong ant. He dared to kill all the genius disciples of the Netherworld Palace who were cultivating in the sky-defying dimension. This was an unforgivable crime. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to interrogate Lin Fei, Muyun Chenya would have already killed him. Boom! An unprecedented battle intent erupted from Lin Fei's body. His aura surged like a pillar. Eternal Divine Fist, 50 times attack. Bang! 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 Lin Fei's qi and blood surged and a large amount of blood flowed out. Lin Fei was drowned in the bloody light. Then, a terrifying divine might blasted out from the God Fiend's right hand. I'll destroy this divine ability of yours even if I die. A total of 5 billion dragon divine force. The sky darkened, and the chaotic qi stopped flowing. The cold light that Muyun Chenya shot out all exploded. The two of them were not on the same level. This is your biggest trump card, right? A total of 5 billion dragon divine force erupted from Lin Fei's body. His body cracked inch by inch. It couldn't withstand the strength of the divine force. Boom! Muyun Chenya's palm, which was like an endless mountain, exploded on the spot. 5 billion dragon divine force was not something that a divine ability could withstand. My real body will be here soon. I wonder how many times you can use this attack. The divine ability formed by the vertical eye suddenly shattered. In the sky-defying dimension, a drop of blood flowed out of Muyun Chenya's eyes and landed on his palm. Chapter 1008. Cough 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 coughed in the heaven-defying space. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. A Heaven Realm Full Circle expert is so strong, an avatar formed from a divine ability can burst out with 1 billion dragon divine power, even my invincible golden body is no match for it. Lin Fei panted heavily. He had used a 50-fold burst of power to kill the other party's clone in one fell swoop. He had paid a huge price, especially the invincible golden body which had exploded. Bursting out with 5 billion dragon divine power was not as simple as bursting out with 200 to 300 million dragon divine power. If he was at his peak, Lin Fei would not have to be afraid, he could directly use 50 times the attack, and his injuries would not be as serious as now. Even though he killed the opponent's avatar, Lin Fei still had a solemn face. He knew better than anyone that an avatar was so terrifying, let alone the real body. He was no match for it. The strength of a Heaven Realm Full Circle Immortal King could be imagined. There was a huge gap between the two. Lin Fei forced himself to remain calm. Even if it was a Heaven Realm Full Circle Immortal King, it was not a big deal, he could not be scared by a single person. Brother He, do you have any way to deal with this Heaven Realm Full Circle Immortal King? After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. A Heaven Realm Full Circle Immortal King was not so easy to deal with. There is a way, but the success rate is not high. He Yao was silent for a moment, then said to Lin Fei, under such circumstances, the chances of escaping from the hands of a consummate heaven-stage celestial king were extremely slim. He Yao naturally did not wish for Lin Fei to die here. You really want to fight with him? Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Anyway, at this stage, a fight is inevitable as long as there is a chance. No one knew the current situation better than him. This place was a heaven-defying space, full of space compression power. With his current injured invincible golden body, he could not run far. Fight. This seemed to be the only way. Lin Fei hoped that Black Demon could come up with a solution. Even if the chances were slim, he could still fight for an opportunity for himself. I'll teach you an ancient array formation called the Sky Decimation Array. With this array formation you should be able to trap the other party. Black Demon imparted an array formation to Lin Fei. Sky Destroyer Formation. After digesting the dermic array, Lin Fei's eyes lit up with joy. The Grand Formation of Heaven Annihilation is a grand formation grasped by a formidable immortal emperor all those years ago, and it must be set up with top-grade materials. Once it's activated, its might is peerless, and even perfection-stage heaven-rank immortal kings would be slightly fearful of it. It's sufficient to buy you an opportunity. Lin Fei couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air after inspecting the Great Heaven Annihilation Formation. This formation was indeed not an ordinary one. It required a large amount of top-grade materials to set it up. There were many top-grade materials that no one would believe that they could collect. But I don't have that many materials. Take out the materials you have. At most, its power will be weakened. Lin Fei changed his mind and decided that he could only rely on the Sky Destroyer Formation for now. Damn it, let's fight. Even if the opponent was a peerless powerhouse, a perfection-stage heaven-rank immortal king, Lin Fei had to fight to the end. Swoosh, swoosh. Muyun Qinya stepped forward, and wherever he passed, the chaotic qi was all blown away and turned into powder. His aura alone could crush the chaotic qi. Whoosh! A huge divine sense swept out. He hasn't left? Within the range of his divine sense, he saw that Lin Fei had not left. Are you going to fight to the end? Seeing this scene, Muyun Qinya snorted coldly. He had long wanted to kill this guy. He couldn't let a guy who could destroy his divine skill incarnation grow any further. There was only one result. If a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven could have such a combat strength, would his strength be even more terrifying when he advanced to the celestial king realm? Muyun Qinya couldn't allow such a peerless genius to live. Kill him, he had to kill him. In the blink of an eye, Muyun Qinya turned into a beam of light and crossed the distance of billions of miles. He walked out of the void and saw Lin Fei, who was not far away. You're really bold. You even dared to kill the people of our netherworld palace. But you're just an ant. You can defeat my divine skill incarnation. So what? You're still my defeated opponent. Muyun Qinya said to Lin Fei coldly with a poker face. I'm really bold. You people of the netherworld palace can kill me, but I can't kill your people? What a joke. I've killed too many people. Lin Fei laughed loudly, ignoring the other party's words. Good. I was going to kill you, but now I have an idea, Muyun Qinya said. I'm going to refine you into a puppet. With your talent, even if you become a puppet, you'll still be very powerful. Whoosh! Muyun Qinya stretched out his hand. It turned out to be an ordinary nether ghost claw. The whole world suddenly darkened. Everything in sight was pitch black. Chilly wind blew and evil spirits howled. With the strength of the exceptional realm of heaven stage, Muyun Qinya increased the power of an ordinary move by more than 100 times. You've lost. As soon as the nether ghost claw appeared, the world was plunged into darkness. In an instant, Lin Fei seemed to be in a dark world. Within a radius of his body, he was entangled by the black power of law. Each of the power of law was extremely strong. Bang 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 bang, Lin Fei's divine power shook from top to bottom. The invincible golden body turned into a bloody light and shook off the power of law. Then he waved his hand and punched the palm with silver light. Under the palm formed by the nether ghost claw, a bloody mouth appeared. It was like a demon from hell. It swallowed the power in one gulp, but it didn't have any effect. Bang! Under the palm, Lin Fei was blasted thousands of miles away. During the process, the invincible golden body kept breaking and he didn't have time to reassemble it. Lin Fei, you're too weak. Muyun Qinya shook his head. Although you're a monster, few people can compare to you in such a short time after you ascended from the lower bound. It's a pity that you've offended the Nether Palace. You're doomed to a miserable end. He took a step forward and appeared above Lin Fei. Soul retrieval. Muyun Qinya stretched out his hand and a black vortex appeared in his palm. It shrouded the top of Lin Fei's head and was about to suck Lin Fei's soul out. Destroy the heavens formation open, boom, boom, boom. Beams of light were formed in the void. Each light beam was at least 10,000 feet tall. There were a total of 9 silver light pillars. Destroy the heavens seal. After the formation was formed, Lin Fei shouted and made a mysterious seal. A huge seal word fell from the formation, filled with an ancient aura. Muyun Qinya slapped his hand casually. The power of his palm contained billions of dragon divine force. A real peerless master landed on the silver light pillar. Was it possible for a formation to trap a heaven-level exceptional realm master? What was even more shocking was that when Muyun Qinya's palm landed on the silver pillar of light, ancient runes emerged one after another and silently disintegrated the billions of dragon divine power. Ancient formation. Muyun Qinya exclaimed when his attack failed. He shot beams of cold light at the ancient seal in the sky. Each beam of cold light was enough to kill a heaven-level immortal king. The seal word flew down and flashed with silver light. It was vast and mysterious. Muyun Qinya's attack landed on the silver light and was unbelievably disintegrated. There was no way to stop it. Accompanied by a burst of cold light, the seal was sealed on Muyun Qinya's body. Now's the time. Lin Fei's eyes lit up and he rushed in without saying a word. Damn you, Lin Fei. What kind of formation did you set up to seal my law power and my celestial force? Muyun Qinya's expression changed. An ordinary-looking formation had sealed his power. Only his physical body was left. A formation that can hit people. Lin Fei punched out. It was the 100 tremors of divine power. Wave after wave of terrifying power exploded within the formation. Muyun Qinya's power was sealed, and his flesh was instantly torn apart, turning into a bloody mess. Spatial distortion. Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers and the space was distorted. Even though Muyun Chenya's power was sealed, his physical body was still extremely strong. The terrifying power could not shake Muyun Chenya's divine body. It only left a few cracks on his body. I have to say that you're quite capable. Unfortunately, you can't seal me for too long. Moreover, my divine body is not simple. No matter what you do, you won't be able to kill me. Muyun Chenya did not panic. With his own strength, it would not take long for him to break the power seal. He was still confident that he could defeat Lin Fei. This guy is really strong. Even spatial distortion can't shake his divine body. I can only seal him for 10 breaths. I have to go all out. Sealing the opponent's power was one of the key functions of the Great Destruction formation. Due to the limited materials that Lin Fei had, he could not unleash the full power of the formation. He could only hold his opponent for 10 breaths. Once the time was up, the formation would not be able to trap his opponent. 50 times burst, spatial distortion. Lin Fei once again exploded with 50 times the power. Wounds kept appearing on his body. Blood gushed out and his face turned pale. He was bathed in blood again. Whoosh, damn it. The power of spatial distortion was a killer move. 50 times the power of spatial distortion could be increased to 7 billion dragon divine power on the basis of 5 billion dragon divine power. A large area of the void tumbled. Muyun Chenya's power was sealed. All he had left was his physical strength. He fell into the storm of spatial distortion. Not a single part of his body was intact. Again. Lin Fei took another step forward and once again used the spatial distortion technique. Bang. Muyun Chenya was strong, but he could not withstand such a crushing force. His divine body exploded and turned into a mass of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. At this time, Lin Fei rushed in front of him. Body explosion style. Lin Fei punched his divine body. The powerful force exploded Muyun Chenya's body on the spot. That was a good punch, wasn't it? Divine power 100 tremors. This was Lin Fei's only chance to take care of his opponent. Muyun Chenya never thought that his divine body would be destroyed by a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. As soon as he recovered, the torrent of divine power exploded on his body. His head, left hand and right hand exploded. Divine fire of heaven and earth. Whoosh, inside the formation, divine fire of heaven and earth descended from the sky and burned the exploded flesh and blood. Every piece of flesh and blood turned into a Muyun Chenya. Their faces were ferocious and their aura was as cold as the 9 heavens. Ah, I'm so angry. Lin Fei, you little bastard. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Under the divine fire of heaven and earth, the Muyun Tianyas were refined into drops of blood. They were extremely pure and contained loss. Lin Fei did not hesitate to collect them. They were good stuff. Chapter 1009. Muyun Chenya roared. A strange formation made him suffer a great loss. Drops of essence were taken away and his body was cut by knives. Ha! Take another punch from me? Muyun Chenya kept roaring. Lin Fei was more and more delighted. The attacks transformed from the divine power long saber, divine power long sword, and divine power runes bombarded Muyun Chenya. In particular, the divine demon's right hand shone with silver light. Muyun Chenya, who was extremely powerful, lost unprecedented control of this ancient formation. The power of law was sealed and the immortal power was sealed. Only his physical body was left. His divine body was a level lower than Lin Fei's, and his physical body was destroyed once again. Brother Hei's formation is really awesome. These drops of essence are enough to improve people's strength. Lin Fei was not confident about the Great Destruction formation. He had used all the top-grade materials he had to form this formation. If it failed, the result could be imagined. Refine, refine, refine. The divine fire of heaven and earth refined every piece of flesh. Lin Fei's divine power attack turned into a storm, not giving Muyun Chenya any chance to fight back. In less than 5 breaths, Lin Fei had hundreds of drops of essence in his hand, all of which were refined from Muyun Chenya's body. After this, Muyun Chenya's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Time is almost up. Don't attack anymore. Hei Yao's voice came. 7 breaths had passed. Once time was up, the Great Destruction formation would lose its effect, and the last chance to leave would be gone. Old thing, thank you very much for your things. See you next time. Lin Fei blasted out another punch, which distorted the space and once again crushed Muyun Chenya's body into pieces. He waved his hand to cast a formation, and his whole body stood in it. There was a spatial fluctuation and he was teleported out. Bastard. Boom, boom, Boom! As soon as Lin Fei left, Muyun Qinya broke the seal. His strength returned and he smashed all the silver light pillars. Then he slammed his palm on the Great Destruction Formation. Bang! The palm of anger smashed the Great Destruction Formation, and the space within thousands of miles completely collapsed. Search. After breaking out of the formation, Muyun Qinya was in a state of roaring. From his gloomy face, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot in the formation. Impossible. Where did that bastard Lin Fei go? Under this seat's divine sense, I can't find his whereabouts. Muyun Qinya, who had fully activated his divine senses, continuously searched with his divine senses, but he could not find any trace of Lin Fei. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Bastard! Bastard! Bang bang bang! Not far away, a towering mountain exploded and turned into dust. Lin Fei disappeared right in front of his eyes. Muyun Qinya couldn't accept this result. He was a dignified disciplinary elder, a high-ranking elder, and he had personally tried to capture Lin Fan. Yet he had suffered a great loss and lost a lot of energy. What was even more frustrating was that Lin Fei had been able to escape right under his nose. Unable to find Lin Fei's whereabouts, Muyun Qinya vented his anger on the nearby existences. After half an hour he returned to normal, his face slightly pale. Lin Fei, it seems that I have underestimated you. Muyun Qinya's eyes were filled with coldness. This time I have suffered a loss from the formation and my power has been sealed. Next time we meet, don't even think about trapping me. The heaven-defying space was huge. Even Muyun Qinya didn't dare to go deep into it. Even if he suspected that Lin Fei was injured, he didn't dare to chase after him. Puff. In a place in the heaven-defying space, a figure fell out. His body collapsed and reformed again and he kept coughing up blood. Thank you, Brother He, for the teleportation formation. Lin Fei's invincible golden body collapsed again. His body was filled with a strong smell of blood, and his divine power was almost exhausted. In the end, when he was teleported, Muyun Qinya's furious attack was inevitably affected. Your injuries are too serious, especially your physical body. You'd better find a place to recover as soon as possible. Lin Fei's physical body was already riddled with holes after forcibly activating the 50-fold attack. Any heaven stage celestial king could easily destroy Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei looked down at his body. It was already tattered, and his divine power had been squeezed out. His flesh and blood had lost their essence, chi and spirit. He had never suffered such serious injuries. An expert in the heaven stage great perfection is nothing. When I break through the limit of divine power, I will torture him. Lin Fei didn't feel depressed at all. He, as Zenith Heaven Golden Celestial, fought with a heaven stage great perfection celestial king and gained a lot of advantages. Who could compare to him in this kind of achievement? Whoosh, 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 a large amount of chaotic chi was shaken and blown away in the blink of an eye. Little Lin, we meet again. A huge head poked out from below, and its huge eyes rolled up and down like the sun, moon, and stars, dazzling. Then, a boundless and terrifying aura looked at Lin Fei with interest. It's you. Lin Fei had been looking for the chaotic beast all along. He didn't expect to see it in this kind of situation. You little fellows, you can't stop fighting. Fortunately, it's quite interesting, otherwise, I would eat all of you to fill my stomach. What, you've been here all along? Lin Fei gasped. He was looking for the chaotic beast and he was by his side? Little Lin, as soon as you came to the chaotic space, I knew, this is not a difficult matter. The huge head shook and a middle-aged man with a ruffian aura walked out. His eyes fell on Lin Fei. I haven't transformed for a long time, I'm really not used to it. But you, little brat, grew to this extent in such a short time, it's really surprising. From the beginning, Lin Fei believed that the other party was a terrifying existence. He couldn't even detect the other party during the fight, especially after the other party transformed, his strength was unfathomable. Lin Fei said, I have to thank Senior for your help back then. I will remember it for the rest of my life. You're really bold, the geniuses of the Nether Palace who were cultivating in seclusion were all killed by you. I slept for countless years and finally got to watch a good show. Life is as lonely as snow. The middle-aged man blew at Lin Fei, and a wave of power enveloped Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's tattered body was instantly bathed in the light of spring. His injuries instantly healed and he reached his peak state in one go. His divine power also recovered to its peak state. Lin Fei was shocked. To recover his injuries in one go, it was truly a great method. Thank you. Before Lin Fei could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted. No need to thank me, you should thank your own improvement. My own improvement? This was very meaningful. That's right, I will never be stingy to those who improve. The middle-aged man said thoughtfully, you came to the heaven-defying space to seek a breakthrough. That Nether Palace's full-circle heaven realm expert is only SOSO. If your main body's divine power breaks through the limit, it won't take long for you to kill him. Of course Lin Fei knew about this. Senior, I did come to break through, please give me some pointers. Follow me. The middle-aged man waved his hand and Lin Fei felt himself moving. After opening his eyes, he appeared in a purple chaotic aura, and a noble aura hit him. Don't move. Lin Fei discovered that he was under the influence of a force. He was currently standing in the middle of the purple primal chaos chi, and a terrifying pressure came crashing down on him. He was easily dissolved by the middle-aged man, but to him, this power was terrifying and unfathomable. In fact, he dared to say that if that old thing from the Netherworld Palace came, he would die within a breath's time. What is this place? While Lin Fei was shocked, the middle-aged man transformed by the chaotic beast's strength increased to another level. This is the primordial chaos. Lin Fei didn't know much about this primordial chaos and he had never heard of it, but he could tell from the primordial chaos that it was an extraordinary treasure. You're too weak now and you don't have the right to know. The middle-aged man said faintly, this primordial chaos is very useful to you, and it's up to you to grasp the opportunity. The middle-aged man clapped his hand, and a platform appeared out of nowhere in the primordial chaos, and Lin Fei appeared on it. Comprehend it well, this is your opportunity and it's up to you to grasp it. Remember, don't come out, I'm going to sleep. Senior, how do I comprehend the primordial chaos? Lin Fei was on the platform and the runes' restrictions flowed. This was an ancient civilization, and the platform beneath him was formed by the runes. Outside the platform, the primordial chaos was like a terrifying beast, glaring at him. How do you expect me to comprehend this? From the moment the chaotic beast appeared to hear, it was too fast and Lin Fei couldn't react at all. An hour later, Lin Fei calmed down. Even though he didn't know what the primordial chaos was, it was just like what he said. This was an opportunity that belonged to him, and it wasn't an ordinary opportunity, but a true peerless opportunity. Why did he obtain this opportunity? It was because his strength had increased quickly. As for why he was given this opportunity, what was the purpose? Lin Fei wasn't too sure, but he could see that his strength was too weak, and he didn't have the right to know. Lin Fei calmed himself down and stopped thinking about this. Anyway, he was temporarily safe. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, he would be a fool. I wonder what the primordial chaos does. A purple primordial chaos, boundless and dazzling. Lin Fei tried to collect the primordial chaos, but it was incomparably heavy and couldn't be moved. When he tried to collect it, runes flashed in the primordial chaos and it was rather strange. Weird, this is really weird. After observing for a long time, Lin Fei was filled with curiosity about the primordial chaos, as well as a rare solemnity. Those runes seemed to be formed from scriptures. Could it be that a peerless cultivation technique was born in this primordial chaos? After careful observation, Lin Fei finally found something useful. There seemed to be some unknown existence recorded inside, and if he wanted to truly understand it, he had to refine the primordial chaos. How do I collect it? Chapter 10:10. Resplendent light shone in the primordial chaos. A middle-aged man stood in the primordial chaos aura. The spatial pressure that could kill experts did not pose any threat to him. In fact, it did not even leave a trace. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed the vicissitudes of time, as if he had experienced life after life. A primordial chaos. Finally, there's a decent genius. His gaze landed on Lin Fei, who was on the platform. I wonder what kind of harvest that Lin Brat will have in this primordial chaos that everyone dreams of. Or will he achieve nothing and waste his opportunity? I'm really looking forward to it. The middle-aged man's figure gradually faded and finally disappeared into the primordial chaos. 10 days later, Lin Fei still did not gain anything. Half a month passed. Just like before, the primordial chaos remained unmoved. 3 months, half a year, 1 year, in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed on the platform. To the outside world, it was just a few days. The primordial chaos is indeed not something I can control. Not far away, a patch of primordial chaos aura could not be collected no less than 10,000 times. It seemed not far, but it was separated by tens of thousands of mountains and could not be touched. I can't accept this. After 3 years of observation, Lin Fei realized that this primordial chaos was a peerless opportunity. Lin Fei even dared to say that apart from this place, there should not be a second place. The primordial chaos contained ancient runes that were even more ancient than the god power runes on his body. During this period, Lin Fei had asked Black Demon, but unfortunately he did not get anything out of him. Clearly, Black Demon did not know the origin of this primordial chaos. In the great metropolis world, the major factions had opened up a cultivation ground in the heaven-defying space. Did they know of such a place? This was a question that Lin Fei really wanted to know. If I can refine some of the primordial chaos, I might have a new breakthrough. Lin Fei was indeed unwilling to give up this opportunity. He even suspected that this opportunity might only come once. If he wanted to come here again, he might not be able to do it even after going through a lot of hardships. Lin Fei could easily refine ordinary chaos chi. However, it was not very effective against the primordial chaos aura. There was nothing more helpless in this world than taking a step towards the door. You clearly knew that the primordial chaos represented a fortuitous opportunity, but you just couldn't enter it. There must be a way. The 5th year. Lin Fei was still on the platform. The longer he spent each day in the primordial chaos, the more Lin Fei realized how extraordinary the primordial chaos was. The primordial chaos energy is innately noble, an overlord amongst emperors. My divine sense is at most at the level of an immortal king. It's impossible for me to shake it. If I want to suppress the primordial chaos energy, I have to suppress it. Perhaps only then will I be able to draw in the primordial chaos energy. After spending 2 years and trying countless methods, Lin Fei finally found a way. Using 5 years to come up with a solution, Lin Fei sighed. God Emperor suppression. On the 6th year, when everything was about right, Lin Fei made his move. The deity with the radiance of divinity jumped out from Lin Fei's glabella and stood on the platform. The deity looked at the nearest primordial chaos energy. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air on the primordial chaos chi closest to him. Lin Fei's celestial being took a step forward and landed on the primordial chaos chi. Not good. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the deity step out. If he was killed by the primordial chaos energy, it would be a huge loss. Are you all right? The deity landed on the primordial chaos energy and fought with the illusory figure in the purple robe. Their speed was so fast that even Lin Fei couldn't see the process. Not long later, the deity returned. I can move now. After trying to draw in the primordial chaos energy, Lin Fei absorbed it and sent it into his body. He refined it thoroughly and his flesh started to strengthen again. These are the ancient runes? After refining the primordial chaos energy, Lin Fei obtained a few ancient runes. They were mysterious and unfathomable. There are too few ancient runes. Could it be that as the number of ancient runes increases, I can form a true scripture? Or even a peerless cultivation technique? It was a simple ancient runes. Lin Fei could tell from the words that if he could comprehend it, it would be a powerful killing technique. Again, relying on the deity to suppress the purple-robed expert in the primordial chaos, Lin Fei started to refine the primordial chaos energy wholeheartedly. What a monster. In 6 years he managed to find a way to subdue the primordial chaos. He really didn't disappoint me. In the depths of the primordial chaos, a huge creature opened its eyes and closed them again. If those fellows knew about this, I wonder how scared they would be. Ah, the 8th year. The 10th year. The 15th year. The 20th year. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had stayed on this platform for a total of 20 years. To others, 20 years was a long time. However, to Lin Fei it was just like a flick of a finger. The important day is finally here. On the platform, a black-robed young man sat with his legs crossed. Above his head, countless ancient runes were flying. The young man's face was filled with anticipation. Another few ancient runes flew out and appeared above Lin Fei's head, merging with the ancient runes. Strange changes occurred. After those ancient runes merged, countless ancient runes started to combine and arrange themselves. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a scripture that appeared in front of Lin Fei. As expected. Over the past 10 years, Lin Fei had been refining the primordial chaos energy. He had obtained many ancient runes, but each ancient runes was slightly different. 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture. The scripture formed from the ancient runes appeared in front of Lin Fei. Although there were not many words, Lin Fei could tell at a glance that this was an extremely precious scripture, far more valuable than any other cultivation scripture in Dutian. This is amazing. This 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture can cultivate 18 of my past. 18 of my past can store immortal energy, and the 18 of me can also fuse into 1, which is equivalent to 19 of me, an instant boost in combat power. The scripture formed from the ancient runes left Lin Fei immersed in joy. In that case, if I cultivate 18 of myself, with each of them storing 99 million dragon divine force, wouldn't my main body's dragon divine force reach 2 billion dragon divine force once they fuse together? Lin Fei dared not imagine that such a powerful scripture existed in this world. If that was the case, Lin Fei could imagine that once his main body's dragon divine force reached that number, he would be able to sweep away his enemies with an explosive attack. A perfect stage heaven immortal king would only be able to unleash a few billion dragon divine force. 18 of himself could continuously cultivate their dragon divine force. In other words, each of them could become a powerful existence in the future. 10 billion dragon divine force shouldn't be a problem, right? 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture? In the depths, the Chaos Beast opened its eyes again and smiled. This kid's luck is pretty good. He obtained a powerful 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture. Once he cultivates it, he will have 18 incarnations, each with the full strength of the main body. This guy walks on the path of strength, and cultivating this scripture is like adding wings to a tiger. As long as he breaks through the limit of 100 million dragon divine force, his strength will explode in a short period of time, and he will only get stronger and stronger. A nearly heaven-defying scripture gave Lin Fei a shortcut to increase his strength. His dragon divine force had reached the limit, and breaking through the limit was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But the 18 Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Scripture gave him a chance. He couldn't break through the limit, but gathering a little makes a mickle. Wouldn't that become a breakthrough? I've spent 20 years here, and the people outside won't allow me to stay any longer. I should take the opportunity to cultivate the 18 incarnations first. Lin Fei put aside other matters for the time being. The 18 Primordial Chaos incarnations were harder to cultivate than he imagined. The first incarnation took more than a year, and it was exactly the same. There was no law energy or immortal energy in its body, only dragon divine force. Another 10 years passed. Lin Fei finally cultivated the 18 Primordial Chaos incarnations, and they stood behind him. Ho! After the last Primordial Chaos incarnation was refined, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the 18 incarnations and the surging dragon divine force, he couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoists, come in. Lin Fei was solemn and dignified. The incarnations entered his body, and the 990 million dragon divine force broke through the limit of 100 million like a flood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the incarnations entered, the dragon divine force in Lin Fei's body continued to rise, and finally stopped at 9 billion dragon divine force. Lin Fei's body was filled with dragon divine force, which the 990 million dragon divine force couldn't compare to. Now, even if he didn't use his full power, he could still seriously injure a heaven stage immortal king. Great, my dragon divine force finally broke through again. Although it's because of the 18 incarnations, my strength has finally reached the level of a heaven stage immortal king. After refining a large amount of primordial chaos, my physical body is incomparably strong, and I can use 50 times the power again. Now that Lin Fei cultivated the reincarnation scripture, his strength had almost reached 2 billion dragon divine force. Coupled with his strong physical body, if he encountered Muyun Qinya again, he wouldn't be so helpless. Half a month later, Lin Fei was still refining the primordial chaos when Dean Greenwood sent a message. He was going to Phoenix Academy. It's a pity that I can't continue cultivating. The primordial chaos not only contained the ancient runes, but it could also replenish dragon divine force, immortal energy, and law energy. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from the primordial chaos, and the force of the wind was so strong that Lin Fei felt dizzy and disoriented. When he reappeared, he was actually in the familiar area. In the heaven-defying space opened by the academy. Chapter 10-11. Lin Fei was not calm. The middle-aged man's words lingered in his ears for a long time. He helped me twice in a row. The first time he helped me cultivate the celestial demon right arm. The second time he helped me learn the 18 Hong Meng reincarnation scripture. I owe him a big favor for this. Lin Fei did not know why the middle-aged man helped him, but he benefited a lot from it. Lin Fei did not know if anyone else had benefited from the middle-aged man other than him. The benefits he gained this time were unimaginable. It's a pity that I didn't have enough time. Lin Fei sighed and returned to the rooftop. He concealed his aura and looked like an ordinary person. Cultivating 18 incarnations has allowed my strength to increase greatly in one go. This is something that none of you can imagine. Lin Fei activated the token and teleported out. The world is going to be chaotic. Heroes will be born in chaotic times. After Lin Fei left, A faint voice could be heard from the chaotic chi. "Junior brother Lin, you're finally out." Lin Fei teleported out and saw that attendant Zhang was waiting for him outside, looking extremely anxious. "I've been here for too long," Lin Fei said casually. "Then I have to congratulate junior brother Lin Fei," Officer Zhang said. "This kind of cultivation opportunity is not something that anyone can come across." Lin Fei brushed it off with a few words. He did not want to talk too much about this matter. "Officer Zhang, they're here again." After chatting with Officer Zhang for a while, Lin Fei was about to return to his invincible peak. A disciple rushed in from outside, and when he saw Lin Fei he took a step back. "Officer Zhang, is someone looking for me outside?" Lin Fei was not a newbie. Seeing the disciple's expression and Officer Zhang's hesitation, how could he not tell what was going on? The disciples of the vice principal of Mount June sect want to stand up for those junior brothers. For some reason Lin Fei's casual words made Officer Zhang feel pressured. He did not want to say it, but he said it out loud. "A bunch of suicidal fellows." Lin Fei snorted coldly and strode outside. Cold. It was not an ordinary kind of cold. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Attendant Zhang's body trembled. This had never happened before. Such a terrifying aura. In such a short period of time, Junior Lin Fei's strength seemed to have increased again. Maybe he can fight against Saint Sun Wentian and the others? Attendant Zhang chased after him. Outside the valley, a young holy sun stood in the sky. He was dressed in white and his clothes fluttered in the wind. It was as if his entire body had melded into space. He looked to be right in front of them, but their divine senses were unable to capture any traces of him. "Senior brother Wenian, he's out." Behind the white-robed saint stood a few saints. Among them were the North Saint, the Enlightening Saint, and the others. All of them had been defeated by Lin Fei previously. During this period of time they had become a joke. Lin Fei flew out of the valley. The North Dark Saint immediately gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to make a move. The loss he suffered last time had made him extremely fearful. "Senior brother Wenian, he is Lin Fei, that despicable fellow." They had been killed countless times by Lin Fei, and it had affected them greatly. They wanted nothing more than to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Only then could they vent their anger. Senior brother Wenian had been famous for a long time. He was the strongest saint's son under the headmaster. Only by standing behind senior brother Wentian would they have confidence. If it was during normal times they would not even dare to face Lin Fei. "Look at you guys. How scared did a mere Lin Fei scare you all?" The heaven-seeking saint had a cold and arrogant look on his face. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and a cold aura blew on them like wind blades. "North Dark Saint, you guys have guts. You still dare to come here? Do you believe that this daddy here will rob all of you?" Lin Fei roared the moment he appeared. The North Dark Saint and the others couldn't help but recall the scene that happened that day. Initially they wanted to extort treasures from Lin Fei, but who would have thought that they would suffer such a huge setback? It was like a nightmare and they desperately wanted to forget it. "Lin Fei, don't be too arrogant. Back then we were merely caught off guard and fell for your tricks." The North Dark Saint put on a fierce front. "What you did can't be considered capable. If you have the ability, come and fight with our senior brother Wentian. Your arrogance and arrogance are nothing in front of senior brother Wentian. You are nothing but a despicable person." With senior brother Wentian supporting them they felt more confident. Although the heaven-seeking saint didn't like to curry favor with others, he still enjoyed it in front of so many people. Especially when he was standing here, a newcomer like Lin Fei actually dared to ignore him. Unknowingly he became even angrier. Lin Fei's gaze landed on Wentian. "You are senior brother Wentian? If you want to interfere, I advise you not to seek trouble for yourself. You are not my opponent." Wentian just came out from a desperate situation. In addition to the fact that his master was a vice-headmaster, who would dare to ignore him? Junior brother Dark North said that your words are arrogant, but as his senior brother, I didn't really believe it. Seems like it's true now. Anger flashed in Wentian's eyes. "Since this is the case, as your senior brother, I really want to see how powerful my junior brother is." The North Dark Saint and the others all had expressions of joy on their faces. Their strongest senior brother was finally going to act. They could finally see the ending of Lin Fei being beaten up, venting the anger in their hearts. Swish, swished. Wenian was as expected of the strongest disciple under the vice-headmaster. With a wave of his hand, he blasted out 2 beams of light, one black and one white. Just these 2 beams of light were sufficient to kill any expert below the heaven-ranked immortal king realm. Saint Child Wentian is so powerful. Just 2 beams of light from his fist are already so tyrannical. I'm afraid senior brother Lin Fei won't be able to last much longer. Nonsense. Senior brother Lin Fei can kill heaven-ranked immortal kings, but senior brother Wenyan might not be able to deal with senior brother Lin Fei. The spectators were all immortal kings and the vast majority of them were earth-ranked immortal kings. Swish, two beams of light, one black and one white, revolved around Lin Fei, moving so fast that no one could see any traces of them. Junior brother Lin Fei, I heard that your physique isn't bad. I wonder if you can withstand my fist light? Wentian proudly inclined his chin. This fist light of yours? Lin Fei laughed. After being refined by the primordial chaos sword, his body wasn't affected at all. There wasn't a single mark on his body. He walked towards Wentian as the black and white beams of light broke apart. Completely unharmed? Wentian drew in a breath of cold air. How could this be possible? There wasn't even a single mark on his body. How could Lin Fei be so powerful to this extent? You're too weak. The primordial chaos sword had strengthened his undefeatable golden body. Even if Wentian had the strength of a heaven-ranked immortal king, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Boom, Lin Fei grabbed out with his 5 fingers, directly distorting space as a spatial abyss appeared. Wentian, the Dark North Saint Child and the others all fell into the abyss as they were killed. With the support of the 18 incarnations, the power of this spatial distortion was incomparably terrifying. It wasn't something they could block. Senior brother Wentian was insta-killed. How can this be possible? Senior brother Lin Fei is mighty? That's great. The spectators all had their mouths agape. Senior brother Lin Fei's strength was simply too terrifying. The Saint Child Wentian was the strongest Saint Child under the Vice Headmaster of Mount June, yet he was killed just like that? Too powerful. Below, Enforcer Zhang was drenched in cold sweat when he saw this. Killing someone just like that? That was a Saint Child, slapping the old face of the Vice Headmaster in front of everyone. A single spatial distortion was enough to kill them. Lin Fei didn't care about it at all. Enough, if you don't want to die again, hand over all the treasures on you. Lin Fei walked up, staring down at them with a condescending gaze, including Wentian. His tone was extremely cold. He definitely wouldn't be polite to people who provoked him. The Dark North Saint Child and the others wanted to cry but no tears came out. It wasn't easy for them to get some treasures from their master, but in the blink of an eye, they were snatched away again. Wasn't this a trap? If they knew that their senior brother Wentian was useless, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Junior brother Lin Fei, we were wrong, we were wrong. They were afraid of dying again. Hence, they hurriedly handed over all the treasures on them. No matter what happened to their senior brother Wentian, they would flee first. Senior brother Wentian, what about you? Wentian was still in a state of shock. Qin Wentian killed him with a single move. The terrifying distorting energy was simply unblockable. Wave after wave gushed over him, he could only watch helplessly as he was killed. Junior brother Lin Fei, do you really want to go so overboard? My master is the Vice Headmaster of the June Mountain College. How about I admit defeat this time? It was impossible for Wentian to hand over his treasures in front of everyone. Lin Fei laughed uproariously. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Boom, Lin Fei stretched his hand out as a saber imbued with divine energy appeared in his hand. A beam of saber light slashed out. The Saint Child Wentian's Saint Light plate was slashed apart, and his body was also split into 2. Another insta-kill. After refining the prehistoric Mongolian characters, Lin Fei's understanding of the God Force runes increased to another level. Not only did his saber contain God Force, but it also contained the power of the ancient runes. The Saint Child Wentian was revived once again. Another beam of saber light slashed down and he died again. Slash after slash, Lin Fei didn't even give the Saint Child a chance to speak. He only stopped after killing the Saint Child Wentian 5 times. Lin Fei, I will remember this grudge. In his rage, the Saint Child Wentian took out his interspatial ring and left weakly. Lin Fei directly ignored their threats. He looked around and said, what are you looking at? Do you have nothing better to do? Hurry up and leave. Wah wah wah, the Saint Child Wentian was killed by Lin Fei's saber strike after strike. His methods were so cruel that it made people's hair stand on end. When they heard Lin Fei's words, all of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei turned into a beam of light and returned to his invincible peak. Xiu xiu xiu, rays of saber light shot out from Lin Fei's hand and landed in the air. The disciples exploded one after another and they were killed instantly. Once they recovered, they didn't dare to stay any longer and left immediately. Go back and tell them that if anyone dares to come again, I will kill them all until they become ordinary people. A deafening rumble could be heard. On the invincible peak, Lin Fei retracted his gaze and laughed out loud. In the past he didn't dare to act because he got rid of the spies. But after cultivating the 18 primordial transformation, Lin Fei had the confidence to kill all the people hiding in the air. He didn't give anyone any face. June Mountain. Chapter 10-12. Holy Heaven Academy on a towering mountain peak. There were at least 100 pavilions, terraces and waterside pavilions. Dense immortal qi lingered on the entire mountain peak, exuding vitality. Brother Jun Shan, you've lost this game. Two people were playing chess under a pavilion on the mountain peak. One of the middle-aged men picked up a chess piece and placed it on a spot. He immediately laughed. On the chessboard, as this chess piece fell, the original situation changed drastically. The dragon that was originally full of energy was cut in half, and it completely lost the right to compete. Lost. Jun Shan put down the chess piece. I haven't seen you for a few decades, and your chess skills have improved a lot. You've really mastered this move. I was just lucky, the middle-aged man said, but his face still revealed a bit of pride. Jun Shan waved his hand and put away the chess game. He placed fruits and wine on the table. The fruits all emitted a dense vitality. Even if they couldn't increase one's strength, the effect wouldn't be bad after eating them. Brother Xiang, you've been in seclusion for so many years. What brings you here today? Jun Shan picked up an immortal fruit and asked casually. The person in front of him was his good friend of many years, Xiang Yuan. Jun Shan was indeed quite curious about his arrival today. Actually, I'm here for your academy's Lin Fei. You know Lin Fei too? Jun Shan was curious. His good friend rarely paid attention to the outside world. Why would he be concerned about Lin Fei? I know. I was entrusted by someone to ask Jun Shan for a favor. Jun Shan didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei. All his disciples were defeated by him, causing him to lose face as the vice dean. Yet he couldn't deal with him personally. The name Lin Fei was very disgusting. Please speak. I would like to ask Brother Jun Shan to leak some news when Lin Fei leaves the academy. I'll be very grateful. Jun Shan glanced at his good friend. After a while he said, it's a small matter. No problem. Among the higher-ups, some supported Lin Fei and some didn't like him. Jun Shan didn't mind doing him a favor. Perhaps, among the higher-ups, many elders were ready to deal with Lin Fei. Wenyan, you came back at the right time. When Jun Shan saw Wenyan returning, he was preparing to introduce him to experts like Xiang Yuan. But when he noticed that there was a problem with the aura of his disciple, he waved his hand and Wenyan appeared before him. Why is there a problem with your lifespan? The North Dark Saint and the others had also returned. All of them were in a sorry state and their lifespans had been affected. Wenyan lowered his head. Master, that Lin Fei is extremely despicable. I wasn't his opponent and I refused to concede. Hence, he killed me several times over on the spot. Jun Shan's eyes flashed, filled with killing intent. After that, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. How did you lose? Although that fellow Lin Fei has the strength to kill heaven-ranked immortal kings, he can at most fight against initial stage or peak stage heaven-ranked immortal kings. You are only a mid-stage heaven-ranked immortal king, how did he kill you? As the master, Jun Shan was clearer than anyone else about the strength of his disciple. It was normal for him to lose to other saint children, but it was impossible for him to lose to Lin Fei. Master, that brat Lin Fei seems to have obtained some benefits. His strength seems to have risen again and he killed all of us the moment he attacked. The North Dark Saint sobbed. In a short period of time he died a few more times, and his cultivation was greatly affected. Wenyan felt even more sullen. Not only did he fail in a single move, he was killed instead. That terrifying strength was something he couldn't forget even now. It was like a nightmare that wouldn't disperse. The vice-headmaster of Jun Shan's expression sank to a terrifying degree. He believed that his disciple wouldn't lie. He then unleashed a powerful innate technique at Wenyan and the others, bathing them in a gentle light. After a long time, their auras returned to normal, and they who had been dejected finally revealed joyful expressions. Don't look for Lin Fei for the next few days. Jun Shan was indeed worthy of being the vice-headmaster. Even if he was filled with anger, he didn't let it explode. Lin Fei has attacked several times. Even when you called out my name, he didn't dare to attack. I will definitely help you vent your anger. After Wenyan and the others recovered from their injuries, they left the mountain peak. Brother Xiang Yuan, is the person behind you planning to deal with Lin Fei? Jun Shan's face darkened, and his killing intent was cold. I want to hear the truth, not polite words. The moment Lin Fei came out of the Against the Sky space, he killed the disciple of Jun Shan's vice headmaster without giving him any face. It was enough to shock everyone. In a short period of time, his strength had risen again. Outside the invincible peak. After the spies were killed by Lin Fei, everyone seemed to swallow their anger. No one came to look for trouble. Even when Ian was killed. Normally, no one would come to look for trouble with such a shameful matter. Unless that person was planning to follow in Wentian's footsteps, they wouldn't dare to come. After Lin Fei returned to the invincible peak, a few saints who were on good terms with him took the initiative to visit him. Evening. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu and Elder Sui arrived. In the Holy Heaven Academy, Vice Headmaster Qing Mu was on Lin Fei's side. Naturally, Lin Fei needed an ally. Junior brother Lin Fei, you did well. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu wasn't angry at all after when Ian was killed 4 to 5 times. Instead, he was full of smiles. That old man Jun Shan is probably jumping around in anger. I'm an easy person to talk to, but they don't know what's good for them. They keep provoking me. For people like them, I usually kill them a few times first to leave them with a good impression. Lin Fei said indifferently. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu could smell the killing intent from Lin Fei. This junior brother Lin Fei of his was truly audacious. He killed the person who came as he pleased, cleanly and cleanly. This was good as well. The stronger the strength he displayed, the more careful the elders in the upper echelons would make their choice. Lin Fei's killing intent vanished and he smiled. Elder brother Void One, I made some gains outside. Last time I forgot about it. Now I can make up for it. Many thanks for taking care of me in the past. He produced a drop of blood and injected it into Void One's body. Su Yi's eyes lit up. This was something he didn't even dare to think about. The difference between the two of them was starting to show. The drop of blood contained a strong aura. Once it entered Su Yi's body, Su Yi sat down cross-legged, and his aura shot into the sky. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu laughed. Junior brother, you sure are generous. This is a treasure. If Su Yi were to obtain a miraculous encounter, he would definitely be able to ascend to become an immortal king. Chapter 1013. On the Invincible Peak. Vice Dean Qing Mu was shocked that Lin Fei took out the essence of the strongest cultivator and gave it to Su Yi, allowing him to break through and become an immortal king. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei. I've finally become an immortal king. I'm very grateful. Under the protection of others, Su Yi easily refined the purest drop of blood and became an immortal king. His combat power increased greatly. This is what senior brother Su Yi deserves. I only helped him a little. Hearing junior brother Lin Fei's words, Su Yi was filled with guilt. I didn't help much at all, but I got such a huge benefit. After refining the pure blood droplets, Su Yi's understanding of law soared. He was extremely pleased that he managed to break through to the immortal king realm. He only refined a portion of the blood droplets. He believed that as long as he had enough time, he would be able to refine the remaining blood droplets and his strength would rise even further. Vice Headmaster Qing Mu nodded in his heart as he silently mused. Junior brother Lin Fei is truly a righteous person. Back then when Void One helped him, his cultivation base rose greatly. If it wasn't for good fortune, Void One would have to wait 1,000 years before he could break through to the immortal king realm. A single drop of pure blood was able to allow Void to break through to the immortal king realm. Such a heaven-defying treasure was something that even Vice Headmaster Greenwood felt extremely moved. If he could refine one, his strength would surely rise once more and he might even reach the mid-stage of the heaven rank. Junior brother Lin Fei, I wonder if there are any more of these drops of blood? If there are, I'm willing to take out treasures to exchange for them. Vice Dean Qing Mu couldn't help but ask. He couldn't help but be moved. At this stage, every increase was extremely difficult. Vice Dean Qing Mu was naturally moved, and shamelessly wanted to take one of the drops of blood. Lin Fei laughed. Senior brother, what are you talking about? I have never forgotten that you risked your life to come here. I can at least give you a share. Lin Fei had refined a lot of the pure blood. This was refined from a heaven realm full cycle cultivator, and it was the true essence. After consuming it, it would greatly increase one's strength. Lin Fei took out a drop of pure blood and handed it to Vice Headmaster Qing Mu. This caused Vice Headmaster Qing Mu to be at a loss as to what to do. He knew that such a treasure was priceless, and not many people would be able to take it out just like that. Little did he know that this kind of thing was really useless to Lin Fei. This time he had taken the initiative to take out the pure blood droplets to earn a favor. Lin Fei did not believe that after taking something that belonged to him, he would not feel indebted to him. This is a priceless treasure. Senior apprentice brother, you can't just take it for free. I still have some Saint artifacts. Vice-Chancellor Greenwood didn't want to take things for free, and insisted on taking out his own collection. In the end, Lin Fei refused. Vice Principal Qing Mu did not stay on the invincible peak for long, as he was eager to raise his cultivation. Master, this is good stuff. It's a loss to give it to them just like that. Why don't you let me eat it? Hairball appeared out of nowhere and said with a greedy look. Go away. Although Lin Fei said that, he still took out 5 drops of blood and gave them to Hairball. Hairball swallowed it without saying a word. It complained that it was not enough and wanted more. Lin Fei sent it flying with a kick. Sky Dragon, come up here. If there was something good, Lin Fei would naturally use it to increase the strength of his people. Sky Dragon was an ancient sky dragon, and he had been staying on the invincible peak for a long time. With the pure essence of an elite, it should not be a problem for him to level up. Sky Dragon was only a Daluo Golden Immortal, and he had been staying on the invincible peak for a long time. Eat this. Without any hesitation, Sky Dragon took it and ate it. Not enough. Not enough. Lin Fei made Sky Dragon eat 5 drops of blood, and he leveled up from Daluo Golden Immortal to Immortal King, and finally stopped at Earth Immortal King. As for Heaven Immortal King, it was impossible for him to level up. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. The accumulation of Heaven Immortal King was too high, and it was not easy to level up. An Earth Immortal King, and with Sky Dragon's strong body, he was comparable to an early phase Heaven Immortal King. This is the essence of a Heaven-rank Great Circle powerhouse. In the depths of space, Vice Dean Qing Mu was sitting upright and still, and before him was an old man with a rosy complexion who was holding a drop of pure blood. It's from a Heaven-perfect phase expert. After Vice Dean Qing Mu returned with the drop of blood, he went to see the elder who supported him without any hesitation. In the Divine Heaven Academy, if one did not have the support of a powerful elder, he would not be able to become a Vice Dean. He would probably be removed from his position within a few days. Behind Vice Dean Qing Mu was a powerful elder. This isn't an ordinary expert at the peak of the Heaven realm. Even if this old man were to make a move, I might not be able to refine this kind of essence from him. The elder said lightly. What so strong? Vice Dean Qing Mu knew that the elder who supported him had already reached a terrifying realm. He could kill ordinary Heaven-perfect phase experts with a wave of his hand, but this news was too shocking. This expert's essence can help you level up again. The elder said, this is an opportunity that belongs to you. Lin Fei is not as ordinary as they think. I'm afraid he has a powerful existence supporting him. Vice Dean Qing Mu took a cold breath. Doesn't that mean that those elders who are dissatisfied with Lin Fei might fall because of this? A cold light flashed in the elder's eyes. You don't have to worry about this. Lin Fei has monstrous talent. It will be good for you if you get closer to him. Vice Dean Qing Mu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he realize that he had said the wrong thing. He could not comment on the elders. After Vice Principal Qing Mu left, the elder closed his eyes and said in a low voice, this is going to be interesting. A few days later, Vice Dean Qing Mu came again. This time, apart from himself, there was another expert. Today, Vice Principal Qing Mu was in high spirits because of a joyous occasion. He immediately thanked Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei, I didn't come to disturb your cultivation, did I? Lin Fei smiled and said, I have been relaxing recently. It is my honor to have senior brother visit. I should congratulate senior brother on your great improvement in strength. That's right. After that day, Vice Dean Qing Mu went to refine it. With his accumulation, he advanced a small level in one fell swoop. Whether it was in terms of influence or strength, he greatly improved. After exchanging greetings, Vice Dean Qing Mu introduced to Lin Fei, this is our academy's Vice Dean Luo Tian. In fact, Vice Dean Luo Tian had been sizing up Lin Fei the moment he arrived. It could be said that the academy's deans all had first-hand information on Lin Fei, this rapidly rising genius. Disciple greets Vice Dean Luo Tian. Vice Dean Luo Tian naturally wouldn't put on airs. Lin Fei could kill a heaven-stage immortal king. If he were to put on airs, it would be foolish. Junior brother Lin Fei, you and I aren't that far apart. You can call me senior brother. As for Dean, that's for outsiders. Vice Dean Luo Tian's words were actually trying to get closer. A senior brother and a Vice Dean, the relationship between them was obvious. Senior brother Luo Tian. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. Vice Dean Qing Mu had brought people over and introduced them warmly. Obviously they were from the same circle. This was something he could still tell. Vice Dean Greenwood said, Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei Luo Tian has a daughter who has been stuck at the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage for a long time. Don't you know that you're willing to part with your treasure and give it to Luo Tian's daughter? Lin Fei already knew that one would not visit without a cause, and this was exactly what he needed. I'm afraid there's a problem. Lin Fei naturally had to pretend to be in a difficult position. Otherwise it would make people think that this thing was precious. Senior brother Qing Mu, you also know that this thing isn't easy to come by. Every time you use it there's one less. When Vice Dean Luo Tian heard this, he knew that there was hope. Otherwise Lin Fei would have rejected him long ago. His daughter had been stuck at this stage for a long time. If she didn't improve there would be no hope in the future. If it was an ordinary disciple, Vice Dean Luo Tian wouldn't have come in person. But Lin Fei was different. If it wasn't for Qing Mu's great improvement, he wouldn't have known that such a good thing existed. Junior brother Lin Fei, please bear to give one to me. I'll owe you for the rest of my life. Luo Tian said humbly. Senior brother has a lot of treasures. As long as junior brother likes it, feel free to take it. For his daughter, Luo Tian was going all out. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. Even if he was a heaven stage immortal king, he might not be able to kill a powerhouse, let alone refine the essence. Vice Dean Qing Mu said, Junior brother, please help Luo Tian. Lin Fei sighed lightly. I forget it. Who asked you to be my senior brother? Luo Tian let out a sigh. He took out his collection. Most of them were saint tools. Their grades weren't low. There were saint armors, saint sabers, saint spears. Clearly he had killed many famous experts. Junior brother Lin Fei, if there's anything you like, feel free to take it. These are spoils of war from others. Luo Tian was still very confident. Lin Fei took out the Fantian seal. I wonder what my treasure is like. Luo Tian looked at the Fantian seal. He was sweating. I've let junior brother see a joke. Lin Fei smiled and put it away. He took out the heaven-shaking godly axe. What about this? Luo Tian felt embarrassed. He put away the saint tools. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end he gritted his teeth and took out a shabby ruler. Junior brother Lin Fei, this horizon ruler of mine isn't as powerful as it was in the past. However, it's still a pseudo-immortal tool. I obtained it in a desperate situation. After 1,000 years of repair, it's barely reached the level of a pseudo-immortal tool. Chapter 10:14. Pseudo-immortal artifact, good stuff. After sending off Vice Principal Luo Tian, Lin Fei played with the horizon ruler in his hand and checked it with his divine sense. It was a seriously damaged immortal artifact. Luo Tian had spent 1,000 years and a lot of materials to repair it, but its power was average. At most it would be a bit famous. Vice Principal Qing Mu did not leave and asked curiously, Junior brother Lin Fei, you won't blame me for bringing people here, right? In fact, Vice Principal Qing Mu could not refuse. He had just broken through and caused a bit of a commotion, so Vice Principal Luo Tian came to visit. Naturally he could not hide it. Vice Principal Qing Mu felt guilty. Lin Fei was not angry at all. Instead, he was happy and said with a smile, why would junior brother be angry? Instead, I have to thank you. Thank me? Vice Principal Qing Mu was confused. Lin Fei played with the pseudo-immortal artifact in his hand. It could be said that it was a damaged immortal artifact. Recently, junior brother needs some real immortal artifacts. Even if they are damaged, didn't senior brother help me a lot? There is such a thing. Lin Fei's Fantian seal and heaven-shaking axe needed to be improved. He could not refine real immortal artifacts, but he could try to refine the damaged immortal artifact. Since he had some time left, he had to try it. Luo Tian used a damaged immortal artifact to exchange for it. In fact, Lin Fei was happy because it was what he needed. I wonder how many elders in our academy have this damaged immortal artifact? Lin Fei asked directly, disciple wants to exchange it for my use. Vice Principal Qing Mu immediately knew that this was a chance to get closer to him. If junior brother is at ease, how about I help you with this matter? Vice Principal Qing Mu patted his chest and promised, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Then I will trouble senior brother. How is it troublesome? It is just a small matter. Vice Principal Qing Mu smiled, wait for me for a few days, there should be some gains. Lin Fei was not in a hurry, there were still 7 or 8 days before he would go to the Phoenix Academy. In any case he had nothing to do recently. After Greenwood left, Lin Fei took out the heaven-shaking godly axe and set up a formation. He then took out the heaven's edge ruler and tossed it into the heaven and earth smelt. The moment this damaged immortal weapon landed in the heaven and earth smelt, it released a boundless silver light. The heaven and earth smelt wasn't something to be trifled with. It immediately suppressed the heaven and earth smelt. The divine flame millstone crushed the heaven and earth ruler, causing the damaged immortal weapon to be unable to move at all. As time passed, the damaged immortal artifact, the horizon ruler, began to be refined. That damaged immortal artifact that even ordinary heaven-ranked immortal kings couldn't refine was as simple as drinking water in Lin Fei's hands. 7-degree rock. 8 trigrams divine heart stone. Black fiend. One after another, supreme-grade materials were disassembled from the broken immortal artifact. Lin Fei sent these materials into the heaven-shaking axe. He wanted to upgrade this top-quality saint item to immortal item. Once it was upgraded to immortal item, it would become a divine weapon. After a long time, the heaven-shaking axe flew out again. Its grade had increased again and it released a faint silver light. Merging a damaged immortal artifact into the heaven-shaking axe is indeed possible. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had verified his guess. Using a damaged immortal artifact to upgrade the heaven-shaking axe was one step closer to becoming an immortal item. I wonder how many damaged immortal artifacts Senior Brother Greenwood can collect for me? Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. 3 days later. I didn't let you down. I finally got a damaged immortal artifact for Junior Brother. Greenwood arrived at the invincible peak. He took out a storage ring and passed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his divine sense to take a look and was shocked. There were 36 immortal artifacts inside, and all of them were severely damaged. To him, these were all precious treasures. It's all thanks to Senior Brother. The 36 damaged immortal artifacts gave Lin Fei hope. Greenwood did not stay for long before he left. No matter where the immortal artifacts came from, it must be the work of the elder behind the scenes. Lin Fei did not feel the pinch at all when he gave up the pure blood. It was good enough that he got the damaged immortal artifacts. Hairball, come out now. With the 36 damaged immortal artifacts in hand, Lin Fei could not wait to upgrade his heaven-shaking axe. The best place to upgrade it was Hairball's space. Even though there were arrays set up by Lin Fei on the invincible peak, once the heaven-shaking axe was upgraded to an immortal artifact, the commotion would be noticed by others. With Hairball's help, Lin Fei left the Holy Heaven Academy quietly. He chose a secluded place and set up an array before starting to refine the damaged immortal artifacts. The first was a celestial sword, a true celestial sword. Unfortunately, this celestial sword had been broken by someone and broken into two. It was most likely the work of a terrifying expert. In order to upgrade the heaven-shaking axe, Lin Fei was well prepared. If he had an immortal artifact with him, it would greatly increase his strength. Even though he had cultivated the 18 primordial reincarnation scripture, it was still important to increase his strength. Master, why did you come to such a desolate place? Hairball was someone who could not sit still. She ran away immediately. Cries of pain could be heard from the depths of the mountain. She went to kill the beasts again. Blood Shadow did not move an inch. He stood not far away from Lin Fei like a statue. If anyone appeared, he would kill them with a single slash. The first broken sword has been refined. Not long later, the first immortal sword was completely refined. Lin Fei immediately took out the second immortal artifact. It was an ancient bronze mirror. It was pierced by someone and it was thrown into the heaven and earth smelt. The third immortal artifact, the fourth immortal artifact. Just like that, Lin Fei took out the immortal artifacts, refined them, and fused them into the immortal artifacts. He was busy in the mountain range. During this period, no one came to disturb him. 5 days later. Lin Fei's expression was filled with a rare look of exhaustion. His eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, I am about to succeed. For 5 days he didn't sleep or rest, using all his strength to refine the broken immortal artifacts. Finally, the final one, the 36th immortal artifact, was refined. Within the heaven and earth smelt, the heaven-shaking axe shone with a bright silver light. Its entire body shone with a faint celestial aura. Merge for me. Lin Fei hollered and fused all the materials into the axe. When all the materials were merged in, the axe started to change at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. First, it shone with a bright silver light like the sun, moon, and stars. Celestial patterns appeared and the celestial aura became stronger and stronger. I wonder if adding in the primordial runes will help me improve? Just at that moment, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. He thought about the primordial runes in his body. Those were good things that he had painstakingly refined from the primordial chaos. The runes could form a technique, and it would be good for upgrading immortal artifacts, right? Lin Fei couldn't help but have such a thought. The moment that thought appeared, it went out of control. Come out. One by one, primordial runes flew out. There were around 100 of them. Chapter 10:15. Within the mountain range. Lin Fei picked out a few Mongolian characters that represented the axe. These Mongolian characters felt extraordinary. He had reason to believe that after merging with them, the axe's power would increase as its grade increased. Go. Under the guidance, the Mongolian characters charged into the axe. Hua hua hua. Once the Mongolian characters appeared, purple light filled the air. The silver light instantly shattered and nothing was left, including the celestial patterns. They were all shattered. It's over. Lin Fei couldn't stop this at all. The Mongolian characters were extremely domineering and shattered all the silver light and celestial patterns. He was completely stunned. Now he was filled with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have been greedy. The silver light and celestial patterns disappeared. Lin Fei's heart sank. Was the heaven-shaking godly axe broken? Lin Fei couldn't sense that the axe was going to improve again. In the heaven and earth smelt, the axe floated quietly and didn't change at all. Lin Fei obviously didn't realize how domineering the Mongolian characters were. Right now the axe was half dead. How could he not feel heartache? Kid, don't worry. Maybe, things aren't as bad as you think. Hearing Black Demon's voice, Lin Fei was stunned. Is there still hope? The silver light and celestial patterns were shattered by the Mongolian characters. Black Demon laughed coldly. That's because the celestial patterns are too weak. They aren't a match for your Mongolian characters. You might be lucky this time. There's actually such a heaven-defying existence in this world. Just as he finished speaking, a purple light rose up and filled the entire heaven and earth smelt. The heaven-shaking divine axe was originally black, but at this time, it gradually turned purple, becoming a purple divine axe. Purple lines appeared, imprinted on the heaven-shaking divine axe, and gradually took shape. Boom! At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky above the mountain range. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The huge mountain range was instantly in chaos. Flying beasts fled in panic as if they had encountered a great terror. This is tribulation lightning. Quick, stop it. He Yao was extremely knowledgeable and was extremely shocked. This is the tribulation thunder that will only appear when refining a weapon. Normally, it will only appear when there is a chance to become a top-notch celestial weapon. You must not let the tribulation thunder fall on the divine axe, otherwise, the power of your divine axe will be greatly affected. Lin Fei realized that after the fusion of the great Mongolian characters, the heaven-shaking godly axe was far from what it used to be. Damnable heaven! I won't allow you to touch my celestial artifact. Lin Fei turned into a beam of light, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. He punched the tribulation lightning, and a numb feeling spread through his body, causing green smoke to rise. Damn, this is killing me. Lin Fei had lost more than half of his life after the heavenly thunder. He had never expected that his great Mongolian characters would bring about such a shocking change. Boom! After barely withstanding the first bolt, Lin Fei's undefeatable golden physique managed to endure it. The lightning energy within his body continued to wreak havoc, causing him to be unable to expel it. Again? The second heavenly thunder was as thick as a bucket. Without hesitation, Lin Fei gathered his divine power and exploded with 10 times his strength. A total of 20 billion dragons' divine power slammed into the lightning, crushing it along the way. The heavenly thunder exploded with loud bangs. After the second heavenly thunder, the third heavenly thunder turned into a dark red heavenly thunder and came crashing down. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Fei could smell the scent of death. Brat Lin, you must withstand it. This is the last heavenly thunder. As long as you can withstand it, you can keep the heaven-shaking godly axe. He Yao reminded loudly. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Success or failure depends on this. Divine power 100 tremors. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He didn't use 50 times his strength but 10 times his strength. Under the power of lightning, blood flowed from his body. Bang 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 bang. Although this dark red heavenly thunder contained great terror, Lin Fei just wanted to know how much his invincible golden body had improved after absorbing the primordial chaos. The divine power blasted the dark red heavenly lightning away, but the power of the dark red heavenly lightning was extraordinary, and it was not affected much. With a boom, it landed on Lin Fei's body and blasted him into the depths of the mountain range. The third heavenly thunder disappeared and the world returned to normal. However, the experts of Holy Heaven Academy were the first to react to this huge commotion. The vice principal of Mount June was on the mountain peak. He immediately sensed the terrifying divine power of the heavenly thunder and flew out to see the rumbling heavenly thunder. Immortal artifact. Someone is refining an immortal artifact and attracted the heavenly thunder. The vice principal of Mount June was shocked and then overjoyed. He rushed up and prepared to seize the opportunity to seize the immortal artifact. On another mountain peak, an old man who was in seclusion all year round suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who is refining an immortal artifact and attracted tribulation lightning? The heavenly Tao can't tolerate it. Immediately this person disappeared. One after another, figures broke through the sky to search for the whereabouts of this immortal artifact. There would be pill thunder when refining elixirs. That was because the quality of the elixirs had reached an extremely high level. This kind of situation would also happen when refining sage artifacts and immortal artifacts. However, this kind of immortal artifact was a priceless treasure that could grow. Hairball, why are you still not taking the immortal artifact and leaving quickly? Lin Fei's voice came from the depths of the ground. Hairball opened her mouth and swallowed the heaven-shaking divine axe, Blood Shadow and Lin Fei. Then she directly traveled through the void. I almost died. In Hairball's space, Lin Fei vomited a big mouthful of blood. The last dark red heavenly thunder was not an ordinary kind of horrifying. He almost couldn't hold on. Fortunately, the 100 tremors of divine power and his body that was refined by the primordial chaos were able to withstand it in the end. However, he was also seriously injured. Brother He, why did you attract the heavenly thunder? That was the biggest question in Lin Fei's mind. The grade of your primordial Mongolian words is too high. It can even destroy immortal runes. Naturally, it won't be absorbed by the heavenly Tao. Luckily you blocked it. He Yao sighed. Even back then he wasn't as heaven-defying as you to create an immortal artifact that could grow. Does that mean that the heaven-shaking divine axe is an immortal artifact now? Lin Fei chuckled. Of course. Its power is definitely beyond imagination. There are many experts outside who came after hearing the news. Lin Fei urged Hairball to hurry back to the invincible peak. The commotion caused by an immortal artifact was definitely a huge matter. Just like what He Yao said, the heavenly tribulation lightning attracted by an immortal artifact would have a huge impact. First, the experts of the Holy Heaven Academy arrived at the scene. The place was filled with the terrifying aura of heavenly thunder. It was an aura that made even their hearts palpitate. Other than that, many experts who were usually stationed in the Holy Heaven Academy appeared. Quick, find the immortal artifact. As soon as they appeared, they started to look for the immortal artifact. Even though it was attacked by the heavenly thunder, it was still quite powerful. It was also a rare treasure. No matter how they looked, the immortal artifact seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They couldn't find any clues. After searching for a while, they found that someone was fighting against the heavenly thunder. However, the immortal artifact was nowhere to be found. The immortal kings who arrived first were in trouble. A massacre started. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know any of this. After returning to the invincible peak, Lin Fei first treated his injuries to prevent himself from being exposed. Luckily, no one came to find him at this stage. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fei hurriedly checked on the heaven-shaking divine axe. He had suffered greatly because of this heaven-shaking divine axe. As soon as the heaven-shaking divine axe flew out, a cold killing intent tore through the void. It was able to tear through the void even before it was activated. This shocked Lin Fei. Is this really an immortal artifact? The heaven-shaking divine axe was purple in color. It was the color of primordial chaos. The body of the axe was covered with purple divine runes, which were more mysterious than immortal runes. Lin Fei took out the immortal artifact, the golden scissors. No matter how he compared it, the aura of the heaven-shaking divine axe was worlds apart. Whoosh! The godly axe struck the deadly golden scissors. Kacha! This deadly golden scissors that everyone's heart was stirred by the sound of shattering. It was unbelievably sharp. Isn't this too scary? The golden scissors cut my body open. Isn't it a little too powerful after being struck by the heaven-shaking divine axe? Lin Fei didn't care about an immortal artifact. The heaven-shaking divine axe was a higher-grade immortal artifact. It was obvious which one was stronger. Kid, you're rich. Even I can't see through the grade of your heaven-shaking divine axe. It's at least a middle-grade immortal artifact. Black Demon had to admit that Lin Fei's luck was heaven-defying. It seems that this primordial chaos character hides a big secret. You better study it. Lin Fei put away the golden scissors. He was in a good mood. He refined the heaven-shaking divine axe again. Only then did he feel at ease. He tried to test its power on his body. The moment he touched it, his body was torn open. He was completely shocked. The heaven-shaking divine axe seemed to be more terrifying than he imagined. Murder weapon. This was a real murder weapon. It seems that my Fanteon seal can also become an extraordinary immortal artifact. Lin Fei thought of the primordial chaos characters. They seemed to contain a unique meaning. The power of the heaven-shaking divine axe had doubled. It almost killed Lin Fei. He didn't dare to act recklessly in the short term. After obtaining a powerful immortal artifact, Lin Fei was busy studying the characteristics of the heaven-shaking divine axe. He ignored everything else. Even if there was a flood, it had nothing to do with him. Until Vice Dean Qing Mu came again. Are we setting off? In the past few days, Lin Fei naturally heard that there was a heavenly thunder in a mountain range outside Holy Heaven Academy. He suspected that someone was refining an immortal artifact. However, no one knew the exact whereabouts of the immortal artifact. Instead, some unlucky immortal kings fell in the mountain range. Lin Fei was happy. He couldn't wait for them to suspect him. He secretly rejoiced that he let Hairball bring him away. Otherwise it would be a big problem. And Vice Dean Qing Mu nodded. Aren't you worried? Lin Fei laughed. There's nothing to worry about. These words were filled with confidence. The heaven-shaking divine axe was an immortal artifact. Its power was extraordinary. Ordinary immortal artifacts could be split apart with one strike. Not to mention those people. Who would dare to not fear death? Chapter 10:16. Junior brother, you must be careful on this trip. Vice Dean Qing Mu came forward and brought Lin Fei to a palace in Holy Heaven Academy. Just as he was about to step into the palace, Vice Dean Qing Mu's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fei's mind. Lin Fei nodded casually and didn't ask why, but an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. For your safety, the elders specially agreed to open the long-distance teleportation array to help you. Vice Dean Qing Mu said after entering the palace. Lin Fei accepted it with peace of mind. At least the academy still had some humanity and didn't let him go out to attract hatred. There were many immortal kings hiding outside, preparing to make a move. Dean Junshan, Dean Luo Tian, Dean Fan Yun, Dean Luo Xian, Lin Fei is here. After passing through many doors, Vice Dean Qing Mu finally pushed open a door, and the four vice deans appeared together. Qing Mu, for a mere Lin Fei, you want us to wait for him here? You are too arrogant. Dean Junshan said in a strange tone as soon as Vice Dean Qing Mu appeared. That's right, we are the deans of the academy and have distinguished status. For the sake of opening a teleportation array, we have to wait for a junior. I also don't understand why. Is Qing Mu not going to give us an explanation? Vice Dean Fan Yun snorted and shot a sharp light towards Lin Fei. Dean Luo Tian's expression changed. As for Dean Luo Xian, she was a fairy and remained silent. Vice Dean Qing Mu's expression was not good. These two were making a fuss in public and didn't give him any face. His face sank and said, Explanation? This is decided by the elders. Why don't you ask them instead of coming here to complain? Although Vice Dean Qing Mu spoke politely to Lin Fei, there was a lot of anger between him and the two vice deans. Vice Dean Qing Mu was so protective of Lin Fei that Jun Shan and Fan Yun were not particularly happy. Lin Fei, as a saint, why didn't you greet our vice deans? Jun Shan didn't come to cause trouble for Qing Mu today, but for Lin Fei. He changed the topic and came for Lin Fei. Deputy Dean Qing Mu transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. He is the Deputy Dean of Mount Jun. He is narrow-minded. You have to be prepared. You are the Deputy Dean of Mount Jun? Sure enough, a disciple is like a person's virtue. Lin Fei boldly stepped forward and said shocking words. What did you say? The Deputy Dean of Mount Jun shouted, his voice deafening. Lin Fei shook his head. Look, this person is old. He can't even hear his voice, yet he still has the nerve to stay in this position. His skin is really thick. If I don't give you face, what can you do? A smile flashed across Luo Tian's eyes as he said faintly, Junior brother Lin Fei, how can you say that? Jun Shan is a deputy dean after all. In the ears of the crowd, these words did not hurt at all. Apologize, he must apologize. Fan Yun shouted angrily at Lin Fei. A saint didn't put their dean in his eyes. This was too arrogant. Lin Fei picked his ear. Vice Dean Fan Yun, you are too hot-tempered. Don't forget that I am a saint's son, and I have a bright future. If you want me to apologize, I will apologize. Then why don't you let Vice Dean Jun apologize first? You allowed your disciple to come and provoke us. I want to ask, what is going on here? Deputy Dean Qing Mu didn't say anything and let Lin Fei continue. Jun Shan's disciple came to provoke them. It was not very kind, especially when he spoke against Lin Fei. This was taking revenge on junior brother Lin Fei. The only thing he had to do was to prevent Jun Shan from being angry and humiliated and make a move on him. Jun Shan, Fan Yun, you two take a step back. Don't forget why we are here today. Seeing the situation getting worse, Deputy Dean Luo Xian spoke to stop them. Jun Shan flicked his sleeves. Being scolded by a saint, he was full of anger. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't dare to act recklessly on this occasion. Who would have thought that Lin Fei couldn't be treated like an ordinary person? He was completely uneasy. Lin Fei, your wings won. Today's matter is not over with you. Jun Shan wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but Qing Mu wouldn't let him do it on this occasion. Lin Fei met Jun Shan's gaze. Wrong. It's not that you and I are not finished, but I am not finished with you. When I return from the Phoenix Academy, this disciple will definitely find Vice Headmaster Jun Shan to exchange pointers. I'll teach you a lesson. Every mountain has its own people and you are already old. It's time for you to abdicate. I'll be waiting. The Vice Dean of Mount Jun put away his anger, which made people confused. Blindly arrogant won't have a good ending. Fan Yun didn't like Lin Fei too much, especially his previous words, saying that they were living like dogs. Thinking of this trip to Phoenix Academy, which was full of danger, he immediately let out a breath of resentment. Lin Fei couldn't accept this decision from the higher-ups no matter what. Since he wasn't going back, there was no need to waste his breath on him. Qing Mu was afraid that it would continue, but he admired junior brother Lin Fei's courage, daring to ask the deputy dean to exchange pointers. Alright, the five of us are all here, we can activate the long-distance teleportation array. The long-distance teleportation formation of the Holy Heaven Academy could only be activated by the 5 vice principals, and only then could it be activated. It's getting late, let's do it. The 5 deputy deans each activated a part of the long-distance teleportation array. Coincidentally, the 5 parts joined together, forming a complete teleportation array. Junior brother Lin Fei, as your senior brother, I wish you a triumphant return. When Vice Dean Qing Mu activated the teleportation formation, he sent a message. Looking at Lin Fei on the teleportation array, Jun Shan's eyes flickered as he thought, you bastard, once you are teleported out, let's see how arrogant you are. It's a pity that I can't kill you personally, it's more or less a pity. Open. 5 light pillars rose at the same time, the teleportation array lit up, and Lin Fei was teleported out. There was no one else on the teleportation array. Let's go. Jun Shan coldly snorted, his gaze stopped on Qing Mu and he walked out. Brother Jun Shan, I recently got some good immortal wine, let's have a drink together. Fan Yun chased after him. Usually the two were close. Alright. In the teleportation hall, only Qing Mu, Luo Xian and Luo Tian were left. My disciple is refining pills, I'll take my leave first. Dean Luo Xian also left. Sigh, junior brother Lin Fei, you have offended both Jun Shan and Fan Yun this time. Luo Tian lightly sighed, it's really not a wise move. Chapter 10:17. Brother Jun Shan, Lin Fei is only a junior. Relying on his little strength, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His trip to Phoenix Academy will only bode ill for him. You don't need to be angry with this kind of person. Fan Yun drank a mouthful of immortal wine in a pavilion on the vice headmaster's mountain peak. Brother Fan is right, Jun Shan nodded. In our position we've seen all kinds of geniuses. A junior like Lin Fei is nothing more than arrogance. He won't be able to achieve anything great. One day he will die a violent death. Fan Yun had a pensive look as he thought to himself, this junior Lin Fei offended Mount Jun on the spot. Last time he beat up the sect's disciples and plundered their treasures. It looks like Lin Fei is really doomed this time. That genius didn't die a violent death. A genius that hasn't grown is not a true genius. Let's drink. Fan Yun raised his cup. Cheers to those geniuses that have passed away. Aha, cheers to those geniuses that have passed away. The two of them had the same mentality. They couldn't bear to see someone stronger than them. Lin Fei's rise and Qing Mu's promise to push Lin Fei to the vice headmaster's position undoubtedly touched their interests. It was bound to cause one of the headmasters to give up his position and enter the ranks of high-level elders. High-level elders sounded like they had a good reputation, but in reality once they reached that step, the power in their hands might not be as great as their eyes. Only if you had outstanding strength would you have the right to speak. Otherwise you would be unknown, far inferior to the power of a vice headmaster. Good fellow, this teleportation sent me millions of miles away. This saves me a lot of time traveling. Under the boundless sky, on a mountain range, a bright light shone and a person appeared. It was Lin Fei who had been teleported out. After Lin Fei used his divine sense to check, he confirmed his position. It wasn't far from Phoenix Academy, at most tens of millions of miles away. It wouldn't be long before he arrived. Lin Fei died. With a rumble, the world suddenly darkened. In the depths of the sky, a towering demonic hand reached out and slammed down towards Lin Fei's position. The power of laws hung down and sealed the void. F***CK, someone leaked the secret. The demonic hand in the sky was tens of thousands of meters wide, and it covered the sky above Lin Fei, locking down everything in the void. Clearly it had come prepared. Lin Fei immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. Bang bang bang, the mountain range below Lin Fei exploded. The towering mountains shattered into nothingness. In an instant there was nothing left below. It must be Jun Shan and the others who leaked the secret. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Before coming here, Qing Mu had said that the long-distance teleportation formation wasn't fixed to a specific location. Instead it was set up by the 5 of them. In other words, only the 5 of them knew where he would be teleported to. Lin Fei was furious. Jun Shan, you treacherous villain. When I get back, I'll definitely beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the floor. There was no need to doubt that the person who leaked the secret was none other than Jun Shan. Damn, this daddy wants to see exactly how many people want to deal with me. Today I'll deal with them all at once and start a massacre. Boom. Lin Fei punched out with his fist. His god force was like a torrent, slamming into the demonic hand. A terrifying explosion occurred, causing the dark clouds in the sky to instantly dissipate as the sky returned to normal. The demonic hand dissipated. Lin Fei felt a chill on his back. A saber of law energy slashed onto him. This was actually a sneak attack from an immortal king. Moreover, it was an immortal king at the peak stage of the earth ranked. Lin Fei's invincible golden body flickered unceasingly, dissipating the might of the attack. He turned and punched out with his fist. His god force gushed forth, tearing his opponent into pieces. Wanting to deal with me, Lin Fei? Don't be a nobody. After killing a peak stage earth-ranked immortal king with a single punch, Lin Fei was like a heavenly god, standing there proudly. His aura was like a pillar of light as his battle intent surged. Since they wanted to kill him halfway, he would definitely make them regret it today. Swish. Lin Fei lunged towards a certain spot in the void. With a slash of his god force saber, blood splattered as a body fell out. In the blink of an eye, he lunged to the next spot as another corpse fell out. Only after over 10 corpses fell did Lin Fei stop. These corpses were all heaven-ranked immortal kings when they were alive. When they encountered Lin Fei, they were all killed with a single slash, their heads separated from their bodies. After killing over 10 heaven-ranked immortal kings in a single breath, Lin Fei finally stood upright with his saber horizontally. Primordial runes, their might is truly extraordinary. My god force runes are truly powerful. Just by changing the way they are formed, their might has increased. Lin Fei stood upright, thinking about the primordial runes in his heart. Just earlier, Lin Fei had a telepathic connection and changed the structure of the god force runes, simulating a portion of the primordial runes. The might of the god force runes that were formed from the primordial runes were greatly increased, far exceeding Lin Fei's imagination. Clap, 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 a round of applause came from the void. A black cloud flew out and transformed into 6 black-robed men. The one clapping was the leader of the group. The leader didn't conceal his monstrous demonic chi at all. Demonic sky, that idiot dying in your hands truly deserved it. But when you meet me, Devil Child Jin, you will know that all of this is nothing in front of me. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and here I was wondering who was sneaking around. So it's the subordinates of the Sky Devil Emperor. You only have this much ability, yet you want to deal with this daddy? What a joke. Devil Child Jin launched a sneak attack but was blocked by Lin Fei. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He, Devil Child Jin, was one of the top 50 personal disciples of the Sky Devil Emperor. Lin Fei, you are truly arrogant. Fellow apprentice brothers, let's suppress him together. Do it. Sun Demon Zhen gave the order, and a skeleton flew out from his forehead, turning into 1,000 zhang in size. Demonic chi surged into the sky. The remaining 5 disciples of the Sky Devil Emperor also had 5 skeletons fly out from their foreheads, turning into 1,000 zhang in size. Swish, 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 Sky Devil Life and Death Formation. After the first move failed, Devil Child Jin used the Supreme Formation to suppress Lin Fei. Boom, 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 Once the formation was formed, sinister winds blew and demonic chi filled the sky. 6 demonic figures appeared, ferocious, shaking the void. Demonic wind, demonic mountain, demonic water, thousands of demonic creatures wreaked havoc within the formation. Bang bang bang, the demonic creatures shrieked and rushed over in groups. They constantly drilled into Lin Fei's body, wanting to take over his physical body, his entire body. Break for this, daddy. Lin Fei's body blurred as he transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form, and punched out at the thousands of demonic creatures. Every time his fist landed, a flood of divine power would explode, and a large number of demonic creatures would explode. No one could stop him. Boom, 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 within the Sky Devil life and death formation, wave after wave of terrifying power shook the entire formation. Walala, walala, the skeletons of the formation were filled with cracks. After a loud rumble, they shattered. The Sky Devil life and death formation was completely broken. Pew 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 pew, the 6 of them each spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he break the formation? Lin Fei had already rushed out of the formation. With a divine saber in his hand, he slashed at the closest subordinate of the Sky Devil Emperor. His speed was so fast that no one could block it. He was cleaved in half and the god runes exploded, taking his life. How dare you ambush this, daddy? You must be tired of living. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand. With a loud rumble, the void trembled. The strength of the 18 incarnations merged into one, and the strength of his main body instantly reached 2 billion dragon god force. He grabbed the opponent's neck and exerted force, and the body of the Sky Devil Emperor's disciple shattered like a perfect work of art. Sun Demon Zhen's heart trembled. Impossible. Didn't the intelligence say that you could barely kill early heaven realm immortal kings? How can you kill my junior apprentice brother so quickly? As he spoke, Lin Fei consecutively killed another 3 disciples of the Sky Devil Emperor. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he unleashed his full strength. He was truly a Tyrannosaurus in human form, invincible. You are destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei waved his saber, and in a single breath, over 100 saber lights shot out. Each saber light contained 2.5 billion dragon god force, and the formation of the primordial Mongolian characters caused the god force runes to improve once again. The intelligence is wrong. Over 100 saber lights instantly engulfed Sun Demon Zhen, and he lost all signs of life. What a joke. Over 100 beams of saber light slashed down. How could Zhen Mo, who was merely a mid-stage heaven-ranked immortal king, be able to defend against over 100 attacks? He barely managed to block 30 beams of saber light before his fleshly body was blasted apart. The primordial Mongolian characters changed the structure of the god force runes, giving me an additional 500 million dragon god force out of nowhere. My strength has increased imperceptibly. Killing people is simply too satisfying. In the blink of an eye, he killed 6 heaven realm immortal kings, one of which was a mid-stage heaven realm immortal king. Lin Fei's savagery was beyond imagination. Is there anyone else who wants to make a move? If not, I'm leaving. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. A deafening voice resounded in the air above the mountain range. It was unknown if Lin Fei's savagery, destroying the heavenly demon life and death formation, and killing 6 disciples of the heavenly demon emperor with just a wave of his hand, had frightened them, and no one dared to make a move again. Violet lightning spear. There were still people who were unwilling to give up. The sky darkened once more and streaks of lightning descended. A 30,000 zhang long spear took the form of a lightning dragon, and with a roar, it rushed towards Lin Fei. Before the lightning arrived, the void exploded continuously. Cowardly scoundrel. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the god fiend grabbed out with his right hand. It grew to 30,000 zhang long, and his god force surged out, crushing the lightning arcs and grabbing the lightning dragon. His god force vibrated, and a black lightning spear landed in his hand, struggling unceasingly. This spear is mine. The violet lightning spear was suppressed by Lin Fei, and he threw it into the heaven and earth smelt, suppressing it to the point where it couldn't move. Exclamations of shock and anger rang out in the void. Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed out with a saber light, leaving a huge ravine in the sky, and that person disappeared without a trace. That's more like it. Under the envelopment of Lin Fei's divine sense, the people who were hiding earlier disappeared one by one, causing him to feel somewhat disappointed. He really wanted to know who it was that wanted to deal with him. Killing him halfway? If he hadn't cultivated the 18 incarnations, he would have suffered a great loss today, and would have been suppressed by someone. I hope the Phoenix Academy won't disappoint me. Chapter 10:18. ruins left behind from a great battle. The two high-ranking elders of the Holy Heaven Academy in the sky couldn't help but be completely moved. What a surprise. Lin Fei's strength increased again in such a short time, killing a middle-stage heaven-stage immortal king. I'm afraid there are few disciples in our academy that can match up to him. These two high-ranking elders were protecting Lin Fei along the way. No matter what, Lin Fei was a genius, and the word monster was added after genius. Based on Lin Fei's decisiveness in killing the disciple of the Sky Demon Emperor, we must ensure Lin Fei's safety no matter what. The two high-ranking elders made a decision. Nothing must happen to Lin Fei. There is a big problem with today's matter. We must find out who leaked the secret and almost caused the death of a monster genius. One of the high-ranking elders said coldly. Even they could see that Lin Fei was intercepted and killed halfway. Someone must have leaked his whereabouts and ambushed him. This made them very angry. Very angry. Let's hurry up and catch up. After Lin Fei displayed his extraordinary strength again, the two high-ranking elders were not willing to see anything happen and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the two high-ranking elders left, under the mountain ruins, a gust of cold wind blew and a ghostly figure came out. The information was wrong. Lin Fei's strength increased again. Even Demon Child Jin under the Sky Demon Emperor was killed. The person wiped the sweat on his forehead. I must go back and report the situation. Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. After killing the disciple of the Sky Demon Emperor, Lin Fei was in a good mood, especially after obtaining a few top-grade sacred tools. It could be considered as a harvest. Tens of millions of miles, in the blink of an eye. Standing in the void, Lin Fei saw the Phoenix Academy far away. Among the mountains there were countless palaces. The area was no less than that of Holy Heaven Academy. No wonder the Phoenix Academy dares to compete with the Holy Heaven Academy. They still have the capital. Lin Fei spread his divine sense and sensed the powerful strength of the Phoenix Academy. If it was before, he might have felt fearful, but now he would at most feel excited. Phoenix Academy, your father is coming. Lin Fei flew out from the void, rushing towards the Phoenix Academy. Whether or not his Fanteon seal could reach the level of an immortal artifact would depend on whether or not the Phoenix Academy would give it their all. Lin Fei's speed was so fast that there was almost nothing to stop him. After reaching the outer perimeter, he descended from the sky. There was a restrictive spell formation set up in the sky, which was quite extraordinary. At the foot of the mountain leading to the Phoenix Academy was a winding mountain path, like a stairway to heaven, endlessly extending upwards. Everyone listen up, Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei is extremely arrogant. He is trying to challenge our genius senior brothers. Academy Elder, activate the formation. If that thief Lin Fei dares to come, he will definitely climb up the stairway to heaven. Junior brothers, guard this path with me. Let's give that brat Lin Fei a good lesson. Lin Fei's ears twitched, walking on the bluestone path, wearing a black robe. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the so-called stairway to heaven, involuntarily giving people a great pressure. Who are you? This is the stairway to heaven of the Phoenix Academy. Not everyone can climb it. At the foot of the stairway to heaven, more than 10 immortal kings were guarding this place. Seeing a black-robed man coming up, one of the immortal king disciples swept over with a sharp cold light, cutting the falling leaves into pieces, overbearing and fierce. A great principal golden immortal dares to come to our academy. Isn't it easy for senior brothers to teach him a lesson? These immortal kings were all arrogant. To be able to reach this realm, each of them had a great future, plus the academy was catching up to the Holy Heaven Academy, which encouraged their arrogance. Lin Fei let the cold light fall on his body. Your Phoenix Academy is really overbearing. When the immortal king saw that his cold light couldn't suppress a great principal golden immortal, he felt very embarrassed and immediately sneered, Our Phoenix Academy is overbearing, what about you? With a swoosh, the immortal king rushed up. His face was ferocious, the power of law rotated, like a wind knife cutting over. Lin Fei casually pointed out, landing on the immortal king, but before it could reach him, it exploded with a bang, dying without an intact corpse. Not good, he killed senior brother. The people who were originally watching the show suddenly jumped up. Someone dared to kill people in Phoenix Academy, it was really going against the heavens. Kill him. Avenge senior brother. More than 10 immortal kings each took out their treasures, more than 10 treasures, with extraordinary momentum, rushed towards Lin Fei. Boom. Lin Fei stamped his foot on the ground, and the divine power in the sky burst out, like a storm. The sacred treasures were shaken away one by one, more than 10 immortal kings vomited blood, and the sacred treasures were also damaged. Is Lin Fei? Suddenly someone screamed. Lin Fei took the cloak and stomped down with his foot. The earth split apart like a gigantic beast opening its mouth, swallowing them whole. After that, a huge mountain came crashing down, causing the nearby mountain peaks to sink into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Not good, Lin Fei is here. The nearby disciples were shocked, watching more than 10 senior brothers being suppressed by Lin Fei. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei looked up at the stairway to heaven, his face was full of fighting spirit, letting him come to the assessment, today is the right time to play a big game. Whoosh. Lin Fei opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Genius of the Phoenix Academy, hurry up and get out, this daddy Lin Fei is here. A loud rumbling sound spread out from in front of Lin Fei, each word contained supreme divine power, all the way up the stairway to heaven, exploded, the famous stairway to heaven, under Lin Fei's roar, completely disappeared. Genius of the Phoenix Academy, hurry up and get out, this daddy Lin Fei is here. The terrifying voice, like a storm, swept all the way, a large piece of mountain range exploded, the mountains of the direct disciples collapsed one by one, or snapped in the middle, ruins appeared one after another. The beams of the perfectly built palaces collapsed, the red-crowned cranes playing in the sky screamed, fell from the sky and died, the immortal beasts reared, their bellies turned upside down, blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. In the huge Phoenix Academy, there was almost no place that was intact. Almost all the buildings were forcibly torn apart by the divine power attack. Ah, this daddy's battle pet is dead, Lin Fei, you son of a bitch. This old man's batch of pellets is ruined. Little bastard, this daddy's mountain peak. Above the Phoenix Academy, all kinds of roars resounded, many figures arrived, all of them were furious, gathering above Lin Fei. No one would have guessed that Lin Fei would be so cruel, forcefully changing the appearance of the Phoenix Academy. Chapter 10:19. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin Fei, this is really good. In the air, the 2 high-level elders gulped, unable to digest this scene. He is really good, but he seems to have gone too far. The magnificent Phoenix Academy has been ruined to such an extent, however, there is only one word to describe this, refreshing. To think that their Phoenix Academy would have such a day, haha. The 2 high-level elders communicated with their divine sense, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. This kind of crazy behavior made them realize that if they didn't do anything today, it would be difficult for them to take away Lin Fei. They were a little clear on Lin Fei's temperament. He was a typical violent person. To put it bluntly, he was a brute who only cared about killing and fighting, not thinking about anything else. According to their imaginations, when Lin Fei went to challenge the Phoenix Academy's geniuses, he would normally fight his way up to the central holy region and become famous throughout the great metropolis heavens. At the very least, everyone would know of such a person's existence. Unfortunately, the 2 of them never imagined that Lin Fei would use a different method to turn the Phoenix Academy upside down. Most importantly, they had underestimated Lin Fei's savage temperament. This roar was no less than poking a hornet's nest, pulling a lot of hatred for them. Seeing Lin Fei's actions, they felt incomparably happy. It wasn't that they didn't know about the Phoenix Academy's actions, but they were too lazy to bother with them. Lin Fei had helped them vent their anger. As the main culprit, Lin Fei was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't see the killing intent rising in the sky and the elders. Don't be angry, who told you to lay down an array formation that prevented me from going up, so I could only inform everyone like this. When everyone heard this, they nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sophistry, this was a blatant sophistry. Who would inform others like this, tormenting the Phoenix Academy? Lin Fei, you destroyed my mountain peak. If I don't take revenge for this, I will not be able to rest in peace. At the end of the sky, saber lights filled the sky. A middle-aged man stood on a saber, his face filled with anger. Each saber light was incomparably tyrannical, no less than a peerless master. The Saber King is here. How can this be? The saber peak that the Saber Sovereign spent so much effort to set up was destroyed? All the disciples were shocked. Cut the crap. Today I'm here to challenge. Genius disciples, come at me. Lin Fei yawned. After I'm done with you, I still need to go back to sleep. Contempt. Looking down on the entire Phoenix Academy. Heaven's will is like a blade. That Saber King stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A mysterious aura appeared in his hand and turned into a smooth and round saber covered in densely packed runes. It contained a trace of heavenly might as it chopped straight at Lin Fei. Shoo. The saber locked onto Lin Fei, and a faint heavenly might followed. Using his hand as a saber, Lin Fei also sent out a saber light to meet the Saber Sovereign's so-called Heaven's will as a saber. Arrogant. This junior Lin Fei is too arrogant. He dares to ignore the Saber Sovereign's heaven's will as a saber. An elder angrily said. The Saber Sovereign's heaven's will is like a saber. He comprehended a trace of heaven's will and merged it with it, killing without a trace. Lin Fei is so arrogant he will lose for sure. Another elder said. That's right, the Saber Sovereign comprehended heaven's will. His saber art is illusory, but it contains a trace of heavenly might. It is like God's help, like a tiger with wings. Although they could not make a move for the time being, this peerless genius Saber Sovereign saber was enough to make Lin Fei bleed. It's empty. Lin Fei's saber slashed out. The heavens will flash to the left, passing through the void and slashed at his face. A trace of heaven's will attacked, rushing into his sea of consciousness. Haha, you will lose for sure. This seat's heaven's will is like a saber. That is a trace of heaven's will, and heaven's will has always been unfathomable. How can a mortal catch a trace of it? You will be defeated under this seat's saber. The Saber Sovereign laughed. He was certain that he would defeat Lin Fei. Humph, a trace of heaven's will is nothing. Lin Fei coldly snorted and allowed the heaven's will to land on his body. Sparks flew everywhere, but this saber could not harm him at all. There was not even a wound left on his body. You take my saber as well. The divine energy saber flew out and Lin Fei grabbed it. Then he ferociously chopped down. It was ferocious and tyrannical like a bolt of lightning. The saber struck the so-called Saber Sovereign's body, immediately splitting him in half. Blood spurted everywhere. The expressions of the disciples who were prepared to cheer for the Saber Sovereign froze. They could only watch helplessly as the Saber Sovereign was split in half. The Saber Sovereign was killed in one saber strike. Moreover, he was not in the academy, so there was no way for him to revive. An elder jumped out and pointed at Lin Fei. Your methods are too cruel. The Saber Sovereign comprehended heaven's will like a saber. Even if it was just a trace, he could still improve in the future. With the flexibility of heaven's will, he could become a pillar of the academy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was killed by Lin Fei. How could they accept this? Lin Fei laughed. This daddy is cruel? Bullshit? Didn't you see that this daddy took his heaven's will like a saber? This daddy only used one saber strike. Who told him to not be able to block it? And he still calls himself the Saber Sovereign? Isn't he ashamed? He might as well change his name to Who Won Saber to Death. The elder was utterly aggrieved. Everyone present saw that Lin Fei blocked the Saber Sovereign's saber. It was normal for the Saber Sovereign to block Lin Fei's saber. If he couldn't block it, it meant that he was not strong enough. But how could they dare to say this? This was slapping the Academy's face. Lin Fei continued, Today this daddy is here to cause a scene. Who else is there? Come up quickly. The earlier we fight, the earlier we leave. Everyone's time is precious. Don't be too arrogant, Lin Fei. Another white-clothed man appeared in the sky. A divine pagoda flew out from between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, it became 10,000 zhang tall. Runes flashed as it rushed towards Lin Fei. This is Senior Brother Li Jun's Xianming Divine Pagoda. As the Xianming Divine Pagoda pressed down, two streams of qi rushed out from the pagoda, one black and one white. With terrifying killing intent, they formed a heaven and earth great millstone. While the heaven and earth great millstone moved, and a large area of the void shattered. A terrifying force surged towards Lin Fei, slicing through his body over 100 times, leaving white marks on his skin. F***ck, these two streams of qi transformed into divine dragons, their power is extraordinary. They can even leave marks on my invincible golden body. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The Phoenix Academy still had some ability. The two gas divine dragons were unable to tear apart Lin Fei's body. The Phoenix Academy's elder's eyes almost popped out. How could this be possible? These two gas divine dragons had a special origin. In order to refine these two gas divine dragons, they had lost more than 10 Earth-stage immortal kings and a Heaven-stage immortal king before they could completely refine them into treasures. Again. Li Jun was also dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth and continued to drive the heaven and earth great millstone. He did not believe that he could not shake Lin Fei's body. No matter how powerful his body refining technique was, it would still be crushed into pieces. Hua hua huang, the two gas divine millstones were like a storm, constantly cutting at Lin Fei's body, but could not break through, leaving only white marks. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. One by one, the god runes flew out and hit the heaven and earth great millstone. Since he refined the primordial ancient characters, the god force runes had improved. Every time the God Force runes hit the millstone, the cutting power began to weaken, until a loud sound rang out, and the heaven and earth great millstone collapsed. Come here. Lin Fei sent Feng Daozi, who had less than 10% of his original strength, flying. He grabbed at the gas divine dragons. The three-headed, six-armed Shenming God Pagoda in the sky grabbed the two gas divine dragons, and threw them into the heaven and earth smelt regardless of how they struggled. Even without these two gas divine dragons, you will still be defeated. Xiao xiao xiao. Beams of saber light slashed at Li Jun. Just as he said, these two gas divine dragons were his trump cards. Once they were taken away, the Shenming God Pagoda's power would be greatly reduced, and he would not be able to suppress it. Lin Fei had beaten him to the brink of death the moment he got close. If not for the two gas divine dragons, he would have already died. Two consecutive genius disciples, each of whom could fight against a heaven stage immortal king, were defeated in the blink of an eye. This was out of their expectations and they felt very disappointed. The information is wrong. In the information, Lin Fei's battle prowess was not this powerful. Especially those god power runes which contained a strange power. They couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, Lin Fei's strength would once again increase, and he would cultivate a powerful physique refining technique? Who else is still unconvinced? Hurry up and make your move. You guys are still Phoenix Academy, didn't you want to trample on Sacred Heaven Academy? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear like a great bell. It was deafening and it was like a slap to their faces. The disciples of Phoenix Academy were indeed very proud. Sacred Heaven Academy was declining year by year, especially without a king-conferred genius. There was a great trend of decline. Lin Fei, you are too presumptuous. We, the three brothers of the profound emperor, will deal with you. Three youths that looked exactly the same came together. The elder with an ugly expression couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The three brothers of the profound emperor can fight against 5 heaven stage immortal kings. Let's see how this junior Lin Fei can resist. What if the three brothers of the profound emperor lose? No one knew which elder spoke, but the elder who originally saw hope became silent. The loss of a saber king made their hearts ache. In addition to the loss of treasures, they simply couldn't accept this result. If the three brothers of the profound emperor lost, heaven covering illusion. When the three brothers of the profound emperor came up, one of the youths made a hand seal. Everyone discovered that the three brothers of the profound emperor and Lin Fei had all disappeared. This is the heaven covering illusion? Causing people to be trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves? Many disciples took in a cold breath. Oh man, what do we do now? The three brothers of the profound emperor are the trump card of Phoenix Academy. Many genius disciples of our academy have lost to them. In the void, a high-ranking elder said in a deep voice. Let's see the situation. If it takes too long, then we will make our move. To be able to make two high-ranking elders pay attention to the three brothers of the profound emperor, they were naturally not ordinary. Lin Fei fell into the heaven-covering illusion, and his surroundings were gray. Chapter 1020. Phoenix Academy, the profound sovereign's three brothers took action, regaining some of the popularity of the academy. Lin Fei, the junior that they didn't care about in their eyes, first covered the entire academy with a roar, causing mountains to collapse and buildings to collapse, injuring the academy's disciples. Everything he did was heinous, unforgivable. Even killing 100 times wouldn't be enough to appease their anger. The profound sovereign's three brothers were unique existences in the academy. They were born to be brothers, and they had once defeated many genius disciples of the Elysium Academy. Return this seat's life. In the sky-covering illusory realm, the first Saber King to be killed brought a gust of chilly wind, descending from the sky. Then, another genius disciple descended one after another. The genius disciples were filled with resentment as if they walked out from hell. So they are all the enemies that I killed. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of surprise. The profound sovereign's three brothers really had some ability. Who cares if you are dead or alive? At worst, this daddy will send you to hell again. Trying to use the heart demon to shake this daddy, you are too naive. Big. Lin Fei's body expanded, becoming 500,000 zhang tall. One after another, god power runes flew out, forming a huge god power storm sweeping all the way. Regardless of whether it was the heart demon or others, they instantly fell into the storm vortex and were shredded into pieces. The profound sovereign's three brothers, using this to deal with me is useless. Lin Fei punched upwards and the god power was like a heavenly pillar. The huge sky-covering illusory realm shook, and the newly revived heart demon was obliterated again. Peng peng peng. Lin Fei punched more than 10 times in one breath, and the light pillar soared into the sky. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the sky-covering illusory realm shook continuously, gradually unable to withstand, as if it was about to break. I can't let this continue. This guy's god power is shocking, and he wants to shake the sky-covering illusory realm. If this continues, the illusory realm will shatter. Xiao, one on the left and one on the right, each took out a treasure. The profound sovereign's eldest brother took out a sacred saber, while the second brother took out a black divine needle, specialized in breaking the physical body. When the two took out their treasures, the sacred saber and divine needle turned into millions of pieces, each vivid and lifelike with the same aura. Lin Fei admit defeat. The profound sovereign's 3 brothers have always been the bane of your Elysium Academy. After entering our heaven-concealing illusion, no matter how strong you are, you will still suffer a crushing defeat. You killed senior brother Saber King and heavily injured Li Jun. Everything you did is more than enough to kill you 100 times over. Killing intent filled the sky, and the tens of thousands of sacred sabers and divine needles. Could be called a killing move. Haha, you guys are really capable. Using the sky concealment illusion to create an illusion, real and fake. No wonder you guys are so confident. Unfortunately, you met me. Heaven T God power Li illusory. To Fei's stage, reet and illusory domain Tit Fei Lin Fei T his teat. Get lost. Lin Feishan flicked his right hand in the direction of the illusory realm. At a height of 500,000 zhang with this flick, a Saint Saber was shot out. The 3-headed, 6-armed Saint Saber slammed in the direction of the Saint Saber, and a human figure fell out, coughing up blood. Numerous God Force runes transformed into a saber that slashed down, cleaving the human figure in two. Big brother. A scream came from the sky-covering illusory realm. Lin Fei took another step forward, and the sky-covering illusory realm was on the verge of collapse. Another figure fell out, and it was the profound sovereign's 3rd brother who created the illusory realm. With one of them dead, the illusory realm was gone, and Lin Fei slammed his palm down, turning his opponent into a meat patty. Unless it was true power, it was useless against Lin Fei. And you? After killing 2 people consecutively, Lin Fei was relaxed. With a slash, he also slashed his opponent in half. This slash contained 2.5 billion divine dragon force, and it was incomparably sharp with the Grand Mist characters. Killing him was as easy as flipping one's hand, and he was just relying on the illusory realm. With the 3 profound sovereign brothers dead, the sky-covering illusory realm shattered, and Lin Fei returned to his original appearance, appearing in front of everyone. Your hope seems to be useless. The sky-covering illusory realm shattered, and the 3 profound sovereign brothers didn't come out. The hearts of the Phoenix Academy's elders sank again, and the corpses appeared, too horrible to look at. Hateful Junior, you actually dared to kill my sect's disciple. A middle-aged elder looked like he had lost his father, and his anger soared to the sky. Blood flowed out of his eyes, and he couldn't accept this reality. The 3 profound sovereign brothers were his most outstanding disciples, but they died in the hands of this evil person, Lin Fei. Lin Fei flicked his fingernails. Who can be blamed for not being skilled enough? Could it be that you old thing want to take revenge for your disciple? Trying to kill me? Don't make me look down on your academy. The middle-aged elder flew into a rage, and his immortal energy slashed through the void. He sighed inwardly at Lin Fei's sinister and cunning, cutting off their chance to make a move. The 3 profound sovereign brothers couldn't suppress Lin Fei, and they died in his hands instead. Every time they lost a genius expert, the Academy Dean's heart was bleeding, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. They never thought that one day, a holy son of the Holy Heaven Academy could suppress the geniuses of their academy, and continuously slap their faces. Elder Fu, this evil person Lin Fei isn't exchanging pointers at all. He's here to annihilate our academy's geniuses. Let us kill him and destroy a genius of the Holy Heaven Academy. Elder Fu, we can't let this kid Lin Fei continue like this. Our academy's genius disciples will suffer heavy losses, and we must make a decision as soon as possible. The group of elders of the Phoenix Academy looked at one of the higher-ups. We still underestimated Lin Fei's strength, which resulted in us losing several geniuses in a row. The Holy Heaven Academy has produced an incredible peerless genius. Elder Fu was a one-armed old man, and he had a gloomy expression. Indeed, we can't let this continue. We must stop the spars. For this spar, just admit defeat for the time being. The words of the higher-ups caused a huge uproar. Admit defeat? How could this be done? An elder with a slightly inferior status said unwillingly, Elder, isn't this making us lower our heads? We have to suppress Lin Fei at least, and we can't let him go back. Lin Fei naturally can't be allowed to go back. This matter needs to be considered at length. Furthermore, the Holy Heaven Academy has sent 2 experts. Once we make a move, it will be equivalent to shedding all pretenses. It will damage our academy's reputation in public. Killing intent flashed in Elder Fu's eyes. The higher-ups were going to make a move. Didn't your academy claim to be replacing the Holy Heaven Academy? Why are there no geniuses willing to come out? Don't tell me you're afraid. Lin Fei snorted coldly as he swept his gaze across the academy's disciples. The geniuses of the academy lowered their heads in shame, and they were filled with fear. Only a few of them dared to look at Lin Fei's gaze. In a spar they would either be killed or heavily injured. Who would dare to stand out? Didn't they see that the 3 profound emperor brothers were already dead? Chapter 10:21. You guys admit defeat? Lin Fei blinked, his voice loud and clear. These words were like knocking on the hearts of the Phoenix Academy disciples, making them feel very uncomfortable. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. For Phoenix Academy to say, admit defeat, in front of them, they could not do it. After pondering for a while, they used the same meaning to make Lin Fei stop, so as to not lose any of the academy's geniuses. How would they know that Lin Fei did not know what was good for him to say these words in front of them, making them clench their teeth in anger? They had the urge to slap Lin Fei to death. Our academy has already said this, can't you take a step back? If you don't say it, everyone will know. Is there any meaning in saying it? This old man likes to hear it. The 2 high-level elders in the air almost burst out laughing. Phoenix Academy's trick, how could they not see it? But they did not expect it to be seen through by junior brother Lin Fei. Phoenix Academy is really shameless. Obviously they don't want to continue, but they have to say it in such a scholarly manner. Junior brother Lin Fei is straightforward enough. Isn't it just a loss? Just say it in front of them. Lin Fei's actions had caused Phoenix Academy to lose face. The 2 high-level elders were undoubtedly the happiest ones. It was no different from eating honey, feeling refreshed. Phoenix Academy, you have such a day. He felt exhilarated and exhilarated. Lin Fei, don't talk nonsense. Since when did our academy admit defeat? One of the elders jumped out, righteously shouting. Lin Fei blinked. So you're saying you don't want to admit defeat? That's easy. Let your geniuses come out. I haven't had enough fun yet. Today we'll have to fight at least 100 rounds. They still want to fight? 100 rounds? The Phoenix Academy disciples were like cats that had their tails stepped on. They almost jumped up. The elders who thought they were doing this for the good of the academy were instantly stared at by countless eyes. Their hearts trembled as they said, I'm doing this for the good of the academy. Lin Fei, that bastard, he doesn't know what's good for him. Phoenix Academy did not want to continue. 100 rounds? Who knows how many geniuses they would lose? Blood would flow like a river. Only a fool would allow this to continue. All right. Another elder stepped forward. Lin Fei, you're a saint's son after all. Our academy's geniuses aren't your match yet. Are you still not satisfied? Must you continue to make trouble? You're wrong. I'm here to exchange pointers. I haven't had my fill yet. Lin Fei said with a straight face, moreover, you haven't admitted defeat. Of course I have to continue, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Shameless? Can you be even more shameless? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Lin Fei ignored their gazes and pointed at a celestial king's disciple not far away. Look at your pretentious appearance. My hands are itching again. Come out and spar with me. Don't worry, I'll definitely be merciful. Show mercy? *CK, you won't be lenient. You'll definitely take my life. That celestial king's disciple was so scared that his limbs went soft. He cursed in his heart and refused to come down. Who would dare to come down and fight with an evil person like you? He didn't want to see his senior brothers below. Holy son Lin Fei, your strength is unparalleled. I admit my inferiority. How about I admit defeat in this battle? That celestial king admitted defeat without any backbone. He couldn't raise his fighting spirit. Clearly he was trying to trick him. The Phoenix Academy's elder's face was very ugly, but he couldn't rebuke him. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was pestering endlessly. It was purely intentional. No. If you admit defeat before we even fight, who knows if you're hiding something or not? Lin Fei refused to budge. We have to fight and determine the victor. That celestial king was so scared that he wanted to run away. But he was worried that if he ran away, Lin Fei, this evil person, would stab him in the back. He absolutely couldn't block it. He didn't know what to do. Holy Son Lin Fei, I really didn't hide anything. I admit defeat, okay? He said in a mournful voice. You really admit defeat? Lin Fei asked. Admit defeat. If you admit defeat, hand over your storage ring. Whenever I fight, I have a habit of collecting the spoils of war. You haven't even handed over your storage ring, so it's not admitting defeat. My saber. Lin Fei said fiercely. I'll give it. The Phoenix Academy's elder's face was frighteningly black. After taking the storage ring, Lin Fei glanced at it casually and said disdainfully, Damn, a poor ghost. He robbed the storage ring of an Celestial King's disciple, but he still wanted to slap him in the face. He was looking down on their Phoenix Academy. You guys, are you unconvinced? Lin Fei pointed with his finger. If you're not convinced, just make your move. I guarantee that each of you will eat my saber. It'll be very comfortable. With this threat from Lin Fei, the Celestial Kings of Phoenix Academy didn't dare to say a word. Eat your saber? Wouldn't that be crippled? But Lin Fei's arrogance outside their academy made them feel sullen and helpless. They were all dignified geniuses of Phoenix Academy. Their battle strength was superior to others, but one day they couldn't make a move against a holy son. Lin Fei turned his head. See, they all want to come down and exchange pointers with me. Who asked me to be a good person? There's a lot of time today. If today isn't enough, I'll continue tomorrow. If tomorrow isn't enough, I'll continue the day after tomorrow. There will always be time. The Phoenix Academy elders almost vomited blood. They had never seen such a thick-skinned guy. It was clearly a threat, but he turned black and white upside down, thinking that they couldn't see it. This was forcing them to admit defeat. Holy Son Lin Fei, do you think this is interesting? A middle-aged man in a brocade robe said angrily. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You're that person, I don't talk to nobodies. Presumptuous, this is our academy's vice dean, Zhong Tian. Oh, so it's the dean. Lin Fei didn't look surprised at all. No wonder you speak so loudly. Who said I'm messing around? I'm exchanging pointers and you haven't personally admitted defeat. Of course I have to continue. Otherwise, if this gets out, people will think that I'm afraid of the geniuses of your academy. Then I won't be able to wash my name clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Scoundrel. This kid was a scoundrel. My hands are itching again. Lin Fei said seriously, his eyes darting around, scaring those Celestial King disciples. One or two of them ignored the situation and ran away on the spot. Holy Son Lin Fei, what do you want before you stop? Vice Dean Zhong Tian frowned, constantly suppressing his anger. Holy Son Lin Fei was too much. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Fei said with a smile, if you want me to stop, that's fine. You know me, victory and defeat are very important. Who asked me to not be rich? I'm just a country bumpkin from the lower realm, I don't have anything I want. I can't compare with them, so I can only rely on plundering. So, you have to give me some compensation. Just give me 10 celestial weapons. You're asking for too much, impossible. Vice Dean Zhong Tian's anger soared to the sky, his body trembling. Not only did he kill the academy's geniuses, he even came to extort them. Did he really think that their academy was a sick cat? Lin Fei said disappointedly, then I'd better continue. At worst, I'll just have to work hard, at least I'll get something. Swish swished, Lin Fei's silhouette vanished as he sprinted towards an earth-ranked consummate stage immortal king. With a slash of his saber, a cold light shot over. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian took out his holy light disc and blocked this saber strike. The impact caused Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian's blood and chi to churn. Holy Son Lin Fei, if you have something to say, then say it nicely. Why must you resort to violence? Elder Fu, who had been silent all this while, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to attack without the slightest scruple, the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Lin Fei stopped. You're the one who said it best. If you're willing to compensate me, why would I need to attack? Killing? No, it's sparring, it's a very mentally exhausting thing. Actually, deep down, I'm still a peace-loving person, and I hate fighting and killing the most. The Phoenix Academy elders could be considered to have experienced what it meant to be a shameless person. To be able to turn black into white and white into black, there was probably no other person in this world besides Lin Fei. 10 immortal artifacts is impossible. State your other conditions. Lin Fei said disdainfully, F***ck, you guys are a famous academy in the great metropolis world, how can you not take out 10 immortal artifacts? Aren't you just trying to trick people? AI? If 10 immortal artifacts aren't enough, then give me 30 damaged immortal artifacts. That should be fine, right? I heard that damaged immortal artifacts are also quite powerful, so we can just give it some consideration. Wasn't this the same as not saying anything? 30 damaged immortal artifacts, still demanding an exorbitant price. Throughout the history of the Academy, who dared to demand such an exorbitant price from the Academy? Sure, as you wish. Elder Fu agreed. You're still the easiest to negotiate with. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier, saving everyone a lot of trouble? I'll reluctantly accept it. Lin Fei sneered inwardly, that dignified old thing. I'm afraid you've calculated it well, giving me something first and ambushing my old man afterwards. Little Tian, go and take out the 30 damaged immortal artifacts. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian nodded. He turned and went to retrieve the damaged immortal artifacts, but a voice rang out in his mind, place a special divine sense on each of the 30 damaged immortal artifacts. The things of our academy aren't so easily taken. Spit them out the way you took them. Lin Fei, you're dead for sure. Swaggering around without any scruples, even Elder Fu is angered. Today you won't be able to escape even if you have a high-level elder secretly protecting you. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian flashed with joy. He turned into a beam of light and went to retrieve the damaged immortal artifacts. Lin Fei was extremely calm. As for the elders who wished they could kill him, he completely ignored them. Before long, Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian returned. With a dark expression, he took out a storage ring. You brat, consider yourself lucky that our Elder Fu won't bother with you. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the academy. Your Phoenix Academy has a resounding reputation, so you can't afford to lose and want to secretly kill me, right? Take your things and leave. Vice Headmaster Zhong Tian threw out the storage ring, changing the topic. Everything is inside. Chapter 1022. You still dare to come? Shameless as expected. Phoenix Academy's elders were filled with killing intent. Extorting once was enough and you still dare to do it a second time? Do you really think we won't dare to make a move? If it wasn't for the influence, we would have already made a move and killed you 100 times. The Phoenix Academy had spoken such bold words, wanting to replace the Heavenly Academy as a heavy responsibility. Today's matter had completely thrown them away. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Academy had suppressed everyone with his skills. The Phoenix Academy was destined to become a joke. Everyone present had underestimated Lin Fei's ferocity. He didn't play by the rules and did whatever he wanted. Elder Fu's figure disappeared in front of everyone after instructing Zhong Tian. Lin Fei, you've caused great damage to our academy's reputation. Even if you have the protection of the elders, don't even think about returning to Heavenly Academy. Phoenix Academy deep in the void. It was also a huge palace with space-time turbulence around it. Just from the layout alone, it could be seen that Phoenix Academy wasn't weak and had the foundation to compete with Heavenly Academy. Shameless brat, I suggest we immediately kill him. We can't let him go back. Lin Fei is only a perfected golden immortal, but his battle prowess is abnormal, close to a heaven stage immortal king. In less than 100 years he will become a great threat to our academy. We must eradicate him. In the palace, the senior elders were filled with cold killing intent, filled with murderous intent. In the past 100 years, Phoenix Academy's reputation had been increasing day by day. The academy had nurtured many geniuses and everyone in the region knew about them. Today, the Holy Son of the Elysium Academy had caused the academy to suffer greatly because of him. This Holy Son was incomparably tyrannical and merciless. He would take the lives of others at every turn. If it wasn't for them having misgivings about the consequences, they would have killed him long ago and wouldn't have allowed him to continue. The scene outside the academy was witnessed by all the higher-ups and elders. Their hearts were filled with anger, and their killing intent had long been aroused. This realm and strength were already amazing. If this continued, they would have to deal with him. Quiet, the thunderous voice of the most powerful elder suppressed everyone's anger. The Divine Heaven Academy has sent a pretty good gift, it's an eye-opener. Since we've sent a gift, we have to return the favor. We can't be lacking in etiquette and let others laugh at us. Elder Tian Kuei, Elder Earthly Star, please bring along Zhong Tian, Dai Ming and Hong Lei, the 3 vice deans, and give them a big gift. His calm voice set the direction with a wave of his hand. The eyes of the elders in the upper echelon lit up. Courtesy demands reciprocation. What a brilliant move. You guys arranged for Holy Son Lin Fei to kill several elders of my academy. We will admit defeat, then we will ambush the other party in private and kill the exceptional geniuses of the opposing academies. Just nice, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you guys came to slap our faces, we will also send a gift. I guarantee that Divine Heaven Academy will want to cry but have no tears. Not at all, not at all. The two elders in the upper echelon stood up with killing intent flashing between their brows. A holy son was nothing more than relying on the secret protection of two high-ranking elders. The moment he lost his protection, he would be nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. If the three vice deans were to make a move, they would be able to easily kill him. After all, the Holy Heavens Academy could only suffer in silence. After all, they had never made a move, so it couldn't be considered as bullying the weak. Phoenix Academy still has a lot of resources. At this moment, Lin Fei had turned into a stream of light. The corner of his mouth rose into an arc as he examined the 30 damaged immortal artifacts. Although the 30 immortal artifacts were heavily damaged, their power was still there. They were slightly stronger than supreme-grade sacred artifacts. This was what Lin Fei needed to upgrade the Fanteon seal to a true immortal artifact. Humph, if I knew that you guys had ill intentions, you wouldn't have given me the immortal artifacts. After Lin Fei examined the immortal artifacts, a mark was placed on each of them. Others might not be able to tell, but he was different. After checking with the system, he got the result. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't think that he could easily take away the immortal artifacts. To deal with me? Sooner or later I'll torture you guys until your teeth fall out. After hundreds of millions of miles, Lin Fei was a large distance away from the Phoenix Academy's area. He was above a mountain range and he was secretly on guard. The person who attacked didn't seem to be there. Lin Fei didn't let his guard down. He continued flying towards the Elysium Academy. He didn't believe that the people of the Phoenix Academy could really endure this. If they could, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle would belong to them. Half a day later, Lin Fei was in a deserted place. It was a place with a radius of tens of millions of miles. It was dead silent and he couldn't see the end. Little bastard, you killed the genius of my sect. Not long after he stepped into the deserted area, the sky was filled with wind and clouds. Sand and pebbles were flying everywhere. The originally clear sky was plunged into endless darkness. A roar was heard. A terrifying aura shrouded Lin Fei. A thick finger flew out from the void. The finger was covered with the power of law and it coiled around Lin Fei. Bang bang bang, the finger jabbed downwards and a mountain behind Lin Fei exploded with a boom. It could not withstand the pressure of this finger. Finally making a move. Lin Fei licked the corner of his mouth. I thought you guys couldn't hold back. How dare you? Who dares to kill a disciple of my academy? In the dusky sky, another giant hand reached out and slapped the opponent's finger. The finger that was covered with the power of law shattered inch by inch. Immediately, a person appeared and rushed into the dusky void. The void continued to shatter and two figures were fighting. Behind each of them was a round disk of holy light, and it was earth-shattering. At least you guys have the heart to arrange a perfect heaven stage immortal king to protect me. Another expert appeared in the void. His aura wasn't any weaker than the opponent's. In the blink of an eye, he was blocked by another person, and the battlefield shifted to the endless void. The Phoenix Academy really has the capital to send two perfect heaven stage immortal kings to deal with me. Two great experts appeared one after another, and held back the two experts behind him. Lin Fei believed that the next move would appear. Kill? Under the dusky sky, a gust of cold wind blew over. Shio shio shio, as the cold wind blew, the figure flickered and cold light danced. In an instant, the person who came blasted out hundreds of cold lights, each containing terrifying power. All of them landed on Lin Fei's body, clearly intending to kill him in one hit. Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you can't break through my defense. As the voice faded, a person dashed out and punched out. The void shook, and the attack arrived in front of the black-robed man. The black-robed man didn't care and let the punch hit him. You've been tricked. The black-robed man was pierced, but there was no blood missed. Instead, he wrapped around Lin Fei's arm, and his whole body turned into a black shadow, like a tornado twining around Lin Fei. Chapter 1023. Boom, boom, boom. In the fragmented void, astral wind whistled past. The four heaven stage great circle experts fought against each other, exchanging blows with terrifying power. The battle between the four peerless experts was not something that outsiders could interfere with. Once anyone interfered, the energy fluctuation emitted was enough to shred them into pieces. What a shameless Phoenix Academy, secretly ambushing the weak. Aren't you afraid of becoming a joke if this gets out? Du Tao was one of the elders secretly protecting Lin Fei. He coldly snorted and forced the other party back with a punch. Haha, we are not people of Phoenix Academy at all. A mere Phoenix Academy is not worthy of our action. That person retreated and rushed forward again. Holy Sky Academy has a saint's son, Lin Fei, who doesn't know that he has brought an opportunity for your academy to participate in the Eternal Emperor's treasure hunt. After the treasure hunt, Holy Sky Academy will rise again. Someone offered us a high price to get rid of Lin Fei. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a big deal? These two black-robed elders covered their faces. They were Tian Kuei and Di Xing, two heaven-stage immortal kings. Even if it was a private action, it was necessary to get rid of Phoenix Academy. As the two of them attacked, they also paid attention to the movements below. When they saw that Lin Fei had been trapped, they knew that they had succeeded. They absolutely could not let the two of them escape. After that, they could only suffer in silence. They didn't even dare to make a sound. Du Tao and the other elder were well aware that they had no choice but to admit it. Not good, Phoenix Academy is so vicious. They calculated that Lin Fei's physical body is strong and deliberately wanted to kill him in one fell swoop. Lin Fei punched out but was instead trapped by the opponent. Another two black-robed men appeared in the void. Both of them were high-level heaven-stage immortal kings with terrifying strength. Separate. An incarnation walked out. It was one of Du Tao's incarnations intending to kill the three people below. The black-robed man on the other side was unwilling to fall behind. He laughed loudly and also sent out an incarnation to block Du Tao's incarnation. It's useless. The geniuses of your academy are destined to die here today. Damn it. Du Tao was helpless. His clones were fighting and his main body was being held back. I already said that once Brother Hong makes a move, a holy sun will be a piece of cake. In the air, two black-robed figures appeared. They were none other than Zhong Tian and Dai Ming. Both of them were peak-stage heaven-ranked immortal kings. Let's not delay any longer and make our move. In order to kill a holy sun, the three vice school heads should be proud of themselves. Kill. Zhong Tian's hatred towards Lin Fei ran deep. He dared to strut around in the academy and wantonly extorted treasures. He immediately took out a black gourd that was suffused with a dim light. This was the treasure that made him famous. The yin-yang gourd. The yin-yang gourd spat out two streams of yin and yang energy. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into two yellow flying daggers, treasures that specialized in destroying fleshly bodies. They slashed towards Lin Fei. Little bastard, I wonder if your body can withstand my yin-yang flying dagger. Dai Ming didn't fall behind. He took out a large tree with lush foliage and glittering silvery light. It was a treasure that could grind tens of thousands of treasures. In addition, this silver tree could break the defense of a divine body. It was specially taken out to deal with Lin Fei. The monstrous battle prowess Lin Fei had displayed was something that even they had to scheme against. They wanted to kill Lin Fei the moment they made a move. The two elders were temporarily held back. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They immediately used a killing move, not giving Lin Fei a chance to resist. Good scheme, really good scheme. In order to deal with this daddy, they really put in a lot of effort. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. The Phoenix Academy thought too highly of him. Two peak-stage heaven-ranked immortal kings made their moves. The yin-yang flying dagger and the glazed treasure tree were top-notch treasures that could destroy fleshly bodies. Lin Fei was instantly in a desperate situation. Hong Lei wrapped himself around Lin Fei, restricting his movement. You are very strong. Unfortunately, you met us. Aha, is that so? Lin Fei threw his head back and laughed heartily. His wrapped body instantly expanded. Let's see how long you can wrap around me. 10,000 zhang, 50,000 zhang, 100,000 zhang, 300,000 zhang, 500,000 zhang. Lin Fei's fiend god innate ability instantly expanded to 500,000 zhang, piercing through the clouds. His body was covered with densely packed god force runes, shaking the entire sky. A large area of the void collapsed. Hong Lei didn't cultivate the fleshly body. His body couldn't keep up with Lin Fei's pace. He expanded, and then exploded. The moment he regained his freedom, the yin-yang flying dagger slashed down like two torrents of qi. The invincible golden physique couldn't help but shiver. He clearly understood that the power contained in the dagger was enough to tear apart his defenses. Lin Fei waved his hand and punched out. Divine power runes collided with the yin and yang qi, sending the two flying knives flying. They crashed into a mountain and exploded into pieces. He raised his head and blew out a breath of air. Divine power surged out majestically, washing over the seven-colored treasure tree. The seven-colored treasure tree shone brilliantly, and its leaves withered. It was a tragic sight to behold. Lin Fei used his divine power to turn danger into safety, turning a disadvantage into an advantage. While Lin Fei slashed out, the blade light was like thunder. Hong Lei, who was reforming his fleshly body, realized that it wasn't good. His fleshly body was injured again. Spatial distortion. In a breath's time, Lin Fei pounced forward. His 5 fingers were like mountains. God force gathered, distorting the space. A pitch-black abyss appeared. Hong Lei fell into it, screaming and dying. In a battle of this level, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. It wasn't a joke. Hee, it's your turn? Lin Fei turned back and grinned at them. How is this possible? Brother Hong died just like that. Freak. Zhong Tian and Dai Ming's treasures failed. They were shocked. Seeing Hong Lei, who was on the same level as them, die in an instant, their throats were squeezed and they couldn't speak for a long time. In the void, the 4 experts fighting each other couldn't do anything to each other. But when a high-level heaven stage celestial king died, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Good kill. Elder Du Tao was worried about Lin Fei. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change so drastically? A high-level heaven stage celestial king died just like that. Wasn't his battle prowess a little too terrifying? Lin Fei's performance in the Phoenix Academy was shocking. But the scene in front of them toppled his imagination. Killing a high-level heaven stage celestial king was enough to reach the level of the Academy's dean. Looks like your people aren't that good. Du Tao laughed loudly. He was in an exceptionally good mood after killing an expert at the level of a dean. The sure kill situation was broken and there was no more danger. On the other hand, Tian Kuei and the 2 elders of the Earth Star Academy felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They could only watch helplessly as someone was killed, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. Lin Fei, this B***starred, was still hiding his strength. They were really gritting their teeth. After killing a black-robed man, Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he pounced toward the guy who used the Yin-Yang flying dagger. He would deal with this guy first. Yin-Yang flying dagger. Zhong Tian's eyes were cold, and the Yin-Yang flying dagger attacked again. His confidence was broken, and even he didn't notice the change in himself. Scram. Lin Fei didn't do anything, but the Yin-Yang flying dagger flew out again. A crack appeared on the Yin-Yang gourd, and in an instant, it rushed toward the black-robed man. Just now, you used the Yin-Yang flying dagger to attack me. You have some guts. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. Divine energy burst out, and he grabbed the opponent's hands and feet. He lifted the opponent up and tore him apart. A powerful expert from the United States was torn in half. His primordial spirit flew out, and it was immediately met with a blade light, minced into pieces, and there was no possibility of him surviving. Tearing a high-level heaven stage immortal king alive? Dai Ming's body trembled subconsciously. That was fear. He was an expert at the same level and his body trembled uncontrollably. Then, his teeth chattered and unprecedented fear spread throughout his body. Go quickly. Vice Dean Zhong Tian was torn apart, and Dai Ming completely lost his fighting spirit. Even if there were 2 high-level elders present, he couldn't split himself. He was alone, and in front of Lin Fei, wouldn't he be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Swish, swish, Lin Fei waved his hand, and the Yin-Yang flying dagger that had been blown away flew back one after another, piercing through Dai Ming's body, leaving 2 afterimages. Dai Ming's body suddenly stopped. You dared to attack me and now you want to escape? How boring. Dai Ming turned his head and saw the silver fist smashing down, and he was scared out of his wits. Lin Fei caught up, and in a hurry he took out the holy light disc, and the power of laws turned into a wall, trying to buy time for himself to escape. Lin Fei ignored this wall of laws and smashed down with his fist. The silver light tore through the resistance, and the fist smashed into Dai Ming's head, and the might of the celestial artifact swept through the rest of his body. Too cruel. How can there be such a cruel person in this world? Under this punch, Dai Ming used a piece of divine armor to explode his body, wanting to seriously injure Lin Fei. Then he formed his body again and ran madly without a care for his life. Dai Ming had never seen an expert who could explode his body with a punch. Originally, he had 50 to 60% of his fighting spirit, but in the blink of an eye he only had 10 to 20% left. He didn't dare to attack even if he had the chance. Huan, an abyss suddenly split in front of him, and a torrent of divine power pressed down. The body that had just formed exploded with a bang and his flesh was a mess. A big hand slapped down and his whole body fell into the abyss, and the terrifying twisting power twisted him into pieces. The 3 black-robed men came quickly and they died quickly. The one who suffered the most was Zhong Tian, and he was forcibly torn in half. Finally cleaned up. Killing 3 high-level heaven-stage immortal kings, Lin Fei didn't feel much pressure. Their strength wasn't much different from his, and under the golden body they were the weaker ones. After all, they weren't experts at the peak of the heaven stage. Zhong Tian, Dai Ming, Hong Lei, the 3 deputy deans died just like that. Tian Kuei and Di Xing looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. This was an existence with even more terrifying potential than them. An existence whose combat strength was at least a high-level heaven-stage immortal king. Easily killing 3 experts of the same level, it was too cruel. Let's go. With the death of the 3 vice-deans, the 2 of them had lost their will to fight. Du Tao and Lin Fei alone were enough to contend against them, but if the ferocious Lin Fei were to join in as well, they might all die here. Little bastard, I will make you pay for what happened today with your blood. Chapter 1024. Ha ha ha, so satisfying, so satisfying. Tian Kuei and Earth Star, the 2 heaven-stage immortal kings, also have a day of embarrassment. Elder Du Tao laughed loudly, his voice reverberating through the sky. Behind him, the uninhabited mountains exploded one after another, and only stopped after more than 10 mountains were destroyed. Junior brother Lin Fei is really awesome. You killed 3 experts of the academy in one move and forced 2 heaven-stage immortal kings to flee. No one will believe it if this is spread out. Du Tao and the other high-ranking elder felt proud and elated. They were truly in the limelight. After a round of battle, both of them had wounds on their bodies. At this time they didn't think much of it. They looked in the direction of Lin Fei and were instantly dumbfounded. Junior brother Lin Fei, where is he? Using the word junior brother, completely put the other party on the same level as themselves. The 2 of them were enraged by the 3 deans' actions and despised the shameless methods of the Phoenix Academy. In the blink of an eye, they won the battle and scared the 2 experts away. Lin Fei went from being the focus of nurturing to being on the same level as them in one fell swoop. Not good. Junior brother Lin Fei is young and impetuous. He must have gone to chase after them. Du Tao's expression changed and he was shocked once again. He didn't even know how Lin Fei left and he looked at each other in dismay. Quickly chase after him, we can't let anything happen to junior brother Lin Fei. The 2 high-level elders knew one thing. After killing the 3 deans, junior brother Lin Fei was completely qualified to stand on the same level as them. In the future he would definitely be an existence they looked up to. Zhong Tian, Dai Ming, Hong Lei, they are all dead. We all underestimated that little bastard Lin Fei. Tian Kuei was a high-level elder and had seen countless storms and waves, but he had never seen such a violent Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal who killed 3 deans in one move. This matter must be reported to the elders. Who would have known that Lin Fei, that little bastard, hid his strength so deeply and secretly had the strength to kill high-level heaven-stage immortal kings? We were all fooled. Earth Star's face was gloomy, and his anger soared to the sky. Hateful indeed. If they had known in advance that Lin Fei possessed such a battle prowess, they would definitely not have believed it to be true. They would not have thought that Zhong Tian and the other 2 vice-deans would be able to defeat Lin Fei. How hateful. They had never hated someone so much. Because of one person they had suffered a huge setback, a real big setback. You 2, why are you in such a hurry to leave? In the sky ahead a figure suddenly appeared. The person was wearing a black robe and had a smiling face. The divine wings behind him were dozens of feet long, and they slowly retracted into his body. Little bastard, you still dare to come? Tian Kuei let out a roar. Immortal runes flew out and numerous towering mountains were raised to the ground. In an instant, everything was no longer the same as before. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei laughed. Is it because you 2 are stronger than me? Wrong, 100 wrong. From the moment you 2 appeared here, you are actually dead men. Tian Kuei and Di Xing were both at the full circle of the heaven realm. They were not far from the peak of the heaven realm, especially the 2 of them. Even Du Tao and Di Xing were unable to kill them. Lin Fei, this little bastard, dared to boast shamelessly and treat them as dead men? Tian Kuei's face was as gloomy as water. Instead of getting angry he laughed. Good. Originally when you were together with Du Tao and Di Xing, the 2 of us couldn't do anything to you. But you don't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. You actually dared to take the initiative to look for us. In their eyes, Lin Fei had once again displayed his valiant strength in this battle. From this, it could be seen that his future was bright. This kind of person must be strangled to prevent him from continuing to grow. Lin Fei took the initiative to look for them and ignored the 2 of them. This indeed made them furious. Immediately, they realized that this was an excellent opportunity to personally kill this monster, Lin Fei. Seal the heavens. Elder Di Xing sneered. With a wave of his hand, stars filled the sky. They were formed from the laws. The stars were resplendent and the light of the moon was incomparably resplendent. They hung down from the sky and were as thick as pillars of light. Immortal runes were all over them, sealing this part of the sky. This was a divine ability restriction that Elder Di Xing was proficient in. Once it was used, it couldn't be broken in a short period of time. This divine ability restriction is not bad. Lin Fei said indifferently. It looks like a grave. It reminds me of a phrase, digging one's own grave. Ah. Death is at hand, yet you still won't shed a tear. No wonder you dared to kill Zhong Tian, Dai Ming and Hong Lei, the 3 vice deans. Tian Kuei's killing intent was cold. His eyes were bloodshot. With the grand formation, don't even think of flying away. Lin Fei was startled. Then he laughed loudly again. I was wondering who they were. So it's the 3 vice deans, so this is all they are? They can't even withstand a single blow. Your academy really has a problem with choosing deans. Next time you have to choose seriously. It wasn't that Tian Kuei hadn't seen arrogant people before. Even after the Seal the Heavens grand formation was set up, Qin Wendian still dared to ignore them. This was unprecedented. He said in a low voice, under such circumstances, you still dare to joke around and look down on us. Since that's the case, I'll let you die under my strongest attack. Helplessness, despair, and unwillingness will be your final expression. Even though they had set up the Seal the Heavens, they didn't dare to be careless. There was no time to lose. They had to kill Lin Fei first. Go. Tian Kuei's glabella opened. A blood-colored lotus flew out. It was filled with boundless immortal might. Shortly after, a wave of immortal might filled the air. It was incomparably dense and it bloomed beneath Lin Fei's feet. Brat, you should be proud. This is my strongest attack, the blood-colored lotus. It's a low-grade immortal artifact. A peerless attack. Just accept your fate. Tian Kuei laughed loudly. Do you know what an immortal artifact is? It's a terrifying existence that a little bastard like you will never see in your entire life. Hua hua hua, the blood-colored lotus expanded endlessly. The lotus flew up, and in the space it was in, only a blooming blood-colored lotus remained. Dense immortal might filled the air. Strands of immortal might slashed at Lin Fei's body. It was incomparably terrifying. Its might wasn't any weaker than the golden scissors. As a big fish, thank you for contributing a low-grade immortal artifact. Now you can die. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The heaven-shaking body axe flew out and landed in his hand. It looked ordinary. As for immortal artifact? Tian Kuei thought that Lin Fei had some ability. When he saw Lin Fei take out an axe, he immediately laughed. Under the blood-colored lotus, no one can survive. You don't have to struggle anymore. The blood-colored lotus was something that Tian Kuei had refined for a long time. For a full 3,000 years, it specialized in breaking the body and primordial spirit. It was a double attack that could completely defeat Lin Fei. Open. Lin Fei's golden body grew to 9 zhang. It was a 9 zhang golden body. The heaven-shaking godly axe slashed forward, and a dazzling golden light filled with immortal runes struck the petals of the blood-colored lotus. Wherever the golden light passed, the petals would shatter, and a huge hole would appear in the blood-colored lotus that was like an iron bucket of mountains and rivers. The blood-colored lotus is just SOSO. After breaking the blood-colored lotus, Tian Kuei couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened. How can your axe break the blood-colored lotus? It's impossible. This is a low-grade immortal artifact. Hua Lin Fei waved his axe and chopped again. Another golden light attacked and imprinted into Tian Kuei's vision. Between heaven and earth, only this golden light was left. Fear, despair, unwillingness, and other emotions appeared on Tian Kuei's face. The golden light swept everything. Rings of holy light shattered, and Tian Kuei was drowned in the light. Elder Tian Kuei. After the golden light drowned Tian Kuei, he completely lost his breath. Everything disappeared under the golden light. A broken blood-colored lotus floated in the sky. Middle-grade immortal artifact. You actually have a middle-grade immortal artifact. Elder Di Xing let out a despairing cry. His face was pale. To be able to kill Elder Tian Kuei with one strike of the axe, it must be a middle-grade immortal artifact. You guessed it. Hua hua hua, rays of golden light flew out from the heaven-shaking body axe. His left arm flew out. His right arm flew out. Half of his body was gone. Even if Elder Di Xing was a Heaven Stage Full Circle expert, he still couldn't resist the power of the immortal artifact. Moreover, Lin Fei's heaven-shaking body axe was added with the great Mongolian characters. Its power was extraordinary. It couldn't resist the power of the immortal artifact at all. It looked battered and tattered. Elder Di Xing, who was struggling, was completely in despair. He raised his head and grinned, "A middle-grade immortal artifact. You will get into trouble because of your wealth. Just wait to be hunted down." A terrifying aura gathered on Elder Di Xing. He was ready to self-destruct on the spot. He didn't want Lin Fei to feel better. Instead, he heard a disdainful voice, "You have no chance." An even more terrifying golden light turned into a giant and pressed down. The self-exploding energy that had just been gathered was annihilated by an even stronger wave of energy, vanishing into thin air. Phew, Lin Fei's face was a bit pale. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The heaven-shaking body axe can't be used carelessly. Killing 2 Heaven Stage Full Circle experts consumed 60% of my immortal power. However, the heaven-shaking body axe is quite useful. 60% of my immortal power was able to kill 2 Heaven Stage Full Circle experts. If not me, who else can do it? Ah. Since they dared to take revenge on him, Lin Fei wouldn't be polite. The heaven-shaking body axe killing them was actually within the scope of imagination. This move proved the power of the immortal artifact. 60% of immortal power was worth it. Keep. He put away the blood lotus and the 2 storage rings. After looking through them, he beamed with joy. They were all good things. Especially the treasures on them. It was enough for him to set up a condensed version of the heaven-destroying formation. With the death of Tian Kuei and Elder Di Xing, the heaven-sealing formation disappeared. Lin Fei was once again under the sky. "Junior brother Lin Fei, I finally found you." After appearing for a moment, Du Tao and Elder Di Xing caught up. Seeing that Lin Fei was safe and sound, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Where are Tian Kuei and Elder Di Xing?" Du Tao chased all the way and couldn't sense any energy fluctuations. He couldn't help but be curious. Lin Fei said proudly, "They are too timid. I only scolded them a few words from behind and they didn't dare to stay. They ran away like a wisp of smoke. They are really extraordinarily timid." Du Tao and Elder Di Xing looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief again. It seems like they were quite frightened. Lin Fei's potential surpassed theirs. He didn't think that he would be able to deal with 2 Heaven Stage Full Circle experts at this time. "Elders, do you know them?" Lin Fei changed the topic. Naturally, he wouldn't say that he killed them. It seemed like he was preparing to leave them alive to trick others. Du Tao snorted coldly, "Humph, even if they turned into ashes, I would still be able to recognize them. Those scoundrels who hide their heads and show their tails. This trip is enough to make them feel heartache. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have made a great contribution. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should have killed the 3 vice deans." Lin Fei pretended to be surprised. "It can't be." Chapter 1025. Bang 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 bang, on top of a 10,000 Shanghai mountain, there was a palace with a holy aura. Along with the sound of something breaking, 2 figures came out of the void. After their sharp eyes fell on a certain place, their expressions changed drastically. Vice Dean Zhong Tian is dead. Vice Dean Dai Ming is dead. Vice Dean Hong Lei is dead. After the death of 3 vice deans, the bodies of the 2 people who appeared were trembling. But when their eyes moved again and fell on a broken jade ball, they sat on the ground, unable to move their eyes away for a long time. After a while, swoosh 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 swoosh, they appeared in the palace one after another. Dead, all dead. How is this possible? The person in the lead, dressed in purple, had an extraordinary temperament, but at this moment, his face was wrinkled, obviously unable to accept the scene in front of him. Lin Fei, that shameless bastard, he must have set a trap and killed the 3 deans. This enmity is irreconcilable. Behind the purple-clothed middle-aged man, the elders looked like they were mourning, their eyes were blood-red, halos flew out from behind them, unable to conceal the murderous intent on their bodies. 3 vice deans. Phoenix Academy had never suffered such a great loss. Not only did they die, but 2 of their elders who were at the Great Circle of the Heaven Realm also died. This thoroughly shocked them and caused them to be filled with boundless anger. "Dean, it must be a trap set by Holy Heaven Academy, otherwise how could they kill Zhong Tian and the others? Revenge, we must take revenge. The vice deans, they can't die in vain, we must make them pay with blood." Losing 3 vice deans and 2 high-level elders, although it wouldn't make Phoenix Academy unable to rise, it was still a big blow, especially the 2 high-level elders. The purple-clothed middle-aged man's expression quickly returned to normal. turned around and walked into the void, disappearing. Deep in the void. When the purple-clothed middle-aged man came out, more than 10 groups of powerful spiritual bodies gathered together. Tian Kuei, Earthstar is dead. The dozen or so spiritual bodies were filled with rage. Their killing intent was cold as they cut through the void. I told you that Lin Fei would get rid of him as soon as he arrived. Look at what happened now. We lost 3 vice school heads and 2 high-ranking elders. Lin Fei is a shameless bastard. If it weren't for him, our academy wouldn't be in this state. Previously, who was the one who said that we could use Lin Fei to attack Holy Heaven Academy? Look at them now. After a short while, the 10+ spiritual bodies within the palace were arguing without end, and it seemed like a market that couldn't be quieted down. After all, Lin Fei's gift was different from the rest. We're finally back in the academy district. They don't dare to come anymore. Du Tao and Di Xing believed it, thinking that Tian Kuei and Di Xing were afraid of them. After that, they didn't stop and continued to use their supernatural powers. After a long journey, they finally returned to the territory of the academy. After killing 3 Dean-level experts, coupled with the Phoenix Academy's loss of face, it was very likely that someone would send someone to kill them. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. Junior brother Lin Fei will take our leave first. After confirming that it was safe, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei had completed the assessment. They naturally had to quickly inform the high-ranking elders and refocus on Lin Fei. Take care, elders. After returning, the 2 high-ranking elders were very warm to Lin Fei. As for the reason, it was actually easy to understand. At this moment, they became more casual in their conversation. Du Tao and Di Xing nodded, tore open the void and directly left. After waiting for them to leave, a cold light flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. The assassination a few days ago was still fresh in Lin Fei's mind. The moment he returned to Holy Heaven Academy, he flew towards the mountain peak of the Junshan Vice School head. Settle accounts as soon as possible. Anger must be vented as soon as possible. The God Power Heavenly Wings was researched by Lin Fei from the prehistoric Mongolian characters. It increased his speed. It was precisely because of this that he was able to chase after the 2 perfect heaven stage immortal kings. When a huge mountain peak, pavilions and terraces appeared before Lin Fei, he stopped what he was doing. Not good, junior brother Lin Fei is here. Outside the mountain peak, there were disciples of Junshan Vice School. When they saw Lin Fei coming, they were so scared that they ran for their lives. Junshan, old bastard, get out here. Lin Fei's fiend god hand slammed down on the mountain. Divine power runes covered his palm, causing the mountain to shine with a resplendent light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the mountain as it tried to resist. But when this palm landed on the ripples, the glass-like barrier shattered. Boom! With a single palm strike from the towering mountain, the pavilions and buildings crumbled. The 100 flowers and immortal grasses were blasted apart by the divine power talismans, turning into dust. The disciples who were cultivating on the mountain peak swayed and vomited blood on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared blankly at the black-robed Lin Fei outside the mountain peak. The disciples of the vice principal of Mount Jun did not dare to go out recently. They were all defeated by Lin Fei from the invincible peak. Basically, they could not hold their heads up high. Once they went out, they would become a joke and be pointed at by others. Lin Fei, what are you trying to do? This is Junshan Vice School Head's territory. How dare you attack? The heaven-seeking saint, the dark north saint, the enlightening saint, and the other saints flew out one after another. They all had ugly expressions as they glared at Lin Fei like resentful wives. Get lost. With a loud rumble, heavy god power runes exploded in front of them. Each of them contained more than 1 billion dragon god power. They tried to block it with all their might, but it was useless. They were all sent flying by the explosion. They could not even withstand a single blow. Old thing, why are you still not coming out? A deafening voice echoed in the sky again. Lin Fei was furious when he did not see anyone coming out. Are you trying to be a coward? Boom! With his 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the mountain peak. With a loud rumble, he pulled it up. After the earth shook, the entire mountain peak was uprooted. The disciples cultivating on the mountain peak were sent flying one by one, vomiting blood. There was no one left on the mountain peak. As for the restriction formation, it was completely useless. They were completely useless, so they put them on their shoulders and left. Junior brother Lin Fei is so cruel. He carried Junshan Vice School Head's Junzi Peak away. What happened? Who offended junior brother Lin Fei? Heaven-seeking saint and the rest watched as their master's peak was carried away by Lin Fei. This was not a normal kind of courage. Quick, inform master. After being attacked by Lin Fei casually, they did not dare to chase after him. Even though they were conceited, in their eyes, Lin Fei was no longer someone they could contend against. They couldn't even block a casual attack from Lin Fei, much less raise a hand. Chapter 1026. The Deputy Dean of Mount Jun's influence in the academy could not be underestimated, but no one expected that this fellow Lin Fei would be so bold to this extent. He was truly bold to the extreme. This was Vice Principal Jun Shan's Gentleman Peak. It was said that it was taken from a faraway land of extreme cold, and it took a lot of effort to refine the Gentleman Peak. After refining the Gentleman Peak, Vice Principal Jun Shan found a large number of flowers and plants and planted them on it. The immortal qi in the heavenly abode was very dense, almost unimaginable. But who would have thought that one day, there would be an arrogant guy in the school who actually carried the Gentleman Peak and left? Domineering. It was really too domineering. At least in the entire school no one dared to do so. Even if they did, it was likely that no one could carry the Gentleman Peak. It was said that the Gentleman Peak was incomparably heavy, and no one could carry it away. Everyone was shocked and they all chased after him, becoming onlookers, who didn't have a curious heart for gossip. At the same time, on another mountain peak, the scale of which was no smaller than the Gentleman Peak. I wonder how that brat Lin Fei is doing. On the mountain peak, under a pavilion, the stream flowed unceasingly. Jun Shan didn't know why, but he felt uneasy, feeling that something bad would happen. With his position and strength he could barely divine some things. But this time, no matter how he divined, he didn't gain anything. "Brother Jun, what's wrong?" Fan Yun casually asked. After all, as long as it was someone, they could see the anxiety on Jun Shan's face. Jun Shan said, "I don't know, but why do I feel uneasy, as if something is going to happen?" "Are there such a thing?" Fan Yun frowned. "Is there a mistake? We shouldn't have an accident in the Holy Heaven Academy." Fan Yun was curious, and he knew that it wouldn't be a lie. At their realm they could divine some things. Generally, as long as they were prepared, nothing would happen. After hearing the matter from Jun Shan, he was indeed surprised. "I am indeed uneasy," Jun Shan said doubtfully. "I divined just now, but I didn't get anything. I vaguely feel that it seems to be happening in the academy." "What, in the academy?" Fan Yun was greatly shocked. "Could it be that an elder of the higher echelons is displeased with you?" Jun Shan was extremely puzzled. No matter what, he was the vice dean. What could happen if something happened to him in the academy? This was simply making something out of nothing. But no matter how he looked at it, it was still within the academy. Jun Shan suspected that one of the high-level elders had a problem with him. "I'm not sure either." Jun Shan sighed. "Let's drink. Let's not talk about this." Jun Shan didn't have to worry about offending a high-level elder, who didn't have a high-level elder behind them. However, what puzzled the deputy dean of Jun Shan was that in his calculations, his family seemed to be facing a bloody disaster. "Yes, let's drink." Fan Yun naturally felt that it was strange, so he didn't continue speaking. Instead, he picked up his wine cup and started drinking. But after drinking a cup of wine, someone barged in from outside. "Master, something bad has happened." The person was the North Dark Saint's son. He had been running all the way. When he saw his master Jun Shan, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei's attack was not simple. The god power runes had injured him. Bang! The cup in Jun Shan's hand exploded. "North Dark, who injured you?" Not long ago his disciple North Dark had been injured. But in just a few days he had been injured again. Even as his master he had lost face. The North Dark Saint's son cried, "Master, quickly go back. That evil thief Lin Fei has returned. Not only did he injure us, but he also took away Master's Gentleman Peak." Jun Zifeng was carried away by Lin Fei. Jun Shan's mind shook and he blurted out, "Impossible, how could he come back?" However, a strange look flashed in Fan Yun's eyes, but he immediately returned to normal. "Master, Lin Fei really came back, and as soon as he came back he came to our Gentleman Peak." Only then did Jun Shan confirm that Lin Fei, that bastard, had really come back, and he even took away his Gentleman Peak. Damn it, really damn it. I want to teach Lin Fei a lesson. He couldn't bear it anymore. Although he didn't know how Lin Fei came back, the fact that Gentleman Peak had been taken away was a slap to his face. There were many spirit veins on Gentleman Peak, and almost half of his wealth was in there. Without saying anything, Jun Shan tore the void and went toward Lin Fei. The North Dark Saint's son caught up with him, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Master had come out. "Lin Fei, you bastard will have a good show." Lin Fei is really bold. He even dared to take away Brother Jun's Gentleman Peak. Fan Yun stood up and also chased after him. Boom, boom, a 10,000 zhang tall mountain suddenly fell from the sky. It landed beside the invincible peak, and it was extremely eye-catching. Master is mighty. Master is mighty. The servants on the invincible peak cheered when they saw this. To them it didn't matter where the mountain came from. The most important thing was that their master was back. Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, threw the mountain onto the invincible peak as soon as he returned. Master. When Lin Fei landed on the invincible peak, he noticed that the gentleman peak was pretty good. He must have put in a lot of effort into it. Master, this mountain is great. Sky Dragon said immediately. I always felt that our invincible peak seemed to be lacking something. It's a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Master, there are many immortal beasts on this mountain. I secretly ate one the last time. The chubby hairball sat on an immortal beast and swaggered around. His eyes were fixed on the gentleman peak. Obviously he had done many bad things on the peak. Blood Shadow appeared behind Lin Fei silently. Master, isn't this the gentleman peak? Sky Dragon said. Not bad, right? From today onwards, this gentleman peak is ours. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the vice principal of Mount June. Therefore he decided to carry the mountain and left. Lin Fei, how dare you? Loud booms could be heard from afar and explosions could be heard in the air. The explosions reached the vicinity of the invincible peak. Blood Shadow threw a punch and a majestic force blocked the attack. Unknowingly, Blood Shadow's strength had increased again. Once Mount June left, he went straight to the invincible peak. When he saw the gentleman peak beside the invincible peak, he was so angry that he almost went berserk. This Lin Fei is too arrogant. Chapter 1027. Old bastard. The deputy dean of Mount June came in person and was caught off guard by these words. He almost vomited blood on the spot. He was the vice dean and his status was not lower than a saint's son's. However, for the people in the surroundings, whether they were core disciples, personal disciples, or even the famous holy sons, their expressions changed drastically when they heard those words. In order to become the vice school head, there was no one who did not have the support of the upper echelons of the school. Even a saint would not dare to act recklessly. Offending a vice principal was not a good thing. Who could guarantee that they would not make things difficult for themselves in the future? Under normal circumstances, no one would offend the deputy dean. Everyone knew that the deputy dean of Mount June was a narrow-minded person. Whoever offended him would not have a good end. Junior brother Lin Fei, what's wrong? Why did he offend the deputy dean of Mount June? This is big trouble. Didn't I hear that junior brother Lin Fei went to the Phoenix Academy? Could it be that it's just a rumor? The onlookers underestimated him. Holy son Lin Fei, no matter what the reason is, I, the deputy dean, must teach you a lesson for making such a mistake. The deputy dean of Mount June didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Fei. Are you going to surrender yourself or do you want me to do it myself? Meanwhile, Fan Yun walked out from the sky, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw the towering gentleman peak. This Lin Fei is really bold. Throughout the entire academy, who would dare to lay their hands on the mountain peak owned by the vice principal? Lin Fei was an accident. Even Fan Yun himself could not understand what gave him the confidence to do such a thing. Holy son Lin Fei, you've made a huge mistake. Without waiting for Fan Yun to finish speaking, Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed, Dean Fan Yun, it's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The onlookers could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Lin Fei is too arrogant, daring to threaten the vice principal in front of everyone. Offending a deputy dean of Mount June was fine, but now he had offended another dean. This was like offending him to death. You, Vice Dean Fan Yun. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. Then he returned to normal and didn't speak again. It was as if he had been frightened by someone. Lin Fei was indeed dissatisfied with the vice principal. No matter who it was, he would not give face to anyone who dared to interfere. Haha, I Lin Fei fear neither the heavens nor the earth. You want me to surrender? What a joke. Lin Fei said disapprovingly. You'd better do it yourself. Sky covering palm print. Jun Shan was indeed angry. He was a vice principal and no one in the academy dared to disrespect him. Even the saint had to be polite to him. Jun Shan could not tolerate Lin Fei's disregard of him. No matter who came today, no one would be able to stop him from taking care of Lin Fei. As soon as the sky-covering palm appeared, there was only one black palm left in the world. The bottom of the palm imprint was filled with law energy. The moment he made his move, he already had the strength of a peak stage heaven-ranked immortal king. The vice principal of Jun Shan is too strong. An ordinary sky-covering palm imprint is so strong. With this move, Lin Fei might be suppressed. As soon as the vice principal of Jun Shan made his move, he displayed his powerful strength, which shocked all the academy disciples. Those who could become the vice principal were indeed not simple. Old thing, you only have this little attack. You still dare to take it out? Lin Fei said disdainfully. His god-fiend right hand soared into the sky and punched through the opponent's sky-covering palm imprint, shattering it. One punch was enough. Lin Fei waved his hand and smashed the sky-covering palm imprint with a punch. The disciples present were dumbfounded and almost had no time to digest this. Junior brother Lin Fei's strength, how can it be so strong? I don't know how to look at flowers anymore. The vice principal of Jun Shan's punch was broken. Lin Fei was famous in the academy and even in the great metropolis Celestial Realm. But who would have thought that Lin Fei's combat strength was so terrifying? Although Jun Shan was afraid of Lin Fei, he still believed that taking him down wasn't a problem. Taking him down in front of everyone would allow him to once again establish his prestige in the academy. You're hiding your strength. Who said I'm not allowed to hide my strength? Lin Fei turned into a blur and laughed loudly. He crossed a distance of several thousand zhang in an instant and arrived in front of the vice principal of Jun Shan. Divine power runes flew out and quickly formed a grand formation. The enormous divine power runes laid down a terrifying formation. In a very short time, Lin Fei laid down a formation. Old thing, didn't you want to punish me? Come. Once the formation was complete, Lin Fei's fist smashed into Jun Shan's body. Terrifying divine power pierced through his body, causing Jun Shan to vomit up a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. Where are my immortal power and my law power? Jun Shan was shocked to find that his immortal power and law power had disappeared in an instant. Only his physical body remained. Lin Fei's punch caused him to vomit up a mouthful of blood. It was extremely uncomfortable. Bang! Lin Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of his arms had a saber. They were mysterious and unfathomable, and they constantly slashed at the vice principal of Jun Shan's body with saber light. The saber light was incomparably terrifying. The vice principal of Jun Shan's physical body just barely managed to block it, but he still couldn't stop Lin Fei's crazy attacks. His left arm, right arm, and then his body. His bones were almost visible. It was a ghastly sight. In such a state, even if Jun Shan had the ability, he couldn't block Lin Fei's ferocious might. Bang! Another powerful saber turned into a beam of light. Jun Shan saw his head fly up. Having lost his head, his physical body lost its ability and exploded in an instant. As he lost consciousness, Jun Shan's only thought was, how can he be so powerful? The vice principal of Jun Shan's head was chopped off, and his physical body was violently crushed. He experienced an unimaginable death. The spectators broke out in a cold sweat, and their legs began to tremble. Even the vice principal of Jun Shan isn't his match. The vice principal of Jun Shan's plan failed. Although the battle was short, no one could ignore Lin Fei. He even dared to kill the vice principal, let alone them. How is this possible? Isn't Lin Fei just a saint? How can his combat strength be so powerful? Even Jun Shan isn't his match. The expression of Fan Yun, who had been watching from the side, changed greatly. He couldn't believe this result. He muttered to himself, I finally know why Jun Shan couldn't calculate the result. It's not because the higher-ups are targeting him, but because of Lin Fei. Unknowingly, Fan Yun couldn't help rejoicing that he didn't continue to attack just now. His strength was on par with Jun Shan. Once he attacked, his lower wing would be the same as Jun Shan. Jun Shan's strength was powerful, and he quickly reassembled his physical body. Brother Fan, Lin Fei is going against the heavens. Let's suppress him together, said Jun Shan to Fan Yun as soon as he recovered. The two of them tried to suppress Lin Fei together. Old thing, don't think about it. An abyss appeared under Jun Shan and swallowed him. The twisting power cut his physical body. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. After another wave of despair, it completely stopped. Lin Fei hated Jun Shan to the core. The moment he attacked, his strength was the fiercest. He didn't give Jun Shan any chance. In Holy Heaven Academy, no matter how he killed, Jun Shan wouldn't really die. At most, his vitality would be greatly injured. This result was what he wanted. Dean Fan, do you also want to attack? His sharp gaze instantly fell on Fan Yun. His heart couldn't help but tremble. He squeezed out an ugly smile. Holy Son Lin Fei, you must be joking. Why would I attack? It's best if you don't attack, said Lin Fei. Holy Son Lin Fei, Dean Jun is the dean after all. Why don't we bury the hatchet and stop here? Fan Yun and Jun Shan had a rather good relationship. He wanted to persuade him if he could. Xiao xiao xiao, rays of resplendent light rushed towards Fan Yun. A trace of blood flowed down from his face. He tried to block it with great difficulty. His qi and blood were in turmoil. He was shocked. How is this possible? Lin Fei is only at the great firmament golden immortal realm. How can his divine power be so vigorous? It's not inferior to my family's power. This, Fan Yun could be said to be dumbfounded. Bang! A deafening sound came from someone's body again. Fan Yun looked over. Jun Shan was killed once again. He looked over in despair and didn't dare to look straight at it. I'm afraid Jun Shan is finished. After coming into contact with Lin Fei's combat power, Fan Yun didn't dare to have any thoughts. From today onwards, Lin Fei would probably have to look up to him. Lin Fei, that's enough. After reviving again, Jun Shan tried to put up a strong front and tried to scare Lin Fei. But what followed was Lin Fei's fist. I've only killed you 6 times. I haven't had enough fun yet. After Lin Fei killed Jun Shan with a punch, he said coldly, if I don't kill you 100 times, you'll really think that I'm easy to bully. The faces of Jun Shan's vice dean's disciples were all black. Especially after hearing this, they ran away silently and didn't dare to watch anymore. 100 times. This was making Jun Shan's vice dean unable to bear it. Many people didn't dare to watch anymore. Successor Lin Fei was too cruel. He even dared to make a move. Successor Lin Fei, that's enough. A dignified voice rang out from the sky as a few elders appeared before them. At this moment, Jun Shan came back to life once again. When he saw one of the elders, he shouted, Elder Mu, Lin Fei has gone mad. Please take him down. You're quite bold. You still dare to shout. Lin Fei rushed up and slashed with his saber. A voice sounded in his ear, Successor Lin Fei, do you still want to continue killing? A finger light pointed at the saber light. This was to stop Lin Fei from making a move. Jun Shan roared, Lin Fei, you're dead. You dare to kill me, the dean. I want you to never have a day of peace in the academy. Prepare to be exiled to the battlefield. You'd better continue to die. I've already said that you must die 100 times today. God Fiend Lin Fei's right hand struck out at the finger beam, shattering it. Jun Shan's eyes widened as he was once again killed by a fist. Do you think this website is good? Please share it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1028. After the appearance of Elder Mu, everyone thought that Lin Fei would not dare to act recklessly. However, the result was still unexpected. The deputy dean of Mount Jun was killed once again. Junior brother Lin Fei didn't give him any face at all. It's over. Junior brother Lin Fei is really finished this time. Who doesn't know that Elder Mu is the great backer of the vice principal of Mount Jun? How dare they kill him right in front of him? Unbelievable. Robbing Junzi Peak and killing the deputy dean of Mount Jun is still a small matter. He shouldn't have offended Elder Mu. Who didn't know the big backer behind the deputy dean of Mount Jun? Who didn't know? Killing the deputy dean of Mount Jun in front of him was clearly not giving Elder Mu face? While the crowd was sighing, Elder Mu, a high-ranking elder, was enraged. After being in the top position for so long, he didn't allow anyone to be arrogant and disregard his existence. His sharp gaze turned to Lin Fei. The sky darkened, and an oppressive aura enveloped everyone. You killed the vice dean of Mount Jun. Do you know your crime? Boom, 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 boom. The huge words condensed from the laws were extremely profound and heavy. Divine force couldn't resist them. When they were uttered by Elder Mu, who was a high-ranking elder, they contained supreme divine might. They were uttered by an expert in the peak heavenly realm. The vast sky trembled continuously as if it was going to collapse. I'm not guilty. You want to bully the weak? Dream on. When Lin Fei returned this time, he had already expected this scene. He shouted loudly, and with the divine saber in his hand, he sent out many saber lights. The power was not inferior to the other party's Dharma words. Bang bang bang, the saber light slashed on the Dharma word, giving off a bright light. The saber light and the Dharma word exploded, suppressing Elder Mu's furious attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei broke the attack and the saber light flashed again. The flood was 30 kilometers long, surging unceasingly as it rushed towards Elder Mu, the elder of the upper echelon. The enraged law character was broken, and a strange look flashed in Elder Mu's eyes. He raised his left hand, and a wall of laws appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of him. What a holy son. You want to make a move against this old man? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man will personally make the decision to suppress you beneath my feet. The deputy dean of Mount June came back to life again. Seeing that his backer had made a move, his pale face lit up with joy. Lin Fei was finally out of luck. He even dared to make a move against Elder Mu. Whoosh! Without waiting for the vice headmaster of Mount June to be pleased with himself, the saber light fell and killed him once again. A voice sounded in his ear, "No matter who you are destined to die 100 times today." After being resurrected again and again, the deputy dean of Mount June was so weak that he couldn't even condense his strength. Naturally, he couldn't block Lin Fei's domineering bladesmanship that incorporated the Mongolian characters. It was only natural that he was killed on the spot. What should we do? Should we stop them? The high-level elders who accompanied Elder Mu couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the two of them fight as soon as they met, especially after witnessing the scene of Lin Fei casually killing the deputy dean of Mount June. This temper is really irascible. In the academy, who dared to be as domineering as Lin Fei? He killed the dean as easily as slaughtering cattle and sheep. A high-level elder narrowed his eyes and said, "He's so young but his methods are so cruel. Elder Mu, it's good that you make a move. Suppress him so that he won't ride on our heads in the future." That's right. He even dared to kill the deputy dean. Such combat strength is really incomparably terrifying. If we don't temper him now, I'm afraid we won't have the right to speak in the future. These high-level elders belonged to the bottom of the high-level group. But they were also experts at the great perfection of heaven stage. Naturally, they couldn't see a saint provoking their rights. The torrent rushed down and a green light appeared. With irresistible force, the wall of law shattered like a piece of mirror. The torrent transformed into a green divine saber that slashed down and blasted the body of this Elder Mu. The saber blasted tens of thousands of miles away and a mountain range collapsed. Elder Mu was blasted away and a mountain range collapsed. His mind was at a loss. He was blasted away by a saint. How could this be possible? Boom! A 10,000 zhang square seal descended from the sky. Xianming cold qi rushed down with a heavy force. It pressed down on Elder Mu's body and cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! Elder Mu was after all a high-ranking elder. His body shook, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. The flipping sky seal was on the verge of collapsing and was about to be sent flying. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood on the flipping sky seal. He pressed down and the sound of cracking could be heard. Old thing, how does it feel? Fantian seal couldn't suppress Elder Mu. As soon as Lin Fei stood on Fantian seal, Elder Mu spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He couldn't move, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the pressure. Lin Fei stood on Fantian seal. Didn't you want to suppress me? It seems like you've miscalculated. I should be the one suppressing you. You're already so old and yet you still come out to cause trouble. Are you regretting it now? Lin Fei was able to suppress Elder Mu because he caught Elder Mu off guard, and because of Elder Mu's miscalculation he was suppressed. Elder Mu. The Vice Dean of Mount June exclaimed when he saw this scene. He saw a saber radiance flying towards him and he blocked it with his hands. Once again he lost his life. Old Master Mighty? Old Master Mighty? The servants on Invincible Peak cheered excitedly. That was a high-level elder and he was suppressed just like that. Hairball, come over here. On Fantian seal, Lin Fei called Hairball over. Didn't you have nothing to do recently? There's a sandbag down there. You can do whatever you want to him. Hearing Lin Fei call for a child, some disciples who knew how powerful Hairball was couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It seems like something bad is going to happen. Hairball was white and plump, looking harmless to both man and beast. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, her eyes lit up. His blood and qi are incomparably strong. He must be delicious. Whooshed, Hairball rushed to the Fantian seal, causing Elder Mu to stomp his feet in anger. Lin Fei, this bastard, he really thinks that I'm a sick cat, using a wimpy kid to humiliate me. Bang! Before Elder Mu could react, he received a punch to his left eye. The excruciating pain caused blood to flow out. This old man was injured by a little brat. Elder Mu blew his beard and glared at him. As a result, he felt pain in his right eye again and blood flowed out. He couldn't track the wimpy kid's whereabouts and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Space Law. You're too stupid. Elder Mu was suppressed by the Fantian seal, and his strength was reduced by 80 to 90%. Facing the primordial evil dragon that had transformed into Hairball, he suffered a great loss. After a while, there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured. Hairball kept calling him stupid and idiot, making Elder Mu so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Under the suppression of the Fantian seal, he kept roaring, but he still couldn't stop Hairball's ravaging. Lin Fei was calm and composed. He stood on the Fantian seal and let Hairball do whatever she wanted. Once the vice principal of Mount Jun revived, he waved his hand and killed the other party. He was so fierce that the higher-ups and elders didn't dare to make a move. The spectating disciples listed junior apprentice brother Lin Fei as an extremely dangerous person. Not only did the principal beat him, but the higher-ups and elders also dared to beat him. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei had the top strength of the academy. Who would dare to offend him? Chapter 1029. P.S. It's a new month. Thanks to a touch of the setting sun for the tip. It's the beginning of the month. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Everyone who has a ticket, please vote for me. I'm immediately filled with motivation to write. A dignified senior elder was suppressed by Fantian seal and beaten up by a brat. Elder Mu could not even defeat his opponent with his supernatural powers. One could imagine how sullen he felt. Hey Lin Fei. That was inevitable. Elder Du, you've come at the right time. Quickly take down Lin Fei. After a few more powerful auras descended, streams of nomological powers flew out and isolated everything except for the Academy's disciples. The rest of the elders, including Lin Fei, disappeared. The senior elders who had been intimidated by Lin Fei cupped their hands at the newcomer. Elder Du. Elder Mu, it's better for you to be quiet. I have my own plans for this. The newcomer was none other than Elder Du Tao, who had been secretly protecting Elder Mu. He snorted at Elder Mu, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Elder Mu and Elder Du usually had an ordinary relationship, and their positions were similar. After being reprimanded by Elder Du, Elder Mu's eyes flickered, but he tolerated it. Another wound was torn open on his body and blood flowed out. It's good that Elder Du is here. Yes, Lin Fei is too arrogant. He even dared to suppress Elder Mu. Lin Fei is in big trouble this time. A few senior elders secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission. They were very dissatisfied with Lin Fei's disregard for them, but they did not dare to make a move due to their fear of Lin Fei's terrifying strength. For the sake of the high-level elders, they were well aware that Elder Mu had suffered a great loss in the hands of Lin Fei. It was no different from becoming a stepping stone for Lin Fei. It was conceivable that in the future, even the high-level elders would not dare to go against Lin Fei. They had acted recklessly. It would be fine if they won, but if they lost, where would they put their faces? They heaved a sigh of relief when Elder Du appeared. At the very least, they did not need to do anything. Elder Du, you're really fast, Lin Fei said with a grin. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the elders, including Elder Mu, darkened. From his tone, it sounded as if they were on good terms. How could that be possible? After Du Tao returned from protecting Lin Fei, he couldn't help but report the information on Lin Fei. After all, Lin Fei was no longer an insignificant person, and would probably occupy an important position in the academy in the future. However, as soon as the report ended, there was news from below that Lin Fei beat up the deputy dean of Mount Jun and killed him more than 10 times. Not only that, but he even fought with Elder Mu. Du Tao was shocked. Naturally, he knew why junior brother Lin Fei attacked the deputy dean of Mount Jun. The only thing he didn't expect was that junior brother Lin Fei would be so bold as to fight in public, take away Gentleman Peak, and even kill the deputy dean of Mount Jun on the spot. Upon hearing this, Du Tao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately came. He was afraid that junior brother Lin Fei would suffer at the hands of Elder Mu, so he acted as a peacemaker to settle this matter. After seeing the scene in front of him, Du Tao almost couldn't believe it. Junior brother Lin Fei had suppressed Elder Mu, and there was even a brat who was bleeding Elder Mu. What kind of joke was this? If he hadn't seen junior brother Lin Fei's strength, Du Tao would have suspected that Elder Mu was acting on his own. After all, he was a high-level elder. If we don't hurry up, I'm afraid you'll tear down the academy, Du Tao said with a wry smile. Elder Mu's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, damn it! How does a young fellow like Lin Fei know Elder Du? Even looks very familiar. Tear down the academy? Elder Du, you really think highly of me. Unfortunately, I don't have the guts for now. It's possible to beat them up, Lin Fei said bluntly. It just so happened that the vice dean of Mount Jun resurrected. He waved his hand and slashed down again, killing the other party again. Du Tao was shocked and thought, it seems that junior brother Lin Fei is quite angry. Mount Jun was killed like this. He's really crippled now. Right now, it's better to let Lin Fei stop. From the scene at Phoenix Academy, Du Tao knew that junior brother Lin Fei was a violent person. Since Mount Jun ended up like this, it was obvious that they were all present at the scene of the assassination. Among the 5 vice deans, it was reasonable for someone to leak the secret. Junior brother Lin Fei's suspicion of Mount Jun was not without reason. Many clues were linked together, and Mount Jun naturally became the target of suspicion. Junior brother Lin Fei, for my sake, how about letting this matter go for now? Elder Du said, you have to believe that we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Come, take the vice dean of Mount Jun away. Mount Jun was resurrected again. Du Tao ordered people to take the vice dean away. If he continued to stay here, he would only stop after killing 100 times like what Du Tao said. At this time, the vice dean of Mount Jun completely lost his temper. After being killed for about 30 times in a row, anyone would lose their temper. When he was taken away, he was relieved. Finally, he could stay away from this violent person, Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't attack again. He said to Du Tao, it's fine not to kill him, but this old thing relying on his stronger strength to bully the weak, wants me to let him go? That's impossible. The vice dean of Mount Jun had been killed by him no less than 30 times. No matter what happened in the future, it was impossible for him to have a future. Intercepting and killing halfway had to pay a price. Lin Fei could let Elder Du Tao take him away, but Elder Mu was different. With great difficulty, a high-level elder came to the door. Not killing him to establish his power was not giving up an opportunity. Du Tao cursed Elder Mu in his heart. No matter what, you are a high-level elder, a big shot. Is it worthwhile to fight with Lin Fei? Now look at you, you've been suppressed by someone and you've even been beaten up by a little brat. Your illustrious reputation is ruined just like that. Elder Du, did you see that? The saint's son is so arrogant. Why don't you take him down? Elder Mu was furious. Do you want to be a joke? Being so fierce today, I'm afraid in the future, it will be on our heads. Elder Mu's words were obviously directed at the other high-level elders and resonated with them. If they didn't take down this genius, Lin Fei, and punish him today, they would be the ones who would suffer in the future. Elder Du, Elder Mu is right. This kid Lin Fei really needs to be disciplined. If Elder Du doesn't take action, we will report this matter to the higher-ups. Our academy is full of geniuses, but there has never been anyone as bold as Lin Fei. If we don't suppress him today, I'm afraid that those genius disciples will follow suit and not take us seriously. This is something that no one wants to see, right? They were afraid of Lin Fei's strength, but he was good at talking. With just a few words, he had forced Du Tao to take action personally. Among the people present, Elder Du Tao was much stronger than Elder Mu. If they joined forces, they could completely suppress Lin Fei. Shut up. Du Tao snorted coldly. His voice was like a deafening thunder exploding in the sky, and his qi and blood were surging. I will handle this matter regarding Lin Fei. This is not a place for you to complain. Du Tao's cold eyes glanced at them one by one. They didn't dare to look at each other, but Elder Mu resisted and said in a deep voice, Elder Du, Lin Fei is lawless. Are you trying to protect him? Blood Shadow, you go up too. Help him bleed. At Lin Fei's order, Blood Shadow rushed in and waves of blood rolled. Soon after, Elder Mu's screams could be heard. The Fanteon seal was an existence that surpassed a supreme-grade sacred weapon. Under Lin Fei's control, it was indeed not something that Elder Mu could rush out of. Elder Mu was already at a disadvantage against Hairball, let alone Blood Shadow. Surprisingly, Du Tao didn't stop him. He thought to himself, Elder Mu really doesn't know what's good for him. Junior Lin Fei is obviously angry. Isn't this provoking Junior Lin Fei? It would be strange if he could have a good ending. Serves him right. Under the Fanteon seal, Elder Mu was suffering unspeakably. A little kid who was good at spatial ability and could transform into a ghost, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. His opponent's small hands were extremely sharp and could tear his flesh apart. He had lost a lot of blood, but he couldn't do anything about it. With the addition of Blood Shadow, he was really at a disadvantage. Blood Shadow's original body was a tyrannical existence, and his defense was quite terrifying. Now that he had advanced to the Heaven Stage Immortal King, his combat power couldn't be ignored. Elder Mu gradually couldn't hold on anymore. Damn that Lin Fei. This old man is an elder of the upper echelon. How could he do this? Elder Mu roared in his heart. And this little kid and this Blood Shadow, what is their background? He is a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. How can he have two great experts by his side? One of them was injured and an arm flew out. Blood splattered everywhere. He was furious, but every time he attacked, the power was limited. It was soft and powerless. Junior brother Lin Fei, Elder Mu has suffered a loss. Why don't you just let it go? I believe in the future he won't dare to find trouble with you. Although Elder Mu had only himself to blame, Du Tao still wanted to be the peacemaker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up a divine ability to stop the Academy's disciples from watching. After all, it wasn't a glorious thing. Since Elder Du has spoken, of course I have to give him face, Lin Fei said after a moment of silence. Du Tao had just heaved a sigh of relief, but when he heard Lin Fei's voice, his heart sank. It seemed that nothing good would come out of it. You can be generous, but you also know that I am just a small Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Elder Mu is a big figure and he bullied me. I'm so scared that my limbs are still weak. No matter what, you have to compensate me, right? It seemed that Elder Mu was going to have to pay a big price. Du Tao knew that Lin Fei wouldn't let Elder Mu go willingly, and it was inevitable that he would extort some treasures from Elder Mu. What, he wants me to compensate? These words were naturally transmitted through divine sense. Elder Mu, you have seen the situation. How long do you think he can last? Du Tao hit the nail on the head, directly pointing out Elder Mu's current situation. No, Elder Mu originally wanted to say that it was impossible. You want me, a high-level elder, to compensate for the loss? What a big joke, can't you be more serious? The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he stopped when he realized his situation. If this dragged on, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be killed. The loss would be great. Chapter 1030. I can't accept it. Elder Mu hated Lin Fei to death, but he had no choice but to lower his head and compromise for the time being. What a greedy bastard. After paying a huge sum of money, Elder Mu left the area, too ashamed to stay any longer. At the same time, he had witnessed Lin Fei's black-hearted shamelessness. It was clear that he, as a high-ranking elder, was the one who had suffered a loss, and in the end, he was the one who ended up being the laughingstock of the Academy. Elder Mu had to suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. I won't let this matter go so easily. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're too impulsive. You've completely offended Elder Mu and the other elders. Elder Du Tao sighed as he watched Elder Mu leave. Lin Fei smiled. So be it. I don't think it's a big deal unless you still need to be taught a lesson. Lin Fei had gotten quite a number of high-grade sacred weapons from Elder Mu, and there were even a couple of supreme-grade sacred weapons. As for offending someone, he didn't take it seriously at all. Du Tao knew it would be like this. He had not known Lin Fei for a long time, so he knew a little about his junior brother's temper. He was a typical person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Elder Mu and the Deputy Dean of Mount June were simply shooting themselves in the foot. I really don't know what to say to you, Du Tao said. You'd better not go out these few days. You've embarrassed Elder Mu. According to his character, he might do something to you. You don't have to worry about the matters between the higher-ups. With your strength, the higher-ups wouldn't dare to do anything to you. If the strength that Lin Fei had displayed in the Phoenix Academy was shocking, then after suppressing Elder Mu, his influence had increased once again. The higher-ups wouldn't dare to do anything to him. His monstrous talent was in front of everyone. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Du. After sending Elder Du Tao off, Lin Fei returned to his invincible peak. He didn't want to bother with the fights between the higher-ups. If anyone dared to cause trouble at his doorstep, he wouldn't give them any face. He even dared to suppress the higher-ups, let alone others. After returning to his invincible peak, Lin Fei closed his door and refused to meet anyone. The news regarding the Phoenix Academy couldn't be blocked at all. Not long after, the news finally spread to the Holy Heaven Academy, causing a commotion in the entire academy. Everyone in the academy, including the disciples and the elders, were shocked. After they came back to their senses, they felt proud and elated. They had never felt so refreshed before. Phoenix Academy also has such a day. Usually, Phoenix Academy had the upper hand in every aspect, ridiculing, making sarcastic remarks, striking down, all sorts of things against Divine Heaven Academy. After hearing about this magnificent feat, he worshipped Lin Fei to the highest level. Senior brother Lin Fei, good job. A few days ago, Lin Fei violently beat up the Deputy Dean of Mount June and was disrespectful to the senior elders. The disciples of the academy finally understood that senior brother Lin Fei had made great contributions and was in the right. If the academy dared to punish him, it would simply chill everyone's hearts. A few days later, the high-level elders made their decision. First of all, the vice principal of Mount June had seriously violated the rules of the academy. He was stripped of his vice principal's qualifications and was ordered to go into seclusion in the cold valley for 100 years. Before the 100 years were up, he was not allowed to come out. This news shocked the disciples of the academy. They didn't expect such an outcome. The position of deputy dean was extremely powerful in the academy. In the end, It was obvious that the high-level elders were biased towards senior brother Lin Fei and stripped him of his position. This wasn't an ordinary punishment, it could be considered very severe. One of the 5 deputy deans was suddenly vacated. The disciples who originally disliked the deputy dean of Mount June were extremely excited because of this. The deputy dean of Mount June had finally fallen. The Cold Valley, a cold palace of the Holy Heaven Academy. It was a place specially used to reflect on mistakes and face the wall. Normally, such a sentence would not be made unless it was absolutely necessary. Not everyone could endure the bitter cold day and night for 100 years. Once the deputy dean of Mount June fell, the good days of the disciples came to an end. They all chose to go out to gain experience and didn't dare to stay. Usually, they relied on their status as the dean's disciple to show off their prowess. How would they dare to continue staying in the academy? The second news. The higher-ups criticized Elder Mu and ordered him to not go out for a month. This shocked everyone. The higher-ups were completely biased towards Lin Fei. The third news was directed at Lin Fei. Just like what Elder Mu did, the higher-ups criticized Lin Fei. It wasn't light or heavy, but it was obvious that it wasn't a big deal. After that, he was ordered to stay on the Invincible Peak and not allowed to go out. It was a punishment that didn't hurt or tickle. After everyone digested the news, they finally realized that senior brother Lin Fei would be an important person in the academy. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you satisfied with this result? Du Tao came again. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei said casually. It would be best if we could get rid of Elder Mu. Lin Fei, don't push your luck. This time, Du Tao wasn't the only high-level elder. There were 2 other elders. Hearing this, they stared at Lin Fei angrily. Faced with the rage of the 2 upper echelon elders, Lin Fei said indifferently, so what if I'm pushing my luck? Do the 2 of you also want to bully the weak? I don't mind letting you bully me. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't have to be so thick-skinned. The 2 elders' faces turned ugly. Elder Mu had humiliated himself by bullying the weak, and it was said that he had even been extorted by Lin Fei, resulting in him suffering heavy losses. Yet you want us to make a move? Aren't you digging a pit for yourself? Du Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Elder Fang, Elder Yun, the 2 of you are high-level elders. Why do you have to go against the holy son of Lin Fei? Be more magnanimous. Regarding Lin Fei, the higher-ups were in an uproar. Some wanted to punish Lin Fei severely, while others wanted to appease him. Elder Fang and Elder Yun were the ones who wanted to punish Lin Fei severely. Naturally, they couldn't stand what Lin Fei had done. Let Lin Fei do it? Dream on. Elder Fang and Elder Yun cursed Lin Fei countless times in their hearts. I know the outcome. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Forgive me for not sending you off. After Lin Fei's combat power increased, he couldn't stand the high-ranking elders who put on airs. Elder Fang and Elder Yun flicked their sleeves and really left on the spot. Stay on the Invincible Peak. There are many experts hiding outside the school. Be careful. Du Tao said. You have an Emperor's key with you. If word gets out, you'll be in big trouble. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Du. I won't be going out for the time being. Lin Fei nodded. After chatting for a while, Du Tao left. He had only come today to pass on the results and to appease Lin Fei, lest Lin Fei resent him. Chapter 1031. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Lin Fei is just a rising star. He's ruthless. He dares to disrespect us elders now, let alone in the future. On a lofty mountain peak in the Sagely Academy. At this moment, a few elders were sitting together. They looked unhappy and were condemning Lin Fei together. Everyone, let's think about how we should arrange the vice dean position. Qiu Shan was a high-ranking elder. He said seriously. They all belonged to the same faction. The Sagely Academy was a small underworld. It was inevitable that there would be factions in the underworld. They were gathered together because of the vacant vice dean position. The vice dean of Mount June had been removed from his position and imprisoned in the Cold Valley. They had lost a representative and needed to support a new vice dean to help them gain benefits. That's hard to say. We can just find anyone. Why go through so much trouble? This represented everyone's opinion. If they joined forces, it would be a piece of cake for them to support one person. If it was so simple, I wouldn't have gathered everyone here. Qiu Shan snorted. He was extremely unhappy. I heard that someone suggested to let Lin Fei be the vice dean. What do you think? No, definitely not. If that bastard Lin Fei becomes the vice dean, that would be terrible. Everyone objected. Among them, Elder Fang and Elder Yun were the most dissatisfied. Lin Fei was lawless and arrogant. These were all words that could be used to describe him. Even they wouldn't be able to suppress Lin Fei if he became the vice dean. The rumor was bound to appear. They had to take it seriously. It wouldn't be a good thing if he became the vice dean. Brother Chiu, you're the most resourceful one among us. Nothing can stop you. I believe you have a plan. Mu Outyin, who had been silent, raised his head. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Elder Outyin knows me the best, Chiu Shan said proudly. I do have a plan. However, there's one thing we need to know. How strong is Lin Fei? The fact that Mu Outyin had been suppressed by someone was not a secret among the upper echelon elders. The other upper echelon elders pricked up their ears wanting to know. He hasn't reached heaven rank Great Circle. Mu Outyin gnashed his teeth. If he hadn't seized the initiative and activated a treasure to suppress me, he wouldn't have been a match for me. Every time Mu Outyin thought back to that scene, he would be filled with a belly full of rage, but he had no way to vent it. This was especially so after hearing the decision from the higher-ups. It was obvious that the higher-ups were siding with Lin Fei. He could not accept it. Chiu Shan had an idea. It's fine if he isn't at the full circle of the heaven rank. Let's choose the candidate first. Once Lin Fei interferes and fights for the position, we can propose a duel. The position of the vice dean must be true to his or her name. Not only must he or she have the ability. Good idea. It's settled then. A cold glint flashed across Mu Outyin's eyes. Let's see what else you can do this time. On Invincible Peak. Lin Fei let out a yawn and mumbled. Is someone thinking of me? At this moment Lin Fei was in his secret chamber. Runes of divine force could be seen floating in the air, shining brightly like stars. There were many things in front of Lin Fei. First, there were 30 damaged immortal equipment. Their powerful celestial auras were suppressed by Lin Fan. Apart from them, there were some decent treasures such as the Yin and Yang Gourd, the Shenming Divine Pagoda, and the Blood Lotus. Every one of them was an amazing treasure. A heaven-ranked Great Circle Immortal King is not easy to deal with. Someone like Elder Mu is just average. If I use the Immortal Heaven-Shaking Axe, I can kill him easily. However, he is still not as strong as the heaven-ranked Great Circle Immortal King from the Netherworld Palace. His strength is at least 5 billion dragon divine power. Lin Fei thought about the strength of the incarnation of Immortal King from the Netherworld Palace. The Immortal Heaven-Shaking Axe is an offensive immortal equipment. In terms of toughness, it is at least middle grade. I need to increase the grade of the Fanteon Seal while I still have time. The Fanteon Seal was not strong enough to suppress Elder Mu. If it was an immortal equipment, Lin Fan would not even need to do anything to make Elder Mu vomit blood. The reason why Lin Fei went into seclusion was to increase the grade of the Fanteon Seal, so that it could become his right-hand man. The heaven and earth smelt flew out and one damaged immortal weapon after another flew into it. Since he had forged the heaven-shaking axe before, Lin Fei was able to do it smoothly. Without any hiccups, he fused the damaged immortal weapons into the sky-flipping seal. Yin and Yang Gourd go. Blood Lotus go. Lin Fei did not care about the rest. He fused all the spoils of war into the Fanteon Seal. The Fanteon Seal shone brightly, and immortal runes flew out. Great Mongolian characters. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Fei sent in the Mongolian characters. The chaotic scene of the three countries contending for hegemony was suppressed by the Mongolian characters, and the Fanteon Seal stabilized. The Fanteon Seal is finally done. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It took him 3 days to increase the grade of the Fanteon Seal. Thanks to the Mongolian characters, the immortal runes inside are suppressed, and the perfect fusion allowed the Fanteon Seal to increase in grade. After the increase in grade, the surface of the Fanteon Seal was filled with immortal runes. The runes contained a terrifying aura, and the moment the Fanteon Seal appeared, the heaven and earth changed color. After playing with it, Lin Fei could not bear to part with it. Another perfect immortal equipment. Not only that, but his battle prowess had increased once again. If Elder Mu dares to make a move, just the Fanteon Seal alone will be enough to make him suffer. Lin Fei put away the Fanteon Seal and thought to himself happily as he started to recover his energy. One day later Lin Fei came out, and his energy had recovered to its peak. The Fanteon Seal had increased in grade, and he had 2 immortal equipment on him. Unknowingly his confidence had increased. If the upper echelons of the Divine Heaven Academy knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and go crazy. Junior brother Lin Fei, come quickly. As soon as he came out of seclusion, an immortal aura flew out from the void, and Du Tao's voice could be heard. Lin Fei frowned. He had no idea why Elder Du Tao was looking for him, and he fused with the void. When he came out again, Lin Fei appeared in a bamboo forest. The wind was blowing and there was a tranquil aura. Senior brother Lin Fei, master is waiting for you inside. Come with me. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, an immortal king immediately came up and led the way for him enthusiastically. Junior brother Lin Fei, you've finally come out of seclusion. In a sea of bamboo, Du Tao was sitting under a pavilion. The faint fragrance of tea drifted over, and it made him feel refreshed. Lin Fei smiled and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I've had some insights recently, so I went into seclusion. Sorry for making Elder Du wait for a long time. Come up. Du Tao took a casual glance and he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. He thought to himself, what a monster Lin Fei. I haven't seen him for a few days and his aura has grown a lot stronger, and his strength has increased again. At their level, increasing their strength was not something that could be done in a day. It required a long time or opportunity. Apart from that, there was no other way. It was impossible not to be shocked that Lin Fei had improved again in such a short time. Good tea. After taking a sip, Lin Fei exclaimed in satisfaction. His mind calmed down, and his irritation and other emotions disappeared one after another. If junior brother Lin Fei likes it, I'll order someone to send some to you when we leave. You can go back and enjoy it slowly. All right. Lin Fei naturally did not stand on ceremony. Do you have any thoughts about the position of Vice Dean? After some small talk, they entered the topic. Could it be that Elder Du Tao asked me to come for the position of Vice Dean? Lin Fei thought to himself. No thoughts. This position is not suitable for me, Lin Fei said simply. It was really meaningless for him to be the Vice Dean. Jun Shan did something wrong, so he naturally lost the position of Vice Dean. Many of us thought that you were young and promising, and quite suitable for this position. I didn't expect. Du Tao originally wanted to express their thoughts and do him a favor, but when he heard this, he revealed an awkward expression. He was surprised that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Not everyone could resist the temptation of the position of Vice Dean. Back then, in order to sit in this position, Jun Shan had to run all over the place and expend a lot of effort. It was rare for Lin Fei to reject it so straightforwardly. Elder Du, I appreciate your goodwill, but you should look for someone else to take the position of Vice Dean. Lin Fei wasn't interested in taking the position. I believe that someone will do a better job than me. Do you think that a violent person like me can be a good Vice Dean? Currently, everyone in the Holy Heaven Academy knew that Lin Fei was a violent person. He nearly tore the entire Phoenix Academy apart. If he wasn't a violent person, what else could he be? Forget it then. Du Tao suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. A violent person was indeed inappropriate to be the Vice Dean. Being able to rise and fall at the same time, it was no wonder why he could achieve what he had today. They were all blinded by authority, and they weren't as open-minded as a young man. It's indeed a pity that you aren't the Vice Dean. However, your personality isn't suitable for the position. May I know if you have anyone to recommend for the position? Giving a favor? Lin Fei wasn't interested in being the Vice Dean. He didn't like being restricted by authority. Recommendation? He immediately understood Elder Du Tao's intention. Elder Du Tao was trying to rope him in. Thinking about it, with his talent and monstrous strength, it was normal for Elder Du Tao to rope him in. Even if Elder Du Tao couldn't rope him in, he should at least maintain a good relationship. Asking him to recommend someone was troublesome. In the academy, Lin Fei had always been a loner. He didn't know many people, so it would be difficult for him to recommend someone to be the Vice Dean. Got it? While Du Tao was pondering, he suddenly had a candidate in mind. Speaking of which, I do have someone in mind, but I'm not sure if he's suitable. I hope that Elder Du can take a look. Lin Fei smiled. Sui isn't a bad person, he should be suitable for this position. Sui? Du Tao frowned. There was indeed a faction behind him that had high hopes for Lin Fei. If everything went according to his expectations, Lin Fei would at least become a half-step martial monarch in the future. Is it not possible? Lin Fei asked. It seems like junior brother Lin Fei is going to push Sui up. Du Tao inwardly said. It's possible, but I'm afraid that Su Yi's strength won't convince the masses. Chapter 1032. Holy Son Lin Fei is here. Looks like the rumors are true. Holy Son Lin Fei really wants to become the new Vice Dean. Jun Shan is really unlucky. He was tricked by Lin Fei. Not only did he lose his position, but he was also imprisoned. Shall lower your voice. Lin Fei is tyrannical and cruel. Don't offend him. Holy Heaven Academy, outside a grand hall in the Sky City, many elders were gathered. The upper echelon elders and inner elders were all gathered together in groups of 3 to 5. They were chatting with each other, clearly belonging to different factions. After two people descended from the sky, many elders' gazes changed as they recognized them. It was the Holy Sun Lin Fei who had caused an uproar in the academy. Whether it was killing Jun Shan or suppressing the upper echelon elders, it was a grand event. They couldn't help but pay attention to it. Holy Sun Lin Fei, you're here. Holy Sun Lin Fei. Many elders came up to greet him enthusiastically. A bunch of guys who only know how to sail according to the wind. Not far away there was a group of people watching coldly from the sidelines. Among them was Mu Outyen's group. Today was the day of the reselection of the vice dean, and they had arrived early in the morning. The vice dean had great power. When it came to interests, they had to pay attention to it. It was also their spokesperson. They will regret it sooner or later. Ever since he proposed his candidate that day, Lin Fei didn't pay attention to it. He believed that the force behind Elder Du Tao would make proper arrangements. Junior brother Lin Fei, we have the same idea on our side. On the other hand, we are powerless on their side. Junior brother, please excuse us, Du Tao said awkwardly. I'll do the rest myself. I've troubled Elder Du, Lin Fei said indifferently. Creak, the doors of the palace opened. This palace was the Holy Heaven Academy's conference palace. Everything that needed to be decided was carried out here. The interior of the palace was cylindrical, with a small square in the middle. Surrounding it were seats that were slanted. From the bottom to the top. The elder who came in from outside found a seat and sat down. Junior brother Lin Fei, come with me. Du Tao brought Lin Fei to a position on the west side, which was relatively lower. You can sit next to me. After Lin Fei looked around, he knew the specific arrangement. Those at the bottom had higher positions, while those at the top were just supporting characters. He punched down. When he saw some familiar faces such as Mu Outyen, Elder Fong, and Elder Yun, their gazes were not very friendly. After a while, all the elders sat down. Everyone knows about what happened at Mount June. A white elder stood up. The academy cannot be without a dean for a single day. Call for a meeting today and elect a new vice dean. Junior brother Lin Fei, this is Elder Gua, an elder of the previous generation in our academy. He used to be the academy's vice principal. Become a council elder. Lin Fei listened to Elder Du Tao's words. After Elder Gua spoke for a while, he said, this time, 5 candidates are allowed to be elected as the vice principal. Among the 5 candidates, the last one to be elected as the vice principal, 5 candidates. Everyone's eyes lit up. I'll speak first. A black-clothed elder said, Immortal King Yi Yun's character and strength are both good. 3 years ago he was alone. He annihilated an assassin's organization and personally killed more than 10 heaven-stage immortal kings. So what if he annihilated an assassin's organization? I think Immortal King Tian Yi is good. His strength is not inferior to Immortal King Yi Yun. I think Immortal King Lai Kong is better. The elders expressed their opinions and argued non-stop. If one were to look closely, they would discover that the ones who had spoken were mostly the inner sect elders, the cannon fodder level. The elders with status had not spoken at all. Not long after, an elder with a high reputation spoke. As soon as he spoke, the crowd quieted down. As for the vice principal, I don't think there's much to fight for. Let Lei Yiming be the vice principal. Lei Yiming is a cultivation maniac. Regardless of strength or reputation, he's more than qualified to be the vice principal. The elder spoke arrogantly and in a tone that could not be rejected. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. I think Lei Yiming is the most suitable vice principal. Lei Yiming is a true genius of our academy. He's definitely qualified. After that elder spoke, many people spoke and recommended Lei Yiming. Elder Du, who is this Lei Yiming? He seems to be quite influential, Lin Fei asked casually. He was a genius back then. He made a mistake and was imprisoned for 1,000 years. I didn't expect them to nominate this person, Du Tao said unhappily. This person is a strong opponent of Su Yi. A strong opponent? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This Lei Yiming should be the person they nominated, right? That should be it. Lin Fei said, it doesn't matter if he's a genius or not. You'll have to ask me for the vice principal's permission first. Du Tao liked junior brother Lin Fei's domineering attitude. He was envious of Su Yi. With Lin Fei supporting him, he would have a bright future. Lei Yiming is just a genius who has expired. I think Immortal King Su Yi is more qualified to be the vice principal. Another elder stepped forward and said, whoosh whoosh whoosh. After recommending Immortal King Su Yi, many people looked at Lin Fei with complicated gazes. What's going on? Didn't they say that Lin Fei is going to compete for the vice principal's position? The expressions of Mu Outyen and the others changed involuntarily. This was unexpected. Zui? I don't think he's been promoted for long? What are they doing? It had to be said that Lin Fei had no intention of becoming the vice principal. He had disrupted their plans. Qiu Shan frowned. Let's wait a little longer. The various elders would nominate someone here and there, but none of them mentioned Lin Fei's name at all. This time they were dumbfounded. After the proposal was made, they had to recommend 5 candidates. Of course they had to vote. Lei Yiming, Su Yi Long Fei Zhen Wuwa, and Sua Luo had offended the most people, so they became the 5 candidates. The elders who had thought that Lin Fei would participate were surprised. How could he not be tempted by the vice principal's position? Why was it so unbelievable? Saint Lin Fei's recent actions and words had caused him to be in the limelight. There were many people privately calling for him to become the vice principal. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would not participate in the selection at such a crucial moment? Thus they heaved a sigh of relief. For example, Long Fei Zhenwuwa and the others secretly felt relieved that Lin Fei did not participate. In terms of strength, they were truly inferior to him. They had heard of his violent and cruel methods. Chapter 1033. P.S. Many thanks to Zhao Cheng and Brother Xiaolong for their tips. The 5 candidates were out. One of them could become the vice principal. In this academy where strength was everything, strength was something that couldn't be lacking. It was inevitable that the 5 candidates would spar and display their strength. Everyone, there's no need to fight. The vice principal position shall belong to me, Lei Yiming. Behind Mueo Tian, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the small square in the center. Bolts of lightning rumbled down, bringing with them endless thunder might. A lightning domain was formed around the figure, and a giant lightning beast was faintly discernible. Lei Yiming was a genius disciple of the academy back then. But later on he got himself into huge trouble. He was imprisoned for 1,000 years. During this period of time, his strength improved tremendously, breaking through unceasingly. While others cultivated several types of laws, Lei Yiming only cultivated a single type of law. Lei Yiming is truly worthy of being a genius back then. He can actually cultivate the law of lightning to such an extent. I'm afraid the vice principal position will definitely belong to Lei Yiming. The law of lightning by itself is incomparably tyrannical. Let's see how Lei Yiming comprehended it. He might be able to cultivate the strongest lightning physique and be reborn after breaking through. Among the elders present, there were some who were more discerning and could see how terrifying Lei Yiming was with a single glance. Lei Yiming, you're already old. The vice principal position isn't something you can sit on. Another figure descended from the square and coldly spoke to Lei Yiming. This was none other than Long Fei, a fair-skinned immortal king who exuded faint draconic might. He was a draconic human with the blood of the dragon race in his veins. His cultivation couldn't be underestimated. You scram to the side. Lei Yiming had been imprisoned for 1,000 years. His temper gradually grew. Lightning crackled behind him as a gigantic lightning beast rushed out. It opened its mouth and swallowed Long Fei whole. Boom. After Long Fei spat him out again, Lei Yiming stomped on Long Fei's body, crushing him to death on the spot. A fool who doesn't know the meaning of death. Killing a heaven-stage immortal king with a single move, Lei Yiming displayed his terrifying strength. All of you get down here for this, daddy. Lei Yiming stood there looking down at the world with disdain. The giant lightning beast was faintly discernible. Brother Qiu, you've schemed against Wuhan. With a genius like Lei Yiming, the position of the vice principal is in the bag. Lei Yiming's thunder laws are truly terrifying. If he hadn't secluded himself for 1,000 years, he would have become famous in the greater heaven realm. Qiu Shan enjoyed this kind of compliment. Lei Yiming's strength is indeed not bad. He's strong and has the strength to challenge heaven-rank great perfection. With him taking action, he can sweep away all the candidates. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't play by the rules and missed an opportunity. Lei Yiming's domineering actions had indeed caused some of the elders to be dissatisfied. He would kill at the slightest provocation, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhen Wuwa and Sua Luo glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. Lei Yiming's strength was not ordinary. Just the giant lightning beast was not something they could resist. We forfeit. Long Fei was killed in one move. They knew that they were not his match. Giving up was the best choice. Lei Yiming laughed. Trash, the position of the vice principal is really easy to obtain. After 1,000 years of seclusion, his thunder power had reached large success and he had cultivated the thunder light divine body. Lei Yiming had the strength to challenge experts. It was just the position of the vice principal. It was easy to obtain. Elder Guo, can you announce it now? The situation developed too quickly. Elder Guo was shocked. After 1,000 years, Lei Yiming had grown to such an extent. Lei Yiming not bad. Lei Yiming said proudly. Of course, who dares to compete with me for the position of the vice principal? Elder Guo was just a witness. Of the 5 candidates, 3 had withdrawn, leaving only Su Yi. That Su Yi had just advanced to Immortal King and was not Lei Yiming's opponent at all. They were not on the same level. The result was clear at a glance and they were about to announce the result. Wait, you seem to have forgotten someone. This is unfair to someone. Everyone followed the voice and saw a man in black standing up. It was Lin Fei. Lin Fei, what do you want to do? The person who spoke was naturally Lin Fei. He was not interested in the position of the vice principal, but it did not mean that he would give it up. Senior Su Yi entrusted everything to me when he went out on a mission. Lin Fei said seriously, Long Fei, there is really no me, so they gave up, but that doesn't mean I gave up. Elder Guo was unhappy and said in a low voice, Nonsense. You're Lin Fei? You have the potential to become an emperor and are said to be invincible? A sharp gaze shot over from the small square. So it's Senior Lei. Do you not approve of my title? Lin Fei laughed. Since they gave it to me, I have no choice but to accept it. This guy is really thick-skinned. Many elders cursed in their hearts. He really took the rumors of the outside world seriously. Lei Yiming shouted, In the past 1,000 years all kinds of Tom, Dick and Harry have come on stage. What a joke. If I were you, I would tuck my tail between my legs and run as far away as possible, so as not to embarrass myself. I like what you said. Lin Fei laughed. You are a genius from 1,000 years ago, but you are now a thing of the past. Seeing that you have not cultivated well, leave quickly. Otherwise you will regret it when I make my move. Since Lei Yiming came out of seclusion, he had heard the most about Lin Fei. He was young, but his talent was monstrous. His strength increased as easily as drinking water. He had been feeling uncomfortable for a long time. A rising star dared to put on airs in front of him. Giant lightning beast. A large area of lightning rumbled and collapsed. A giant lightning beast rushed out, filled with lightning, and tried to devour Lin Fei. Didn't you call yourself a genius? Let's see how you block my lightning beast. Good, you finally made your move. Qiu Shan laughed. Lin Fei is just relying on a treasure. Lei Yiming will definitely be able to suppress him. Let him become a joke. It's best if he never rises again. In fact, the reason why they found Lei Yiming was to deal with Lin Fei. Originally, they thought that if Lin Fei did not step down, they would have no choice and missed an opportunity. Now that Lin Fei had stepped down, their chance had come. This guy is quite capable. The power of lightning is overwhelming. No wonder Long Fei was defeated in one move. Feeling the power of lightning wreaking havoc around him, Lin Fei smiled casually. Since he was going to make a move, he would completely suppress them today so that they would not cause trouble for him in the future. Senior brother Lei, your attack is not bad. Unfortunately, in my opinion, it cannot withstand a single blow. Xiao, the heaven-shaking divine axe flew out and landed in Lin Fei's hand. It shone with silver light, and immortal patterns flew out. He slashed forward. Silver light shot out, followed by a terrifying aura. Hua, the lightning beast was instantly split into 2. The silver light did not stop. Wherever it passed, the lightning would explode. It was truly unable to withstand a single blow. Lightning divine body, block, block, block. Lei Yiming's eyebrows twitched. A terrifying killing intent locked onto him. Facing this axe attack, he had the thought that he could not block it. He allowed the silver light to land on his body. The powerful lightning divine body exploded with a bang, and he disappeared from the square. Xiao, one by one the elders stood up. They could no longer sit still. Their eyes were filled with shock. Immortal artifact. Lin Fei has an immortal artifact. What a good immortal artifact. A casual attack killed Lei Yiming, a genius from back then. After killing Lei Yiming with a single axe attack, the heaven-shaking divine axe was taken back. However, Lin Fei saw everyone's expressions. This was what he needed. No wonder junior brother Lin Fei is so fearless. It turns out that he has an immortal artifact on him. It is true that he can kill whoever comes. It is too terrifying. Du Tao gasped. That immortal artifact also contains a terrifying killing intent. It makes one not dare to look at it directly. In the entire college, there are few who can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. With this immortal artifact, who would dare to say that they could defeat Lin Fei? Perhaps no one would dare to say this in front of him. Immortal artifact? How could he have an immortal artifact? Qiu Shan and the others could no longer sit still. They looked at Lin Fei, the guy they thought they could deal with. However, at this moment they felt a sense of helplessness. An immortal artifact. A complete immortal artifact, not a broken one. Lin Fei's combat strength was terrifying. If he used this offensive immortal artifact, how could they live? If he did not like anyone, he would kill them with a single slash. Mu Outyin and the others sat down in a daze. They could not accept this news. That little guy had an immortal artifact with him. Its power was not ordinary. Even Lei Yiming, who had cultivated the lightning divine body, could not withstand this attack and was killed. Sigh, this person is so honest. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Elder Guo, who do you think is more suitable to be the vice dean? Elder Guo was already an old man. Facing that killing intent at such a close distance, he was still in a state of shock. He said, Saint Child, Lin Fei's strength is unparalleled. The position of vice principal is what everyone wants. I believe no one has any objections. Lin Fei shook his head. Wrong. I'm not interested in being the vice dean. You know, I came here on behalf of someone else. Who would have thought that they could not withstand a single blow? Sigh, you have an immortal axe in your hand. Isn't that killing? It would be strange if they could block it. Elder Guo complained in his heart and changed his words. Yes, Sui is very suitable to be the vice dean. No one has any objections, right? Who would have any objections? This was the common thought of all the elders. At this moment they had listed Lin Fei as a dangerous person, and they had to add the word, extreme. Qiu Shan, Mu Outyin and the others were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but they could not stop them. Lin Fei had an immortal artifact in his hand, which increased his battle strength by more than 10 times. They would only be humiliating themselves if they tried to stop him. No objections. We agree that Sui should be the vice dean. Sui is strong and capable. If he doesn't, who will? The elders fought to be the first to speak. Elder Mu, what about you? Lin Fei looked at them with a smile, but this smile was like the smile of a demon in their eyes. They did not dare to say no, for they were afraid that Lin Fei would kill them. They could only let out a cold snort to express their dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction? Lin Fei ignored them and thought, what a pity that they did not speak. Otherwise, I would have let them taste the power of the heaven-shaking axe. If they knew, they would be very happy. Lin Fei was indeed a person with a belly full of tricks. He wanted to force them to speak so that he could deal with them. Chapter 1034. After Su Yi became the vice dean, the elders in the upper echelons had some complaints, but they were all suppressed. Because of religious son Lin Fei's insane battle prowess and terrifying immortal axe, they had to consider if they had the strength to reject him. Regardless of whether the upper echelons had any complaints or not, Su Yi became the vice dean. When Su Yi returned from a mission, he was greeted by everyone. At that time he was confused, and after some explanation he found out that the person who had recommended him was his junior brother Lin Fei. He was so shocked that he was speechless. After he became the vice principal, he personally paid a visit to Lin Fei on the night of his return. As for what they talked about, no one knew. Everyone was clear about one thing. Su Yi's strength was not considered strong, but he had Lin Fei, a great god, behind him. No one would dare to look for trouble. If they offended Holy Son Lin Fei, they would definitely suffer the consequences. Ever since then, Lin Fei had been staying on the Invincible Peak and he rarely went out. The outside world did not pay attention to the Emperor's key. It was none of his business who had the slot, as long as they did not disturb him. The Gentleman Peak that he snatched from Junshan changed its name and became a subsidiary peak of the Invincible Peak. Even though some people were unhappy, Lin Fei was like the sun in the sky, and they did not dare to do anything. The news of Lin Fei becoming the vice dean had spread. He had used violence to get the position, and forced the elders in the upper echelons to agree. No one dared to look down on him. Peaceful days were fated to be few. Half a month later. You're going to the lower world? In the past half a month, Du Tao and Lin Fei had been very close. Du Tao was very surprised to hear that Lin Fei was going to the lower world. That's right, Lin Fei nodded. I want to go down and bring my wife up. In the past half a month, he had thought about this for a long time, and finally decided to bring his wife up. Things were different now. His battle prowess had reached a limit, and he had the ability to protect himself. It was time to bring Jin Feng, Lin Jiqing, Nangong Chanqian, and Nangong Chanqian up. Bring the Blue One up, let the whole family reunite. Other than reuniting with his family, the second reason was that he was worried that someone would descend to the mortal world and kidnap his wives to threaten him. In the great metropolis heaven, countless geniuses had died at his hands. There was no guarantee that no one would harbor evil intentions, so it was normal for things to happen in the lower realms. Lin Fei had to be on guard. A trip to the lower realm was necessary. Junior brother Lin Fei, do you know that the lower realms aren't easy? It isn't like before. Du Tao said with a sunken voice. I heard that the passageway to the great metropolis heaven has been sealed by a powerful divine ability. It's very difficult to go there from the great metropolis heaven. The stronger you are, the harder it is to go to the lower realms. Lin Fei understood that going to the lower realms was not an easy task. Then why are you still going? Du Tao didn't approve of Lin Fei descending to the lower realm. You need to be clear that there are many forces outside the Holy Heaven Academy that want to kill you. Once you leave the Holy Heaven Academy, you will definitely be chased after endlessly, and you might even die. Du Tao was not bluffing. Lin Fei's name had shaken the great metropolis heaven due to the matter of the great emperor's key. There were many who were unconvinced, especially the geniuses that had died in his hands. Vengeance and assassination were inevitable. I am clear. Lin Fei was very clear about the situation. If I stay in the academy and don't go out, they won't be able to do anything to me. However, if they make a move on our wives and children, how will I be able to sit still? I appreciate Elder Du's good intentions, but no one can stop me from making a trip to the lower realms. Du Tao was clear that there was no point in continuing. Despite knowing that the lower realm was dangerous, he still wanted to go. What an infatuated man. If you want to go to the lower realm, you can't go from the great metropolis heaven. Our great metropolis heaven is a small world among the myriad worlds. A powerful divine ability has sealed the passageway. If you barge into the lower realm, you will most likely die. Therefore, if you want to go to the lower realm, you need to go from another great world. Since there was no way to stop him, Du Tao naturally had to give him some pointers. This was the reason why Lin Fei looked for Du Tao. He knew very little about the myriad worlds, far less than Du Tao, who had lived for thousands of years. Listen to me in detail. Du Tao explained the matters of the lower realm clearly, including how to go to the lower realm and which great worlds. He did not hold anything back, telling Xiaoqin everything he knew. After listening, Lin Fei benefited a lot, understanding a lot about the lower realm. So there are so many ways to go to the lower realm. Now that he heard it, he jumped in fright. Lin Fei originally thought that it was just a matter of going to the lower realm. With his strong physical body, how could he not go down? But after hearing this, he realized how wrong he was. If he really forced his way down, the consequences would be dire. In that case, I must go to the Great Desolate World? Yes, the Great Desolate World is a mid-tier world among the myriad worlds. Its overall combat strength is much stronger than our great metropolis heaven, and it is filled with talents. Du Tao smiled and said, in the Great Desolate World, there is a passageway to the lower realm which avoids some risks. The only problem is that the cost of going to the lower realm is higher. You must be mentally prepared. Along the way, people will definitely attack you and stop you from going to the lower realm. As for the cost, Lin Fei did not worry about it. The true spirits that he had plundered recently were enough to cover the cost. After leaving Elder Du Tao's peak, Lin Fei returned to his invincible peak and went to the library to look for books related to the Great Desolate World. I might really have to go to the Great Desolate World. On the invincible peak, Lin Fei closed a book with a determined look in his eyes. Lower realm. I have to go to the lower realm. Other than Du Tao, Lin Fei had mentioned this trip to the lower realm, and no one else knew about it. He left Blood Shadow to guard the place. With his strength and the array that he had set up, even the elders would not be able to break it. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei looked for Du Tao and arranged for the long-distance teleportation array. This trip to the lower realm will be dangerous. Take care of yourself. Before activating the teleportation array, Du Tao could not help but remind Lin Fei. The higher-ups of the college treated Lin Fei as someone on the same level as them, and they did not want him to die. It's fine. I am born with a tough life and I won't die. With my strength, unless we get the help of a great emperor, no one will be able to stop me. The teleportation array was activated, and with a flash of white light, Lin Fei was sent out of the teleportation array. Whoever dares to spread what happened today will be severely punished. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After activating the long-distance teleportation array, Du Tao looked for the 4 higher-ups of the college. Even if they were from the same faction as Lin Fei, he had to warn them. Elder Du, don't worry. We will keep our mouths shut. Chapter 1035. I'm finally out. There was a spatial fluctuation in the sky and a figure appeared. Long-distance teleportation was an ancient existence, and it was naturally extraordinary. With the Elysium Institute as the center, It radiated in all directions without any restrictions. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the place he was teleported to. Even if someone was guarding outside the institute, they might not be able to guess the specific direction. Let's go. Lin Fei tore open the void and dived in. Soon, there was another spatial fluctuation and a few figures appeared out of nowhere. We're a step late. He's gone. Everyone in the great metropolis world knew that the Elysium Institute had the Emperor's key, and they remembered Lin Fei's name. Especially when Lin Fei suppressed the Phoenix Institute, causing them to miss an opportunity, they couldn't help but feel vexed. The fluctuation caused by the long-distance teleportation was instantly seen by others. There are scouts outside the Elysium Institute. This person must have come out silently through the long-distance teleportation array. Rumor has it that Lin Fei used the teleportation array in private. This person might be Lin Fei. Let's split up. The eyes of the scouts lit up, and they chose a direction to chase. Lin Fei's saintly dragon step increased once again, and he ignored the howling astral winds in the void. He was extremely fast and he wasn't worried that they could catch up to him. When a faintly discernible rainbow bridge appeared in the depths of the void, his speed increased again. World Bridge. This is the world bridge that Elder Du mentioned. It connects to other great worlds. Soon, an endless rainbow bridge appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was ancient and majestic as if it had existed for a long time. The world bridge was very long and very large. The world bridge connects to other worlds. I'm going to the great wilderness world and I need to pass by several worlds to reach there. I can take this opportunity to see what's different about other worlds. Lin Fei had long yearned for the myriad worlds in the universe. Big brother, look, there's a rookie here and he's only a perfected golden immortal. What bad luck. I've waited for a long time and only a little guy came out. Why haven't I encountered any good ones in the past few days? In the sky above the world bridge, 3 figures flew over. World bandits? Lin Fei crammed a lot of things about the heavenly planes. Among them, the world bandits were quite famous. They were all experts who hid on the world bridge and ambushed those who went out. They did not need to pay anything for their services. They were vicious and cruel, and their methods were vicious and despicable. What a fellow. He encountered 3 Earth-ranked immortal kings the moment he stepped out. From the looks of it, his combat prowess isn't weak. No wonder he has the guts to become a wandering bandit. If he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. 3 figures flew over and one of them rushed over. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and sent out a saber light that contained the power of law. It was incomparably terrifying. The saber light was terrifying, fast and fierce. Lin Fei did not want to waste time here. He punched out and saber light exploded out. He shouted at them, "You must be the world bandits. You are quite bold." "Not good, we've met a tough opponent. Let's go." The expressions of the 3 Earth-ranked immortal kings drastically changed. They had kicked an iron board. A monstrous genius. The 3 of them reacted quickly, turning around and rushing into the world bridge on the other side. What a fast runner. Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. But when he saw the world bridge, he was enlightened and finally understood. Doing business on the world bridge was indeed a good idea. If he encountered a powerful opponent, he would flee. If he encountered a weaker opponent, he would kill them. 3 Earth-ranked immortal kings, Lin Fei disdained to kill them. Lin Fei turned and rushed into the world on the other side of the world bridge. This world near the great metropolis world was the heaven primordial world. It couldn't be considered a big world, and its strength was similar to the great metropolis world. The only advantage it had was that its geographical location was much better. Lin Fei had no time to linger in the heaven primordial world. He continued his journey silently, passing through one world after another. Compared to these worlds, the great metropolis world truly couldn't be considered much. Under such haste, Lin Fei followed the directions on the map and finally arrived at the Great Desolation world. What dense immortal chi! The moment Lin Fei entered the Great Desolation world, a dense wave of immortal chi gushed over. The density of the immortal chi here surpassed that of the great metropolis world. Cultivating in such a place would allow one's strength to rise much faster compared to cultivating in the great metropolis world. After arriving at the Great Desolation world, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. Elder Du Tao had said that the great metropolis world was merely a minor world with many geniuses. The geniuses from the great metropolis world would have extremely deep foundations and could easily sweep through all the geniuses from the great metropolis world. Du Tao said that after arriving at the Great Desolation world, I can go to the largest city in the Great Desolation city. There's a passageway to the lower world there. The Great Desolation world was extremely vast, and there were many cities with experts everywhere. On the way, Lin Fei encountered quite a few powerful existences. Although none of them had the strength of an immortal emperor, the terrifying aura they exuded was enough to cause the hearts of others to palpitate. Hence, Lin Fei was even more cautious along the way. The Great Desolation world was truly more powerful than the Great Metropolis world. A minor world, a mid-tier world, the difference was clear. Half a month later, Lin Fei found the Great Desolation city. Even with his strength, he still needed half a month. After all, the Great Desolation world wasn't an ordinary world. 10,000 true spirits to enter the city. The majestic Great Desolation city was filled with arrays and restrictions, emitting a dangerous and terrifying aura. The big shots on the battleships all put away their flying treasures and entered the city through the gate. This Great Desolation city is truly powerful. 10,000 true spirits to enter the city. Lin Fei felt like a country bumpkin coming to a big city. 10,000 true spirits could buy a lot of treasures in the Great Metropolis world, but in the Great Desolation city, it was just the entrance fee. After paying 10,000 true spirits, Lin Fei received a black token. On the black token, there was an ancient word, one written on it. Outsiders, listen up. The Great Desolation city is one of the 4 great cities of the Great Desolation world. The number on your token is the amount of time you're allowed to stay in the Great Desolation city. Lin Fei rejoiced that he wasn't in a hurry to enter. It turned out that in the Great Desolation city, one had to pay 10,000 true spirits a day. The token was the proof. If one didn't pay up, they would be expelled and wouldn't be allowed to enter the city. What a scam. 10,000 true spirits for a day, that's nearly 4 million true spirits a year. What a good move. Even Lin Fei himself despised their methods. Seclusion for 10 or 20 years in the Great Desolation city was truly a scam. Walking on the wide street, there were people coming and going. Grand Unity Mystic Immortals and Great Overarching Golden Immortals were everywhere. Immortal kings that were rarely seen in the Great Metropolis world were all too common here. They're hiring waiters. They must have the strength of a mystic immortal. They'll be treated well. Mount Langia is hiring miners. It's best if they have the strength of a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal. Hurry up. The Monster Hunter team is hiring. The Monster Hunter team is hiring. The voices on the street rose and fell incessantly. Arriving at the Great Desolation city, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He looked around. Fortunately, he was a Great Overarching Golden Immortal, so he did not attract any attention. The Great Desolation city is really awesome. A middle-level world is already like this. I wonder what the real big worlds are like. Lin Fei thought to himself. I want to explain why the passage to the lower world was closed. Suddenly, there was a hubbub in front of him. Lin Fei's ears twitched. When he heard the words, the lower world was closed, he could not help but frown. He looked up and saw a group of people gathered not far away. All of them looked indignant. We want to go to the lower world. We want an explanation. Didn't the passage to the lower world open before? We want an explanation. There were hundreds of people outside, and many of them were Celestial King level experts. It was not a small scale when hundreds of people were making noise. A group of lower world bumpkins. This is the Great Desolation city. Whoever dares to continue making trouble will be driven out of the Great Desolation city. A black-robed man sneered at the crowd. The 3 words, Great Desolation city, had an obvious deterrent power, and everyone was stunned. What right does the Great Desolation city have to close the passage to the lower world? Among the crowd, a Heaven Stage Immortal King who was the strongest, shouted at the black-robed man above. What a bright light flashed, and the Heaven Stage Immortal King's head fell to the ground. Even his primordial spirit was killed and he was completely dead. Because this is the Great Desolation city. Who else is unconvinced? Who else is unsatisfied? The one who attacked was the black-robed man. Without any movement, he killed a Heaven Stage Immortal King. A Heaven Stage Immortal King was killed and everyone quieted down. Yes, this is the Great Desolation city. Who would dare to act wildly here? The black-robed man was very satisfied and said proudly, a group of bumpkins. If you don't kill someone, you really think you are someone important. In my eyes, you will always be bumpkins. Everyone was angry, but they did not dare to say anything. In front of a giant like the Great Desolation city, they were really nothing. The passage to the lower world is closed, but it does not mean that there is no chance to go to the lower world. The black-robed man said, from today onwards, the Great Desolation city will start to limit the number of times you can go to the lower world. If you want to go to the lower world, you can, but you have to participate in the life and death arena. The moment the words, arena of life and death, came out, everyone's face changed. Arena of life and death, that is a place with a 90% chance of survival. For the lower world, sacrificing one's life is not worth it at all. I would rather not go to the lower world. The Great Desolation City does not allow people to go to the lower world, but other places are allowed, right? Lin Fei walked up and heard their words. His brows furrowed even deeper, and he thought to himself, it seems like this trip to the lower world is more troublesome than I imagined. From Elder Du Tao to go to the lower world from the Great Desolation world, one only had to pay the price of one's true spirit. He had never heard of closing the passage to the lower world and creating an arena of life and death. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. After speaking, the black-robed man turned around and returned to the building behind him. Isn't it just an arena of life and death? What is there to be afraid of? A young man said unhappily. Soon after, everyone looked at him with disdain. Chapter 1036. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, I'm just unlucky to have encountered this. Great Desolate City in a restaurant. After paying 10,000 true spirits, Lin Fei easily understood the whole story from the waiter. That Shen immortal waiter told him everything he knew for the 10,000 true spirits. He didn't even let go of any small information. He was extraordinarily hardworking. What does this customer want to know? You can come and find me anytime. The waiter took the 10,000 true spirits and left. Lin Fei knocked his finger on the table as he digested the waiter's information. So, Great Desolate City allowed people to go down as long as they paid a certain amount of true spirits. There was no such thing as entering the life and death arena. This rule should be set by the Great Desolate City Lord. Rumor has it that he's a terrifying existence with countless experts under him. He's several times more powerful than the Divine Heaven Academy. If I want to go down, the life and death arena is the only way. Lin Fei understood the situation of the life and death arena in detail. As the name suggested, there was life and death in the life and death arena. The living could ascend to the heavens in a single step, and the dead would enter hell. Using the life and death arena to limit the number of people in the lower realm. To think that they could think of this. Even though Lin Fei was a bit angry, he couldn't afford to offend a colossus like Great Desolation City for now. The matters of the lower realms were more important. The Great Desolate City was the closest place to the Xintian continent where Lin Fei was. If not, Lin Fei would rather go somewhere else. To the life and death arena. The life and death arena was located in the Life and Death Palace. It was a famous place in the Great Desolate City. In the life and death arena you could fight for everything. They were all crazy people. It was no different from the arena in the future. Coming out of the restaurant, Lin Fei walked towards the life and death arena. After Lin Fei left, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the dark. After a long time, they retracted their gaze and merged into the crowd. The Great Hall of Life and Death was a tall tower that towered into the clouds, with no end in sight. Third young master, it's done. In one of the floors of the Black Tower, a middle-aged man lowered his head and said respectfully, "Not bad. A bunch of bumpkins from the lower realms want to descend to the lower realms? Wishful thinking. It's better for you to obediently become this young master's chess pieces." An arrogant young man spoke. Silver light curled around his body, obscuring his appearance. "Third young master, I just received news that a guy came to our Grand Desolate City and caused quite a stir. It seems that even the heavens are looking out for young master." The middle-aged man said excitedly. "Oh, someone who can make you remember him must not be ordinary, right? His name is Lin Fei, the successor of the Eternal Emperor." This young master was wondering who it was. "Is it that fellow who fought to a draw with my second brother?" "Yes. My second brother cultivates divine power, but he gained nothing from his trip to the great metropolis heaven. Instead he lost face outside. He thinks he's infallible all the time, but to think that this day will come." The silver-haired youth sneered. "All right, take some people and bring Lin Fei back. He has to pay the price for offending our Agua clan." After asking around, Lin Fei found the Hall of Life and Death. A tall tower appeared in his vision. Such an ancient aura. Lin Fei stood under the Black Tower and looked up. "Damn it, I lost again. This daddy lost several 100,000 true essence. That Tianbui is really an unkillable cockroach. He's not dead yet, causing this daddy's money to go down the drain." People kept coming out of the Hall of Life and Death, cursing and swearing. Lin Fei withdrew his gaze and walked toward the Hall of Life and Death. "I'm a step too late. Lin Fei has entered the Hall of Life and Death. Maybe he's going for the arena of life and death. What do we do now?" When Lin Fei entered the Hall of Life and Death, a group of black-robed men came from behind. The leader was a muscular man in black armor. 5 discs of holy light hung behind him, indicating that he cultivated 5 types of laws. He's lucky. There's a rule in the Hall of Life and Death that no one is allowed to fight. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. The muscular man in black armor took out a jade token. Lin Fei had no idea that someone had arrived right after he entered the Hall of Life and Death. The first floor of the Hall of Life and Death was the main hall. It was a space of its own, filled with people. After looking around, Lin Fei saw the new rule regarding the lower realm and walked to the bottom of the notice. I have to reach the 20th floor in order to descend? Only one is qualified? Lin Fei frowned. I heard that the Arena of Life and Death has a total of 99 floors. Each floor has a ringmaster. In other words, I have to defeat 20 ringmasters? Lin Fei looked down. Those who wanted to challenge the lower realm had to defeat 3 experts in each floor to challenge the ringmasters. If they won, they could proceed to the next floor. No wonder those people would rather give up on the lower realm than challenge the Arena of Life and Death. Lin Fei was infuriated. Unless one was extremely strong, it was impossible to pass the 20th floor. It was equivalent to facing 80 experts. 80 experts, Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure. Isn't it just 80 experts? I, Lin Fei, have walked through mountains of blades and seas of fire. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Fei clenched his teeth and left. He had made up his mind. Even 80 experts would not be able to stop him from descending. I want to participate in the Arena of Life and Death. Now. As soon as Lin Fei came up, he wanted to participate in the Life and Death Arena. When the receptionist saw a golden celestial, she was just about to give a perfunctory reply and make arrangements for him. However, when she saw Lin Fei's sharp gaze, she felt as if she had fallen into the 9 layers of hell. She felt a chill in her heart and said with a trembling voice, I'll arrange it for you right away. A moment later, Lin Fei received a token with a 0 on it. That brat has such a sharp aura. I'm a perfected golden immortal after all. As soon as Lin Fei left, the receptionist couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He was frightened by Lin Fei's gaze. Arena of Life and Death, first floor. After a flash of light, Lin Fei arrived at the first floor of the Arena of Life and Death. Look, another one is coming to die. A perfected golden immortal, I can kill him with one slap. It's too boring to kill him. It's best to crush his bones one by one. That would be really interesting. As soon as Lin Fei walked out, many sharp gazes followed by all kinds of ridicule. The first floor of the Arena of Life and Death were basically profound immortals, primordial unity mystic immortals, golden immortals, and of course, there were also many perfected golden immortals. Lin Fei chose to ignore these gazes. He found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. Since he was here, he would fight his way to the 20th floor of the Arena of Life and Death in one go. He didn't want to waste any time. Bang, bang, bang. At this time in the arena, there was a golden immortal and a perfected golden immortal fighting each other. Under normal circumstances, the perfected golden immortal would win. Unexpectedly, the golden immortal was talented. He resisted the opponent's attack head-on and rushed to the front. Under the combination of great magical powers, the opponent vomited blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. The golden immortal won. The audience cheered. Soon it was Lin Fei's turn.